Welcome to your Saturday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9, week number 2. The race for $1 million continues today. So I've got one question and one question only. Are you ready to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down? Because it is time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors, and it is time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Welcome everybody to week 2, day 3 of the UEL season 9. We've got the Ravens and the Bots is our matchup today, and it is Speedy joined here today by Third. Third, how are we doing, and how excited are you for this game?
I'm actually really pumped. This is going to be one of the games of the weekend, in my opinion. These are two really good teams, and the Ravens starting off with their first game of the season, so I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are. This is a big proving moment for the Ravens right now. I think there's a little bit of a debate about where they're going to stand in the league. Obviously, it's completely uncertain right now, but looking at the lineup of players, I think it's pretty clear that there's going to be a lot of talent here. This is going to be a no-joke team that everyone has to be prepared to go against. So who are some of the players over on the side of the Ravens that you're going to be looking at today?
I am looking at the new Tier 1, freshly escaped and granted an asylum from California to Virginia, the Skittle Fiend himself, KIC, looking to see how he stacks up now that one of his biggest things last season, one of the things he talks about in the chats when I hang out with him is, y'all are lucky I'm not here as much. You're lucky I don't live there because I would be blowing everybody up. And he touts a 90% win rate, but with a very lackadaisical attendance last season. Let's see how he actually performs now that he's here local.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about him that his team was willing to bring him all the way out from California to play in some of those playoff games. He is maybe still has a little bit of proving to do. A little bit more consistency would be nice to see. That 90% being over a couple more games would be a lot more impressive for sure. But for the moment, I think everybody knows that he's a player to watch, so I definitely agree with you there for both reasons, to see just how well he's going to show up and if he's going to live up to the standard he kind of set for himself. On the side of the Bots, however, there are some other questions going around about their Tier 1 as well, and honestly down the entire roster. People are wondering what kind of playership we're going to see from the Bots. So talk to us about La Bamba and some of these other players, and where are we going to get our leadership from on this team?
Yeah, as you can see, Billy's not here today, and that's one person who is really big. But actually, we're going to get to rock, paper, scissors RPS real quick, so let's see what happens. The Tier 1s, the Skittle Fiend versus the non-practicing Fiend, I guess.
A little look at the camera there, and it is going to be the Bots.
All right, KIC already losing. Looks like the skills are starting to get to him. So let's see if this Tier 1 actually delivers.
Yeah, hopefully that one doesn't have to go on his record.
Oh, no, 100%. We're counting it. KIC starts off 0-1.
So that's our start for the season 9 for KIC there, but he's going to be looking to turn that around. So maybe 90% just means a single loss in rock, paper, scissors and a win in the next 9 games, right?
Hey, it's possible. It's possible.
But La Bamba on the side of the Bots having to fill that Tier 1 position today for the Bots. I think everybody knows that Billy, for the longest time, he's always had his name right there at the beginning, even before we were tiering these players. And now not here today for his team. La Bamba going to have to fill that slot. The first game they're going to have to go into will be NHL, so starting off with sports games. So what do we think about La Bamba taking this Tier 1?
I like it because La Bamba is probably the most consistent person on the Bots after Billy, and at that point in time, I think Billy and a lot of the league can agree that Billy-La Bamba slot is very interchangeable. But Billy's way he approaches the UEL, being an owner, a GM, and a Tier 1, does put him a little bit ahead of his brother. So I don't – oh, so wow. The Bots and the Ravens are actually going to be playing NHL. The Bots notoriously known for their middling sports success, so it's going to be interesting to see with KIC being available, with her being available, and then Vape being available. They have a really strong start off to these sports games on the side of the Ravens.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about it being the first game. Sure, leaving it on the wheel could be risky, but with so many players available on the Ravens, like you just mentioned, they have their pick. They can put whoever they want to go to this first sports game. I would think the Bots would want to play this game when they could possibly catch them a little bit more off guard, maybe not have their ideal roster, but that's not how it's going to be. They're going to play right into them, so maybe a little bit of overconfidence, or we'll see if perhaps it's necessary confidence going into this first game.
And then one of the things that might be leading this decision is Bubbles only went 4-5 the last game, wins in racing and strategy. Bubbles, as somebody I used to be a leader for, sports was his thing. For him not to have that sports win early and him being available right now, I feel like the Bots are probably approaching us like, hey, Bubbles, you want to move up that tier list. I'm going to need you to kind of tack in those sports. So that's probably what we're going to see happen right now.
Yeah, it's time to go for him, absolutely. But who do we think the other players that are going to be joining him in NHL are going to be?
I think it'll probably be Dictator Chicken and then either Big Red or Venix. Just because I know Dictator, being a former member of the Reapers, had that discipline in NHL, and he's probably one of the best fits for the bots coming into the postseason. The dude just plays a lot of games really well.
Yeah, to be on a team like that, honestly, you have to. I think when you look at our top 2 teams, our grand finalists from last season, it's hard to pick out the weak points in both of those teams. I mean, they practically couldn't even do it toward each other at the end of last season. The New Moon and Reapers going to the very last game as the decider for that grand finals. So all of those players have had an eye on them going into this season for obvious reasons for anybody who watched last season. But for those of you who didn't and are just joining us for the first time, there are 33 games on UEL's wheel across 5 categories. And there's going to be a random selection after and before each game. And we're going to see what the next game is going to be coming up. So as we load into NHL, we'll get a spin of the wheel and find out what the next game in our matchup is going to be. And to run those 33 games across 5 categories, we've got the best of the best, our SurfThings, our sponsor here at the UEL that take care of us oh so well and get us running all of these games so clean so that our gamers can play like pros. So if you want to get yourself a SurfThing, head over to surfthing.com and grab yourself some of that pro equipment. It looks like you've had some correct predictions on the side of the bots for this sports game here, this NHL, but
Continue. I'll continue.
No.
Oh,
Go, please,
so
take it away.
Forgot, Cajun also has a decent sports backing himself. Football Club / FIFA being one of his stronger sports games, but him and Bubbles being former teammates and playing together makes this an easy selection. Like I said, Dictator there, so that's a snafu on me. But Bubbles, I'm watching you. 4-5 last week. Don't mess up, boy, because I'm cooking you.
Yeah, going up against a strong trio for sports games, I think it would actually be a big statement from Bubbles and his teammates here to take this first one away. I think it would set the tone for the game that even though the Ravens have some hype surrounding them at the moment, some that they've built themselves and some that others have set for them, the bots taking a win in this first game would really set that temperament and tell them to lock in.
I would not want to be the person sitting next to her that causes the loss. Because I could just see that the bald, big glass face just like look over at me slowly. What you doing, man? I heard, man, it was.
All right, it looks like our setup timer is ticking down at the moment. So we've got a timeout from the bots on the very first game, not getting their setup through on time, unfortunately. That is not how you want to start. We just talked about the momentum that the bots could have if they take a win here. Talk about a momentum killer.
Bubbles, Cajun, y'all know better. Y'all know about setting these games up. I'm just going to blame y'all because I know y'all the best out of everybody on the bots, especially going in for this game, so do better.
Yeah, an unfortunate start, but hey, it's the beginning of the game. Maybe everybody's not sat down and prepped, right? You didn't know what game you were going into first. There's going to be a little bit more time during gameplay for the team to set up in these future games, so hopefully they don't have to use too many of those timeouts, have them taken away. But earlier this weekend, we had some other games, one of which I was casting and the other of which you were, so why don't we run down your game from yesterday first?
Who played yesterday? I have really bad memory recently. Oh, no, it was the Wolves versus the Reapers. Once again, out of, what's the word I want to use? Kindness, respect, or due to a request from Snappy. I'm not going to absolutely eviscerate them with malice. But it showed that a lot of the players, as the the New Moon broke up, different roles were fulfilled by different players. And Snappy, once again, no one's going to argue it's tier 1. But like we were speaking before the game, that captain-like skill that he needs to show up quick, or that might just be another situation where a good player goes to a team and does nothing. On the other hand, the Reapers, I'm pretty sure at this point they could probably run a 3-man. I know it's only week 2, but the strength the Reapers have shown, it's been infallible. They've just been powerful.
Yeah, honestly, typical form from them in that game yesterday. But we do have a little bit of news from the floor already from AV. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but we are about to find out. AV, tell me what's going on.
The bots are terrified to hear about themselves on the inside the wheel. RPG is already screaming that out. Bro, get yourselves together. I do not want to be talked about by Logan on inside the wheel.
Hey, Logan, dump the mag. Just unload on him. Win or lose, just unload on him. The bots win, but how good was it?
Yeah, we'll see if that's even the case here. We'll find out. It may not even be the case. This would be a terrible start, especially if the team loses. I'm sure they'll get ripped into on some of our post shows. So they've got a lot to fight for here. Hopefully this gets them ramped up, ready to go. But if we take it back to the first day of this week, we had the X-Gods and the Blaze going against each other, and we will run that down after this NHL game that we are kicking into. So I believe... Oh, we are going to get a wheel spin here right before we hop into the game like we talked about, and it's going to be Street Fighter 6.
With KIC available and Herb not, but and Mordecai's available. So this is going to be interesting to see KIC really kind of running them down, and it's going to still be a 5v5, so we'll see a reset for sure, and we'll see how the bots approach this.
Yeah, a little bit of a selection from both teams getting to reuse one of their players, whoever they feel is most valuable in that category. It looks like we are getting ready here for NHL, so the way it's going to be played is 3v3. And we're going to see some power pucks in play as well. There will be opportunities for teams to score more than a single point with a puck, and also opportunities for them to take points from each other upon scoring. We see we're starting here with a puck that is worth 2 points and an immediate slap shot. We do see something unusual, which is the Boston Bruins being played. It's usually the Oilers and the Lightning. However, that's not what we're going to see today.
When it comes to these two teams, both teams actually have a lot of personal experience with watching hockey in general and actually understand the lexicon of NHL. So you'll see the Ravens and the Bots are probably one of the teams you'll see the most variety from, unless Billy's playing, because Billy would just select the Lightning and just keep it moving because he does not care enough to – ooh.
Yeah, it looks like some pretty methodical play coming out here so far. It looks like the Oilers are the Ravens, so that currently – going to be the Bots making the first quick score there.
And something that was brought up yesterday is that the Oilers are known for having one of the best forwards or wingmen, I believe, or it's one of the best hot players just on the ice in the entire NHL. Problem is by getting that one powerful player, you sacrifice a lot of strength on your goalie, and it showed up right there.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate situation. They're going to have to play a lot more aggressive than that. Just like that, some pretty good defense coming out. So now moving their way up the ice is the Ravens, but it'll get quickly intercepted by the Bots. You take a shot that goes wild. A little bit of control here from the Bots, but they're going to give it right back. Yeah, the Ravens now in control. Nobody able to really get too long with the puck. And right now a situation where the goalie is alone, but able to cover for the Ravens here.
And I think this is one thing the Ravens might need to adjust to very quickly. This is not the former Bots that kind of played NHL by the seat of their pants. Bubbles and Cajun are strong additions to this team with Dictator Chicken. These are three very competent and aggressive NHL players that they need to be wary of, and they need to start opening these passing lanes up once they have control of the puck.
Yeah, on Thursday we saw some slower, it was aggressive but slow at the same time in NHL with the X-Gods and the Blaze, but today that's not the situation. These teams are making really clean passing plays and clean interceptions as well, like we see here. Going to possibly be a pass back to a teammate, and yes, it will be a little bit of control coming out, but now looks like the Ravens are going to have to push back into defensive territory. Another money puck worth 2. The goalkeeper gets it right off the puck, and it looks like we get the end of our first period. Sounds like something may be happening out there, but at the moment, end of the first period, we do have the Bots on the Bruins up by 2 with that power puck. Another power puck out to be played, even in, it looks like it may have been a pause, not the end of the period, actually.
I guess they were trying to skip through the catch animation, so there looks like there will be no penalty assessed to either of the teams, but a warning on, hey, let this play out properly. Why are we mashing through? Another open shot on goalie, and once again, the weaknesses the goalie's showing, because that was an almost easy score through a screen and through an extra defender being in front of him.
Yeah, so back in control are the Bots because of that goalkeeper holding on to the puck. Intercepted by the Ravens, and it's actually going to be a 1v1 in the goal. Let's see how the shot goes. A nice passing play, but the goalkeeper was ready for it. And on the opposite side, that's a pretty talented goalkeeper they've got. They're going to be difficult to get that puck around him, even with 2.
And I think the issue with the Ravens is they've never had an opportunity to stay on that side of the ice and actually pressure that goalie to burn that stamina. And that's how this is what you're supposed to be doing, but they lose the puck. But you see how they started to move the puck around and open up those lanes. That's what the Ravens need to do. Control the puck, stay on that side of the ice and try to wear that goalie down. But the Boss is not letting it happen.
Yeah, it does take a lot of time to wear that goalie down. Right now, the Ravens going to get another shot at doing it. We'll see if they're able to make it. They are in front of goal, but actually blocked by his own teammate with the shot there. More control over to the bots as they make their way up the ice. A nice passing play, but in from the side isn't a great angle to take. That's going to be the end of our first period. For real this time. Doesn't feel quicker than it should have been because this time it wasn't.
And one interesting thing I want to point out is yesterday when NHL was played, it was nothing but regular pucks the entire time until a -2 showed up at the very end that wasn't even put into play. Today, 2 2-point pucks and immediately a -2 following that. So the game could end just like that, with somebody being -2, technically speaking.
I think if we get to that third puck, it really is going to get to that situation, honestly. The third puck is going to be very important if they can get past the second one, no matter which team it is, honestly, because it could be a point where it comes to a draw situation, or it could be a point where it's a very heavy-handed win. So now we have switched sides, so we're going to see the Ravens going up the ice, trying to score at the top of the ice here, while the bots will be moving downward. You see the bots defending that top half of the ice, making a nice passing play, even past the defender there. Got a slide out on the ice.
Oh, I like that. Oh, good. Okay, this goalie's leaning on that because I believe his rating was at 88. So that was a strong 88 showing just now.
Definitely, especially compared to a lot of the over 90s that we see in the league. A nice slap shot up the middle of everyone but the goalkeeper. Just the last man to get in the way. You can see that stamina's down. But
Yeah, and that
the
goalie
puck out.
could not control the puck, and that was almost as a free kick in.
Yeah, it was very, very close. Luckily, it came out just in time, and with the goalie stamina still full on the side of the bots, that one will not go in from the Ravens. The Ravens try to hold control, but they do give it away. Now a free puck. The goalkeeper may try to take control, but he doesn't. Lets it go behind the goal there, sliding it right back up from the Ravens, and they're actually going to be on the offensive now.
So just icing back and forth at this point. I like that. I like it. It was a little bit of a plucky shot, but
I thought he was going to stop sliding it out.
I mean, the Ravens haven't shown enough discipline or control of the puck right now for them to really respect having to trap it. So why not just pass it out?
Yeah, a lot of these shots that are coming in from the bots are more calculated. We do see a good cover there, something that we should be seeing, I think, more from the bots goalkeeper. They're sliding that puck out a bit too much and giving too many opportunities to the Ravens. Even though they haven't scored yet, you have to respect the fact that they're going to put on a lot of offensive pressure.
Yeah, and then I can just keep harping on it. That the longer that puck is on the goalie side, your team's side of the ice, the worse that goalie gets, and the Ravens just aren't doing anything with it right now. They're just not.
Pulls a lot of that goalie's attention whenever you slap the puck right at him, as it should. I imagine if I were in that position, I'd get pretty tired too. But Ravens up the ice, have an opportunity straight into the goalkeeper. Looks like that is not going to be good for anything as the Bruins get control again, the bots. But the Ravens trying to get control, not able to do it in front of the goal. Goalie kicks it out once again.
At this point, it's just blatant disrespect, because there's no respect coming from the bots towards the Ravens on controlling that puck at all. It's like, we don't care. You're not going to get it back. And it's just not happening.
Yeah, holding on to that puck does give another opportunity to the Ravens to make an attack. But if you're sliding that puck out constantly and the attack just keeps coming from right in front of your face, there's really no reason not to hold on to it. Now the Ravens going to pass it back quite a bit. Goalkeeper's going to get control. You need to push that up the ice, and he does. So he'll get back in goal now. And control to the Ravens, actually. A very strange play, but it almost works out for them. Control back to the bots. They have an attacking position here. Not a passing play made. Tries to make a shot with the back of the stick. Not as controlled. That goalkeeper still has half stamina. He'll hold on to it and give him another chance at attack. So the bot's going to be bringing it down once again.
I think what the Ravens were trying to do was they're trying to ice once the goal there's no icing penalty, but just trying to field it down once the defender's pulled, and it almost worked, but it just feels like the Ravens are cold. Granted, it's the first game of the season, but this does not look like the normal Ravens I see play NHL.
Yeah, they're playing pretty slow. The aggression is coming out when they do have control, but they give away control just a bit too often. Their passing plays aren't really clean, and the bots get too many opportunities to attack the goal, and that's why we see them up by 2 right now. As we go into the third period here, this power puck, this money puck here, worth 2.
So third period?
Third period. What did I say?
Yeah, it's the third period.
Yeah.
Yeah, my period.
It's third. Oh, my goodness. I
think I broke Speedy. I apologize.
It's making me feel like I did something wrong. I felt like an idiot for half a minute. We're back in. Bots are heading back up the ice once again here on the Bruins. It's the Ravens going back down. We've switched sides once again. We do see the Ravens starting to slide that puck out from the goal now. We'll see how long that lasts or if they go back to their strategy of holding on to it. That one just barely worked out for them and just slips behind the goaltender. We're going to see the Ravens put up 2, and now it's an even game.
And then, yes, it is. And then here's that thing I was talking about. That -2 puck is up. So we might see a game that just – actually, this is the worst-case scenario because the game ends with that -2 puck in overtime. So somebody's losing with no points.
Yeah, this -2 puck might as well just be a regular puck because whoever scores it is likely going to take this game away.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what color that puck is, how many points it's going to take or give. It is the deciding factor. Whoever scores this one, it's going to be big for them. And the Bots want to get on the attack early. Decent control, but kind of giving that one away to the goaltender, obviously.
It feels like this is a situation I've always dealt with Cage and the Bubbles in particular. Sometimes when things don't go their way, they kind of panic. So it's going to be interesting to see how they recover from being put in this type of situation. So both of us looked at that kind of scary. All right. Let's see. Puck coming across the ice, left wing. Up. Weird shot. I would like to see him pass it, but once again, the lanes are not open, but now they get a chance to attack again from the middle of the ice. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, I don't think either of these teams want to go into overtime, so we might see a little bit riskier plays coming out on the offense, willing to give each other opportunities just so they can try to score the puck here. The Bots do have control for a moment. They take a shot at the goaltender, but doesn't do much.
That is the strongest 88-rated goalie I have ever seen. Buddy's just under fire from all the ranges.
Clearly the team knows what they're doing here because they've got really, really good control over their defense, only letting one through so far. Now the Ravens in front of the goal take a shot, gets right past the goalie, and they are up by 3 now.
And if you don't know if you noticed, but chat, did you notice that next puck? Do you know what the point total is on that? 3.
It is 3. So forget what I said about that last puck being the decider. We may have another opportunity here. The Bots are not out of this one, but if the Ravens score, they will be. Now the Bots back in control, all on the same side of the ice here. They're doing a good job of now opening up, but Ravens get control again. Has to be a strong defense from the Bots. They do take that puck away. Gonna have to see who gets the more standard control here. Tried to find an opening with a slap shot. Teammate sends in a light one. A dive comes out across the middle of the ice. The Ravens in control again, moving up toward the goal. Not able to score. Back in control of the Bots. The Bots need to score here. They only have 40 seconds left. They have to make something happen. Nothing going to come through. Just a mass of players right now. The Ravens holding on to that puck. Not going to send that one out. Going to show a little bit of respect, and the Bots are going to get another opportunity to move up the ice.
And we'll see how the Bots approaches. You have a standard setup in the triangle formation. Let's see if they're able puck gets poked out, but they're able to recover. So we see that felt a little bit greedy, but at the same time it forces them to have to trap because the Bots had control position of the goalie. So we'll see how they try it again. See if they get that triangle going and try and pull everybody to one side of the ice.
Yeah, another 20 seconds remaining. The Bots may be looking for a setup here, but the Ravens are able to take away control. They're going to play on the offense here, just shoot it to the wall, try to keep the puck away with the time they still have left, sending their defenders back. Only 4 seconds remaining. All they have to do is hold control, but the Bots get it. They're headed to the goal. They don't get the shot. It bounces off, and the Ravens will take the win, but that was a close one, third.
At the end of the day, we understand the Bots have made additions and changes and they're trying to get better at these sports games, but the Ravens made that way too close, in my opinion, as a team that is known for being good at sports, especially with vape being available. They came back and win, so got to give them their flowers there, but Ravens should not be playing with our feelings that hard. Billy not here. That should have been a quick NHL game, 5-0, nothing against the Bots, but actually, no, everything against the Bots. Like, come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, when it comes to the Bots, maybe sports game's not what we think of, but they put on an impressive showing. They had a good defense. They showed that they knew what they were doing with choosing that Bruins team. They had I wouldn't even say decent. They had a strong attack and a goalie that could hold up just a little bit longer than a team like the Oilers, but the Ravens having that offensive pressure toward the tail half of the game is what gave them those later pucks that put them in the lead.
And that's one of the weird things about NHL where some of the other sports games, like, you can see the players actually getting moved out the way and then their mental falling apart and the defense falling apart. NHL is such a back-and-forth game and that you don't have to control the goalie that it's just weird to see how people's mental or defense crumbles as the game progresses.
Yeah, it takes a lot of concentration. Strategy games are not nearly the only kind of game that you have to use your brain for here in the league. So we do have Street Fighter 6 coming up next, and there's actually a little bit of brain power that needs to be used right now in setting these lineups. Each team have one extra player that were just taking part in that NHL game that they're going to be able to field in Street Fighter, and then they're going to have to organize a roster. So When we talk about fighting games here in the league, when we have these 5v5s, do you prefer the approach of putting your stronger player out first and seeing how much of the team they can sweep, or anchoring your strongest player and putting as much of the pressure as they need to take on them?
It depends on how many fighting games I already rolled previously, and then what my what team I'm going against. Like, for instance, with the Cobras, depending on the game, is it the first fighting game in the match? Okay, I'll probably send in either LA or Hogeki first. Well, Hogeki first, and then LA usually third, and then TK or Strix at the end. Or if multiple fighting games are already played and everybody's warmed up and feeling comfortable, all right, cool, TK, go deal with this game. Oh, LA, this is your game. LA, go ahead and go ahead. So it depends on the player, depends on the games. And at this point in time, with Stars, Herb, and Available all going in, I would probably break the three of them up across the board. I would probably lead with Stars, then go with, who is that? Kimmels? Kimmick. We'll go with Kimmick.
We'll go with Kimmick.
Kimmick, and then one of my more powerful players, and then my fourth player, and then KIC or Herb anchoring, and break that up across the board for the Ravens.
All right, well, then on the side of the bots, I think Lobamba is going to be trying to prove his Tier 1 statement here at the moment, trying to hold that position. They've got their top 3 players and their bottom 2 as well going in, so the middle of the pack that just played in that sports game, going to be holding that position for now, just going to hold it down. Those are the 2 players left. The next game coming up, a lot of pressure goes on them because when you bring it down to the point where you only have a few players remaining, it doesn't matter what roles, they're going to have to play the game.
I hope for their sake, maybe like football club or Need for Speed roll, something the two of them work really well together at, that they could just get in, play, and just try and win, and also redeem themselves for the first NHL performance.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. I think that 3-0 doesn't really tell us that last matchup. I don't think it's a good representative of what that last matchup was.
No, they got skunked. They lost 3-0. No points on the board. Get good.
3-0 is 3-0, right, at the end of the day.
Exactly.
It's just a shame that you can have scored 0 points when you actually scored points in that game. What a terrible game to have to play.
Hey, man. They taught us math in school, and they put it in video games,
yeah.
so you just got to deal with it.
You do have to play some math in NHL. Street Fighter as well. I think a lot of these players, whichever side is getting an early sweep, is going to have to do the math of how many players are we putting our anchor to go up against. You want to try to get – Street Fighter is a game where the amount of health bar that you take away actually does matter between rounds. We've had a couple of fighting games like that before, but Street Fighter being the one that I think most notably you want to finish as fast as possible without taking too much damage. And on the side of the, I guess we could say, weaker fighters on the teams, not everybody's going to be fantastic at everything. Some of the weaker fighters on your team, you want to train them up to a point where they can put damage on some talented players, either have some sort of simple strategy that they can run with to, maybe their objective isn't the win, but rather to make their stronger fighting game players have an opportunity and an advantage against another strong fighting game player on the other team.
Correct. The average team, if you want to rate everybody on a sliding scale of 1 to 10, you usually want some of your non-fighting game players to be at about a solid 4.5, 5, a.k.a. being a bot killer. They have a game plan. They're able to play, and with somebody equal or the lesser skilled, they're able to go through them. But, yes, you're completely right. You want your average players to just kind of deal damage. You want them to win.
Yeah, if they can.
All right, so we're starting off with Marissa and the Modern JP, and I believe that Marissa is Mordecai? No, it's Lobamba going first on point. Let's see, a couple of jabs. Just kind of playing in. That's armor. That's armor. You can't challenge armor.
And that was a very strong first win as well.
And that's Lobamba on his hitbox and or a hit pad. And looks like our SurfThing's PC wheel spin brings us.
Wow.
For Speed. This is a game that gives Bubbles and Cajun a strong chance to kind of get back to point they lost and be comfortable at the same time. We'll see how that goes. But back to this. Stars also gave me a quick heads up before the game. You ready to see my classic Goki?
Oh, he did. I heard him.
Stars, you are under the microscope. I swear if you drop the ball in this, I am going to point and laugh at you at the end of the game.
He is going up against a Tier 1 who is known for having quite a bit of talent in these fighting games. So we'll have to see. Right now, the one-up is going to Lobamba, putting the pressure out early, already taking down half of a health bar.
I don't know why he just drive impact in the neutral like that. Marissa's does such a great job of punishing people, and with a lot of her damage just being so easy to put out. Okay. That's unfortunate. Try to go for the reset on that jump, and that wasn't as safe as he thought it would be. And all right, this should kill.
No, Stars doesn't.
Oh, he's still burnt out. That's why, because I thought he went for the EX.
Now it looks like he's going to back away, try to give himself some time to recoup from that fight. Just chasing down to the edge of the map right now. Going to have to see what each player wants to approach with.
Yep.
And it'll be a counter from La Bamba.
And La Bamba's been doing a good job of playing that range game and then knowing his opponent's going to push a button and leading with the armor because it takes about 2 to 3 hits before it breaks. So La Bamba just throws that out when they jump across neutral, and it's just free damage at that point. And Akuma having the lowest health pool in the game, I think that drive impact early is what cost Stars most of that round.
And now another JP, a character that I would almost say La Bamba is warmed up against, but we didn't actually get to see much of it the first time.
Genghis is more of a shooter in my opinion, so him picking this mono, you are wild. That just confused me because I forgot there's a modern JP, and every time I see that level 2 go off, wow. Hey, that's still... La Bamba had no health left, but it's still a huge boon in Genghis' favor to get that kill without losing health and getting his team closer to catching back up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going to see a button check coming out once again. Going to make sure that our controls are set. But, yeah, taking out La Bamba after only 2 players, that's definitely a better start than I think other teams would be able to run with. I think a lot of teams would come down to their last few players before they were able to collectively eliminate La Bamba from the team.
And unfortunately, La Bamba, as threatening as he is, he was only a speed bump. You still have Dictator Chicken and Mordecai on a Mordecai in the back. That had a League of Legends reference for some reason.
Mordekaiser.
Yeah. But with those 2 in the back, one of the most fierce Zangief players in the league. The dude is consistently a grapple player across all these games. Zangief just does damage.
Yeah.
He is now top 3 in the game, if not top 1.
Yeah, well, we're going to run into a classic here with this Ken, but it's so far JP with control. Like you talked about, a little bit of distance. So when you said that shooter, that's what I was actually thinking is using that distance on this character, and it's what's happening so far. We actually get a command grab out of the distance right there. So playing this one slow, but it's working out so far.
And this is where JP was... People call it set play. He has a set plan, and he plays around that. JP was originally, before this last major patch, able to play in and out with very, very ease of fluidity. All right, so confirms on the level 2. Does he actually have the modern combo for this? Oh.
Oh,
wow.
And the grab connects as well to finish it off. Actually, very surprisingly strong here from Genghis at the moment.
And one of the interesting things about modern characters is when you look at that, a lot of the more traditional and classic players are like, oh, that's just easy mode, that's just easy mode. But then you look at players like Cutters and now Genghis, and then even I think him plays a modern Kimberly. It's interesting to see that the inputs are simpler, but you still have to be able to actually play the character. So we might see Genghis be shortcutting a lot of the inputs, but he's still playing the character to a skilled degree.
Yeah, a lot of variety coming in here in our Street Fighter, a little bit more than I expected. Stars playing a character that we do not obviously see, we haven't seen much of so far yet on UEL Street Fighter. But going into this next matchup, the third player versus third player on each team.
Classic Marissa from Big Red against Genghis' modern JP. The funny thing about this matchup is I think Marissa's still favored because she's just able to power through some of his options. The question is does Big Red have the skills to get in there and start confirming some of these damage? A level 3 right now off an easy confirm will do about 60%, especially if it's a counter hit. Yeah. Oh, but Genghis is burnt out, so this is Marissa's time to approach and try and force a lot of this impact.
Yeah, the slower this game is played, the more of an advantage Genghis has. He wants to play that distance, but that is not going to be Red's option right now. He wants to approach some nice blocks there so he can keep the close quarters, but it seems like Genghis is a little bit comfortable playing both styles.
And what I don't understand is Big Red is giving up a lot of pressure and spacing for no reason. I know it's a habit I have when I'm getting attacked, but he's getting pressure and just backing off immediately. Bro, your character is only good from about 2.5 character links away. You need to be up there, and you need to be trying to push some of these buttons to get through. Use your armor, using some of your counters. And right now, Big Red is just giving Genghis all the time he needs to adjust. And right now, Genghis now has the life lead. So whatever plan of playing for life and time is now out the window. And it's confirmed in that level 2 to see if he has the mix. And there goes the low. And now he's burnt out again.
Only able to connect with 2 at first, but 2 more come in. The contact coming through now has to hold this close quarters, but not going to happen. Genghis is going to close it out and take a third win.
I don't know what I just watched.
One of the slowest Street Fighter games I think that we've seen so far, especially this season.
I had to be critical of Big Red on that. If you're not comfortable with the game, why are you playing on Classic?
Yeah, it was a little. I expected to see more aggression.
Yeah, like a modern, like okay, Classic Marissa, cool, and then he just constantly he would get into the JP into his range, and then back up the full screen. You got to know those inputs. You got to take that fight. But next up is Dictator Chicken, somebody I know who knows this game and knows the JP matchup fairly well from his time going against New Moon with their championship player, Pip-Boy.
Chipboy, new name. Yeah, we have
see playing back and forth at that range. You can see Dictator is actually going to play this, and it is the drive rush, Sandblast, and it has the other advantage going on point blank. There's Dragon Punch, and then low kick, and just eats him out.
Yeah, very nice on the low kick to finish that one off. Nice patience. Didn't have to play it too fast, but knew where all of his opportunities were. You could see just how well of an eye Dictator has for the game against a player that, has a medium amount of options. They're not playing in too complicated of a manner. It was easy for Dictator to find his openings, and now this is where we're going to see the bots get back in control of this team fighter.
Potentially, this is past the Herbs, a.k.a. I Am Herb, a.k.a. the Bald Houdini coming back.
Oh.
And because he disappeared last season.
Yeah.
That man's cheeks, garbaggio, hot trash, basura. I don't know any other synonyms for trash. I'm out. But one of the things that everybody's been saying is like, man, when we get good Herb back, when we get old Herb back, and we saw flashes of it last season, and we see the Akuma, a.k.a. Goki, to start this off, and is he just going to play with Dictator Chicken and see how they go back and forth with this? And this should be some good Street Fighter. Jumps in, jab, jab, takes the throw. Nice little jump in medium into the drive impact. He blocks. Let's see. Jump and the drive impact into the parry because he was plus on landing, but was able to parry it out and not able to get the extra punish off of it. Let's see. Jab, jab. All right. Jumping medium. He drops the combo. Let's see. Okay, crouch. With GP. Goes with the slower options of Chicken's. Yeah, that drive impact's in the air, so he's not going to get optimal punish off of it, but jumps to level 3 on Wake Up, but does not get the there he goes, fished it out. Some of these routes that I think Herb is taking, he's leaving a lot of damage on the floor. There's a couple of moves you could use there, but pressure's on Chicken right now, so make him make the mistake, and there it is.
Yeah, I think with Genghis versus Red, we saw a kind of patience that was just unnecessary and unsuitable for the matchup, but I think that was a great display from both of those players, honestly, the patience that you need to have if you want to be able to connect your optimal strings, and unfortunately, for Mordecai going in now, unfortunately, for Dictator Chicken, not able to stay in any longer. But Mordecai going to try to stand this one through for the rest of his team. He's got one player to get through before he gets to that final 1v1, the decider match, if he can win this one.
And the thing is Herb has to be careful. That should be the Zangief coming in. No, is it not Zangief or is that another Marissa?
It does look like there's a number at the end of it, right? So
Mordecai,
unless that's the arrow pointing at it, it's a little small for us.
I'm hoping that's Zangief because Zangief being arguably the best Street Fighter character in the game right now, Mordecai has shown major skills, and he's ran down TK, he's ran down LA, he's ran down Hogeki, and he's ran down Strix. So Mordecai does have the skills and the pedigree in order to compete with her. Yeah, there it is.
Here it is.
Big Daddy Geef.
Opportunity for us to see really big 2 fights in a row here from Mordecai if he could just keep his head on straight. He does have a really tough opponent here right off the bat.
And one thing to keep in mind is because Dictator Chicken used that level 3 and whiffed, Mordecai doesn't have his easy button.
Yeah.
Just a hard knockdown into a level 3 will just kills Akuma, just flat out. He has the health of like a paper cup. It's just not there. It's not real. So we'll see how Mordecai is able to handle this, but Herb and them are finished with button check. And once that button check is done, and then they'll get to it.
Well, this could be a big one for the bots. There's a lot of pressure on Mordecai here because you never want to start 2 down. It's okay to maybe lose that first one in a tight race like we saw with NHL, but you want to tie it up immediately, go 1-1, especially going into this need for speed, having an opportunity to field some of your better players in the game. So Mordecai, a lot of pressure right now coming out from him and also on his shoulders at the same time. Some very good defense coming out from him to start.
I like those. Oh, there we go. There's SPD. All right, Herb, guess for character. And he stops the drive rush early, and he's one backhand away from he's buffering inputs. So every time you see him crouching doing those motions. Oh!
Oh!
Herb with the level 3 critical art.
We'll see. Just
That's going to
how
hurt.
much. Oh, more than half of the health bar gone.
And then,
All right.
unfortunately, Herb realized the situation he was in, decided to burn that meteor, make things as easy for KIC coming in as possible. Zangief will probably be about just, 3/4. Unfortunately, if Herb was able to burn a little bit more time off the clock, that health would have been a lot less. But KIC's coming with no meteor, but a quarter of his health advantage. So we'll see what happens. I think KIC's playing Cammy right now. Is he playing Cammy? I cannot remember who KIC's main is in Street Fighter.
Yeah, it does look like a bit of a short name over there.
So is it? It's not Jamie. Aki?
Very possible.
Is he playing Aki? No, it's Luke.
Luke, okay.
And actually, I should have realized that. KIC is one of the people who last season gave me a lot of coaching on Luke. So Luke is a very versatile character. He's kind of similar to Ryu and Ken. He doesn't have that aerial Tatsumaku, the flying, spinning roundhouse kick. But he has a lot of good tools, and you saw with Dictator the depths of Luke can go. But KIC being a main Luke player, it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches the Zangief matchup because both of these are high-level players, so he's just getting in there.
Really aggressive
And then that
start.
perfect parry
Oh.
into the body slam. Let's see. Crouches just to see if Mordecai actually presses a button. You got to input these command grabs, so using Sandblast and neutral to force Mordecai to respect step-ins. But Mordecai does have a lot of armor options for his grabs, so let's see if he actually decides to utilize those. Sandblast is keeping him in check. Let's see, just a lot of footsies. He's trapped in the corner. That should be a command grab coming out of Mordecai. Up. Blocks.
Oh, right. It was a tough matchup, but KIC able to clutch it out, really earning that Tier 1 spot. If I'm coming out from the players, they know that was a good round.
And I just want to point out the fact if KIC hadn't have gone for that low, honestly, if Mordecai was feeling wild enough, he could have buffered level 3 on that landing, and the second Luke land, he would have got scooped by it because it's instantaneous. It's invincible, and he would have died.
Yeah, it was a pretty clutch moment there from KIC. That's why he is in the spot. He's in the Tier 1 for that team.
Give him an extra bag of Skittles, guys.
And he will be available for this next one as well. Only 6 players from each team going to be available. Actually, it looks like no, I was going to say it looks like we have our lineups. I believe it was supposed to be Bubbles that was.
And so with Bubbles and Cajun going in, as I said before, into the reset, we now have to see who the other 2 will be. We might be seeing Big Red and potentially La Bamba, but I would personally like to see him sitting out for a more important game coming on down the line.
Yeah, it looks like we've only got a minute left remaining till we head into this game. Already half an hour burned down after only 2 games. That's actually a pretty slow game.
It's very interesting because, like, we saw NHL go the distance and then Street Fighter go the distance as well, and that's what happens when you have 2 really balanced teams going against each other. Yeah, we can make the jokes about the bots in sports games and the Ravens shouldn't have won it sooner, but none of these teams are actively bad. These are updated rosters, but mostly returning people on both sides. Granted, the bots have a lot less of those faces this time around.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really strong matchup from both sides. I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth. There's potential for either of these teams to take some of those specialty games off of each other, honestly. I don't think there's a lot of exploitable weak points here on each team because I feel like even when you get in a situation where one of these teams is in a category that you don't think of them as specialists in, they're no slouches either.
Yeah, once again, all jokes aside about the NHL game ending 3-0, 4 points were scored. Or 2 points were scored by both teams off of money pucks, and then just the ice puck at the very end and not being able to get that third 3-point puck back in. So that could have gone into overtime very easily. So they will be battling back and forth.
Yeah, that's why I'm excited to see. All right, so it looks like we are going to be spectating Genghis here on PC1, pulling out the Lambo for this one. He is going to be the most wanted on the side of the racers.
And what the awesome thing is, too, is now it's the second day in a row we've seen Need for Speed be played, and we see people stepping out of the basic class. Another run on the Super Series, so we've seen the Lamborghini Gallardo. I would personally like to see somebody running the Diablo SV, but it might be in the higher class. That's one of the Need for Speed throwback cars, and one of the best cars in some of the early iterations of the game, or the series, I should say.
Yeah.
But I am looking forward to seeing how Genghis handles this, because there's no gun and no technical shooting for him, and no way for him to kind of like squeeze that angle out. So we'll see how he handles being on the roads in this deliciously beautiful eggshell white supercar.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to thread the needle, not with sniper shots here, but with getting through those police barricades, because he's going to have a lot of obstacles in his way. We see him picking up a lot of speed already hitting the 160-mile-per-hour mark. Making a very nice drift around this corner. He's got some really, really nice control here. He is made for a getaway. I mean, he's got plenty of teammates behind him here that can block for him. I'm wondering if this pick isn't to try to make a really quick distance in the early game.
And that was one of the things we talked about yesterday in Need for Speed with the Superclass. The race normally starts off at maybe 80 to 90 miles an hour, but now these races are starting at 160. And even though the police had the chance to catch up, easy there, Killer. You don't want to be dinking these walls this early. And it looks like the cops are already on the back of Kingus right now. And there's that first tap, and there's a civilian car. He narrowly avoids it. Let's see, what do we got coming up next? Is that Lumina Rush?
Yes, it will. It'll be Lumina Rush, so another little bit of a racer coming out.
All right. All right, Genghis. All right, so some double Lambo on Lambo action. So the Lambo three-way almost directs out Genghis, but he's able to stabilize. He's taking a shortcut here on the left. Let's see what happens as Genghis is kind of – both teams are really intermingled with each other right now. With if you look on the map, one racer almost completely out the race right now.
Yeah, that's really, really tricky for them. You need a lot of defense from your teammate racers if you're the most wanted. You can't be doing this all on your own, but – looks like right now the police just on the tail of Genghis as he tries to make his getaway, and he's going to just crash out. And then busted immediately after. It was just a quick win out of the bots. That came out of nowhere.
And that is one of the things we talked about yesterday. Once you start moving up in these car series, these car classes, your wrecks are way more detrimental. It's, oh, yeah, I crashed that going 90 in my Porsche. Oh, no. Buddy, that's the Lambo. I just had a really dark joke pop in my head. Rest in peace, Ryan Dunn. Let's just say Lamborghinis are not built for durability. So you catch one of those rocks, it's game over. And you just saw it happen. Crash and instantly captured because the levels of speed between both sides of the teams are just right there.
Yeah, it was a high-octane game for sure, but that's the trouble with going at that high of a speed. You lose a lot of that control, so you want to try to find as many straightaways as you possibly can. That was not a straightaway. That was a tunnel.
Well, technically, you're straight into a rock by the looks of it, so.
Yeah, straight and away is what we got there. But unfortunately for the Ravens, the bots are going to take that one. Fortunately for the bots, after going down in a second game, immediately bringing one back. It's a one-game match again.
And that's one of the things probably Bubbles and Cajun really wanted because, like I said, going back to Bubbles' performance last week at 4-5, getting this win right now after losing NHL game you're supposed to be dominant in, especially with your former teammate with you, getting that with your former teammate again, it puts you in a nice comfortable spot. It's like, hey, we're still down, but hey, I'm here. I'm trying to win. Let's go.
Yeah, right now we have our 3v3 matchup for Lumina Rush. The Tier 1 over here for the Ravens going to be available. Now, this is a new game to everybody, so I like seeing these newer games and seeing what the Tier 1s bring because sometimes these Tier 1 players, you wonder if they're dictated in their position, no pun intended, dictator chicken, dictated in their position by their performance in the games that everyone is already familiar with in the league. So when you bring in these new games like Lumina Rush, they have to stand up with the same amount of time and experience as everybody else to get in this game. This is one of those games that a Tier 7 could pick up and be like, I click with this better than any other game on that wheel, and could beat a Tier 1 who's practicing it casually in their free time.
And that perfect statement there, because it's like, yeah, I'm the Tier 1, and then like you said, let's say Vinix on the bots just gets in and just wipes the Ravens. You have to look at KSC. It's like, hey, brother, we know you know how to play the other games. What happened here? Like, everybody started at the same point. We need you to be better at this. So think I just regurgitated the same thing you said, which is a lot less words, but I'm just going to go ahead and hit it with a thumbs up.
Well, that works just as well, but it looks like right now there's only going to be one player available from each team that they really get to choose from. So if neither of these two players are their premier Lumina Rush players, there is an opportunity for the Bots and the Ravens to both pick their number one player on their team.
Well, since I was already on the business end of that gun last week, I think the Bots have a lot of good options. Dictator Chicken's insane at this game.
Yeah.
So you'll probably see Mordecai going, and Mordecai's no slouch either. So probably Mordecai, Vinix, well, because they have to go in, and Dictator Chicken as the third because he's just a very solid anchor in this game. And we do see KFC had to go in, Coz had to go in, and the third being Vape.
Very interesting. Vape going to be going in for the Ravens on Lumina Rush. That tells you something about him as a player for this team. It might be a bit of an unexpected option to people who know what he specializes in, what his game preferences are. But some of these newer games, it gives opportunity for UEL players that already have a standard expectation to slide into another category, pick up a brand new game that nobody's got a one-up in, and maybe pick it up, get a one-up themselves in a category they're not expected to be seen in.
And Vape is friends with POP, yeah, one of my former players, and both of them had the same habit as picking up some of these weird side games and just being really good at them. So
it looks oh, Dragon Ball Fighters is going to be our next game coming up on the wheel. So right back into a fighting game, if you couldn't tell by the name.
And by the way, on the left side, the Ravens, Vape already completed the track in 27 seconds time, and he plays in that weird full map view, which threw me off completely because I thought he was waiting to start.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's the concern and worry in your voice. That's interesting.
That's very interesting. Well, not quite as quick of a finish there for Venix, but a finish nonetheless. 41 seconds to the 27, so about a 14-second difference between them. So it'll be a 14-second advantage for the Ravens here off the bat.
All right, we'll see how they decide next. Because the way Lumina Rush works here in the league is a 3v3, 3 map choices. And then it goes, do you want to pick the opponent you send in? Or do you want to pick the map and let your opponent choose who they get to play? Yeah. So you'll see some people, no, we want our player, or we want to pick who you send in. And we learned this the hard way. You should probably get Dictator Chicken out the way as early as possible and just try and recoup your wins on the tail end of the game. But, all right, so we got 1-1 going. We got Mordecai sitting down the play, and it looks like the rookie, Kaza.
Yeah, that's going to be Kaza sitting down right now. So let's see what he's made of up here against Mordecai. Don't tell me this entire team plays this way. All right, we can see that Mordecai has taken off already. He's on his way.
Looks like Kaza was actually only using that view just to kind of get the map programmed in his head, and we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, you do have 30 seconds from the ending time of your opponent to finish the level without any penalty, and we see him moving in toward the end of the level now and not able to take the high road, also not able to get the jump off of that right wall. He is toward the end of the level. Got to take a restart, but that's risky considering how late he started after Mordecai.
Looks like Kaza might just be dealing with the jitters because it looks like he has some knowledge of the game and is comfortable with the degree. But, hey, man, all right, it's got to do this thing. You get in your own head, and it'll just severely cripple your performance.
Yeah, as soon as you lose momentum, it's a dangerous thing. He's going to get a bounce off this wall. Going to try to go from the high road from underneath. Not going to be successful. Does get a bounce off the wall and finishes at about, it looks like another 14 there for him, possibly. And I believe there's no penalty there on that 1-1. But with that being 1-1, you have to wonder how much practice he has in this game.
Like, you could tell that he had an idea with the game. You can tell he's played the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can definitely tell. But comfort, a lot of people might have gone for some of the higher end levels a little more complicated. And the problem is, if you learn to run before you walk, you get to these simpler stages where it's just timing and fundamentals. And then you have situations like that, especially being under stress.
Yeah, being so used to having that high jump option is sometimes a detriment, like you just mentioned a moment ago, and actually takes 7 seconds from Dictator Chicken taking the under route. We are not going to see the same quite yet from KIC. Okay, I see going to take another shot at a run here. Let's see if he picks up the speed, makes it over the first red. Going to get that double jump, makes it through the gap, gets another double jump and another, and he does make it through the underside, able to take the shortcut. Doesn't finish quite as quickly as Dictator Chicken, but a 10-second respectable time nonetheless on 1-8.
Yeah, only 3.53 seconds behind. But because of the time Bait put up in the first round and the time KSC put up in the second round, that middle round kind of being that tumultuous zone, KIC secures the win for the Ravens, making it 3-1 with DBZ coming up with KIC, Herb, and Stars available. So do you full send this, or do you play it safe?
Oh, man. I think with this being a 3v3 fighter, I think probably the optimal UEL strategy would be to send in 2 of those players and kind of keep a well-rounded, because there are still plenty of fighters still on the wheel. There are plenty of games within these players' wheelhouses. You don't want to dedicate quite everything into a game when you're up by 3-1 already. You have the advantage. You know that you have several players capable of taking a win in this game, maybe even taking a carry in this game. So, but against a team like the Bots, I don't know if you have that luxury. I don't know if you could feel safe going into a fighter.
Yep, and with the Bots having La Bamba and Mordecai available, their next best fighter for DBZ being Dictator Chicken, unfortunately, is out. I could definitely see where the debate is at least putting in 2.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, do you put in that 3rd and pray something rolls into your side of the wheelhouse on the Raven side in order to combat the Bats on the next roll? Or do you, like you said, play it safe, send in 2 and in the 3rd who's just a little bit less of a guarantee and more competent?
Yeah, we'll have to see what their strategy is going to be for this one. But so far, KIC making that record known. I mean, he's keeping a win rate so far. Played out really well. The only game that they have dropped, I don't believe he was fielded for that one. I think he was unavailable because he had played the previous match. So I think still,
yeah. So
KIC
far, still
holding up in that tier 1 position.
He still lost RPS though.
He did still lose RPS. Started the game with a loss, and that really got the fire lit under his butt.
They're going to take away my Skittles, man. I moved out here just for Skittles.
Yeah, he's got to earn them back now. They give him a different flavor for each win that he gets, so hopefully the tropical coming out next.
Skittle. One individual Skittle from the bag.
That would be torture. That's like waterboarding with Skittles. Just one at a time. Just give him a taste and then don't let him have anything else. Oh, that is torture. I hope that's not how they're keeping that fire lit, but so far really proving this entire team showing up big and proving why they should be hyped up. Yeah.
No, you don't get to taste the rainbow. Sample it.
And it does look like we have a timeout. Is that it looks like
a Bots timeout.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a setup timer in white.
That threw me off.
So right now it looks like we're getting our lineups in. It is going to be KIC, Genghis, and if I could read, I would be able to tell you what that one says.
I am Herb. He has gone from Pastor Herb to I am Herb, the PG-friendly, UEL-friendly we all know and love.
Of course, he is Herb. He's not wrong. He's actually not wrong about that. He is Herb.
He's
like
also a little
statue.
Bill occasionally.
I thought
on
you
the
were made out
weekends.
of wax for a second there. So still. I've got shaky hands. Nobody ever asked me to take a picture of them. I can't keep the camera still. But with Mordecai, La Bamba, this beautiful statue of third casting with me here today, and Big Red as well, coming all the way from Texas out of his soda jar to soda. What the hell's a soda jar? Soda bottle. Big Red soda from down in Texas.
I appreciate that reference, though.
Everything bigger down in Texas, including Big Red, going to show up big here. He may be a number 6 spot, but his team is relying on here, forfeiting the number 4 and 5 option and going all the way down to him. So maybe a secret fighter there in the back to support the rest of their fighters on their team.
I have no opinion of Big Red, and I don't mean that in a weird way. Like, he's been gone from the league, in and out since I believe season 5. This being the most he's been back and playing since I believe season 7. So until I see more gameplay from him, I'll be able to develop my opinion. But he was known for being a primary shooter. And let's see if he spent time picking up some of these other games as he watched the league progress from the background on the zone time.
Yeah, and we'll see what she's opting for here. I know because this game is based off of an anime in particular, a lot of people do like to find out what players lean toward what characters. There's a lot of...
We do judge people on who they make.
Yeah, there are
100%.
a lot of Brolys, a lot of Vegetas, a lot of Android 21s as well. Who honestly, I can tell that the creators of the game are biased toward Android 21 because she has some of the coolest animations for the simplest attacks. So just the simple spam combos have some of the coolest animations out of any character.
I mean, the character's perfect. All right, like fighting, like actual like in-game skills. We can debate that. Perfect character design.
Yeah, as not much of a Dragon Ball Z fan myself, I do sometimes see the Android 21 players. Not that I don't like it, that I haven't seen much of it. I like what I've seen. I like what I've seen. I haven't seen much of it. Unfortunately, I grew up with French cartoons and not. I watched Code Lyoko and not Dragon Ball.
Oh, no.
I don't know. I don't know what was wrong with
Code
me.
Lyoko,
I don't know what was
so
wrong with me.
bad.
They never made a fighter out of that.
And it looks like the bots did actually burn a
Yeah.
timeout, so we'll see that going.
Maybe a little bit of future sight coming out of me. Maybe we have to give me more credit than I deserve. Maybe I
Yeah.
kind of predicted that bot's timeout.
the future.
I could see the
Gohan's
future.
useless.
Whoa,
The
big
team
statement about Arceus coming out of the desk here.
Little Team 4-star reference for everybody. But while we're waiting for them to set up, let's revisit Code Lyoko. Did you actually enjoy that show? Like, this is not a dig at you, because I actually tried to watch
Listen.
it, and the concept behind it was really cool.
When did you try to watch it?
Back when I was in high school.
Okay,
Like
I watched it
2004,
in
2003.
Oh,
I'm old, buddy.
all right. Well,
Yeah. I watched when I was a kid. I was still technically a kid, too.
I was a toddler. I was born in the new millennium. You're still back in that old millennium, but I was about 4 or 5 years old when I started watching that show.
So
So
you were born in, what, 2002?
I was born in 2000. Yeah.
You're the same age as my little brother. I'm so old.
Yeah, so there we go. We just found out something new today. 2 minutes left on this setup timer. But yeah.
Chat, I'm going through it.
We have a real big age disparity here on the desk today. But I'll tell you what, the fact that I just learned that about you should tell something about how good you're looking at, what, 57?
I'm going to go cry.
Now, somebody did steal a point from the bots, but I assure you, the bots did win a game here today. So it is a 3-1 score line for everybody who's just joining us now. We are going into Dragon Ball Fighters, and what do you think about these lineups? Because we talked about who's going in, but I don't think we've talked about which way this one is predicted to lean.
I've played DBZ with KIC, and I've watched her play, and I've watched TK play with KIC. I watched Strix. I watched LA. My man's the problem.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I can't fault him for it. I cannot fault him, but if y'all lose your bits to the bots, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's a 99% favor for the Ravens
For the
gambling
Ravens. Okay.
on this DBZ game.
Wow. All right, well, that timeout is over. We do see the Android 21 along with a Gotenks and a Goku. And I believe this side. Is that
Ain't no way KIC is playing. Oh, no, KIC
it
is on
is.
the Android
It's
21.
KIC on Android 21.
I thought he was on the base.
Oh, and we do have F1 coming up next as well, so we're 1v1 games.
Blue combo. And if it ain't blue, it ain't true. We'll see this Gotenks get it in, see these top combos, and then you don't have Super Ghost Oki. Wake up. Blocks it, gets in the low, and it has one ghost left to try and extend. Misses the Galactic Donut. And then you see the Janemba assist come in, overhead, doesn't get the follow-up. Sparking from KIC to switch out the base Q, which is base Goku. Let's see if you got them buttons. Gets hit by the C assist from Brawley. All right. You see you got some Gotenks loops. You got some Gotenks loops. Up, drops the combo. Up. Janemba assists once again.
Yeah, making good use of these assists.
Misses the 2H, but gets the air-to-air. Vanishes. Smacks out the Gotenks. He gets the Janemba, and looks like that was the plan all along. Get in Mordecai's Janemba and get him out as soon as possible. Vanishes. Janemba jumps back. Full screen. We'll see the Broly C assist come in. The Gotenks beam. And then 21 and the swap back into Gotenks. So it looks like everybody's buying their time to get Gotenks back in. But we'll see how this black string goes. Into the command grab. Let's see if he got these loops. Oh, drops the combo. Neutral, key blast, misses the 2H. 2M misses, which is the low medium. Up, misses another throw. The overhead. Good string. 21 assist, misses the follow-up again. Smokes the Brawly assist coming off screen. And there goes the sparking from Brawly and gets swapped in to getting his teeth kicked in. But, hey, sometimes you got to do that. Genghis, you have one job. And he misses the Dragon Rush follow-up, but he's blocking the combos to see if Genghis can get something going for the team. Survives the sparking. Let's see, gets to top. And then gives that 21 into the Brawly. If it ain't blue, it ain't true. Let's see if KSE has a combo, and he drops it, gets the low, starts off another string. We can see another spin here. Oh, no, just straight into the level 1, I believe. That's the nerf. No, it's a level 3. No, it's a level 1. All right, there goes the damage reduction, and it catches him on Wake Up, and that should be a dead Z Broly. Keep it simple, keep him dead. Problem is Mordecai is coming in with 7 bars on this Gotenks. We might see just the raw level 3 if he's feeling it. All right, simple string, gets the low in, gets the follow-up, and this should just be a nice spin to the end. And there we go.
And that's big, being able to get Mordecai out of there as well. He had caused a lot of havoc for the team already. Now down to only Red, who has to back up his team. We talked about his position earlier on this team. He's got to really prove himself right now.
But that drops. I don't think that picks up. Yeah, it dropped, unfortunately. Took too long on that. When you see the character hit the ground in the dust set, that's usually when you want to use spookers like that, because the hard knockdown gives you opportunity. Looks like KSE is going to get caught, and then this should give him a level 1 to get the kill. Picked him up and just barely fell out. And KSE goes down, leaving Herb and Genghis.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the Ravens Tier 1 getting taken down by the bots Tier 6 there in that fight.
Ooh. Actually, is that no? It's Labamba on Janemba, so that makes more sense then.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like this is Herb on base Goku. Let's see if he's got these loops. If he gets one more bar, I think he can KO King combo and a Spirit Bomb, and it'll just kill off a Confirm. You hear the call out for the C assist from Herb, and good job calling it out and then dropping the combo, Herb. I'm proud of you. And then we'll see the Janemba combo come in. We should confirm in the level 3. Yep, right off of this. All right, so command grab, and he should die off of this.
All right, so we're going down to a 1v1 now.
All right, Genghis with a lot of health but a lot of inexperience. Dragon rushes in. Let's see if he's able to take this win off of Janemba, who piloted by Labamba. He doesn't have a lot of meters, so you might see a level 1. Nope, there's a level 2. All right, guess for character. You hear the call out from Cassie to chill with the super dashing. All he has to do is just not get, and he's dead.
Oh, Labamba makes contact, but he does have to get another touch to win this, and he does. So Labamba able to bring it back from down 2 players. Wow, very impressive. Bringing the bots back. Okay, there we go. I was wondering why the Ravens got a point for a second there. It will be the bots getting the point. So the bots will go back up to 2. There we go. Ravens and bots. It is 3-2. The bots just squeaking their way back in every single time. They want to stay in this one.
I don't know why Sparkin was burnt so early. At the end of the day, it did get them converting into 2 kills and keeping them healthy. But there was combos that were dropped that I have not seen KSE ever drop. And I don't know if it's a situation where he's getting used to playing here, or he's been practicing playing in rollback netcode instead of the delayed netcode. And that's one of the things that we harped on with the players on the Cobras. It's like, hey, we do enjoy playing this game when we're actually playing the game with each other, but we got to practice on delay, because we play on delay here in the party mode, which is the 3v3. Your inputs get dropped a lot in that, and if you don't know better.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happens. It's unfortunately, even a good player can end up missing a few times, and KIC will take what I think is his first loss here of the season. So we are going to take a look, though. We just talked about KIC and Labamba. We saw them in that matchup. We're going to take a look at their head-to-head and see how they're doing so far in this game. We see that KIC has taken his first loss, is now 2-1, which is a 66% win rate. I'm sure that's affecting his average.
I love these graphics. I'm sorry. This is great.
They do step out like at the same time as well. Oh, not anymore. But there's step back. So KIC, you can see walking off. But 1-1 in fighters for both of them right now. And then the difference maker being, it looks like Labamba actually does need to have another point put on his losses there on the side of the bots, because he has dropped the Racer as well. So losing out on Street Fighter but winning Dragon Ball, and then losing out on that Racer. But there is an opportunity here for this team to come back in Racers. We talked about when we were going into Street Fighter that Bubbles is one of those racers that the bots has. He will be going in for this 1v1 in F1. Labamba and KIC, it would be interesting to see the two of them going head-to-head in a 1v1 game, but we don't have as many of them this season as we have in the past. What do you think of our 2 tier 1s and their play so far in this game?
Pretty much like you said, being La Bamba missing a win. So with them being 2-1, seeing both of them doing their job in fighters and kind of like being like, all right, my team had a little bit of a disparity there, but then racers being the kind of defining point between the two.
Yeah.
This is kind of where you want your tier 1s to be in the middle of a game, battling back and forth. But AV, my eye in the sky, what you got for us, brother?
KIC is making excuses as to why he lost Dragon Ball Fighters. He said that there was a 15-frame delay. It was a 6. Coming from 300, it was a 6.
Okay.
Well, frame delay can be different on each different player's PCs, but at the end of the day, you should be practicing for that.
Yeah.
Talk to Jekyll, talk to Strix, talk to Lovejoy. Players who thrive. Strix doesn't like it, doesn't want to admit it, but sometimes playing on that frame delay and playing on those bad frames conditions you to what we like to say in the FGC, tournament combos.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, keep it easy, get your wins, get your damage, and let it go. So, KIC, frame or not, bro, you know better. You've been the Evo. You literally know better.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of contention between these 2 players here today, and the bots want to come back. We're going to need to see more of those big wins out of La Bamba. He is filling a space most of this season. He is a tier 2 player, but not today. He is a tier 1. He has been trusted with that position, and we can see why he's been with this team for so long, the franchise and some of the players as well. Him and Billy, a very tight duo that have worked together, obviously, for quite a while for good reason. And I'm impressed with what I've seen from him so far. I think he's got a little bit of room to grow into that tier 1 position. I think we see why Billy has the spot over him so far, but there's so much room to still go. That first matchup head-to-head that we've seen is not going to be the story for the entirety of the game. Correct.
At some point, somebody will get ahead, but there's always that off chance. We might see one of these games that just battles back and forth the entire time. And coming from experience against the bots, it's a little bit slow in the start of the game because we the Cyclones went back and forth with them. And once it gets in the later game, it feels like the bots come to life. That engine finally warms up, the oil circulating, the thoughts are moving, and that machine is well lubricated and moving smoothly. So it might just be one of those early game things where they just warm up and play better in the second half of the game, and the Ravens are getting a good start now.
Yeah, if they are a second-half team, they're not having the worst first half you could think of for a team like that. There are teams that have come back from way worse disparities, only down by 1 right now, and going into a racer where Bubbles is able to play. We talked about improving himself in Need for Speed, and it was a quick game, sure. He performed great, him and the entire team. This 1v1, eyes are all on him now. You can't avoid it anymore. This is the real prover.
Now, the question is one of the things I did for Bubbles a lot on my my players who played F1 is I actually played a driver for them. So when they would race, I would give them call-outs for the turns. And Bubbles, I don't think Bubbles really needed me, but it alleviated a lot of the mental stack for him because he just knew, hey, sharp left coming up. And he already knew, okay, I know that turn's coming. I know where to brake. I already know the map. Now I don't have to look at the map. I don't have to break eye contact. So if he has that support up there now, the Ravens are going to have a hard time, especially in sending in with Koza, who is a rookie, I believe. So this is a tall task to complete going against Bubbles, who is known as one of the better racers in the league. I say like top 15, top 10.
Yeah.
Some people will argue the point, but I'm going to give Bubbles his flowers from now. Don't prove me wrong, Bubbles.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This could be a really volatile game because you can lose this game in pretty messed up ways, honestly. So you can, your opponent can throw the game and end up winning. So it's a really tricky one to be running into. But we'll see how it goes here. Bubbles, hopefully enough experience in this category to know how to avoid something like that happening. Even if it's oncoming, know how to preserve himself to be able to take a win no matter what the situation is. But I think he's going to be focused on the driving itself. And the fact that out of the options there on the side of the Ravens, they decided to go with Koza. Maybe he's a racer as well. We'll have to see out of this rookie what he's got.
Koza might have been the best option available because I don't think I see Stars playing racing games, but when it comes to the more detailed and more intricate racing games, not really there yet. And the other guy's still a rookie as well. Don't know much about him.
Yeah.
But it looks like we have Koza on the top screen and Bubbles on the bottom.
All right, here we go. Very excited to see these two go head-to-head. 1v1s are always a thrill. So let's keep our eyes on the rookie here. On top, the next game we're going to have coming up, by the way, is going to be Die by the Blade, a very, very interesting game. A set of 1v1s, not quite a 1v1. Very tightly packed race so far, but Koza keeping steady, falling back a couple of positions, whereas a very early third place from Bubbles. And I feel like third place is exactly where we see in these 1v1s the top players start to settle into. They don't quite take the lead. They don't want to risk that battle for first place for anything to go wrong, but they do hold a third place position where typically they're leading a pack of 4 to 5 other racers.
And another thing to keep in mind is Bubbles' pole position started at first place, so he already had that positioning. But Bubbles racing a little more reckless than I'm used to seeing him doing, and he does know this map better than a lot of the people in the league. So maybe he's just, as he was getting into these lazy curves. But back in 14th place right now, onus is on Bubbles to lose. And if Koza just runs a simple race and Bubbles gets too aggressive and eats a wall, then it's just an easy point. So let's see how Bubbles maintains his pole position and how he handles this race. The pressure of being right there at the end of the end of the leader, the end of the lead pack.
Yeah, Bubbles can't worry too much about some of these positions being dropped. He did drop back to 4th, but he's not letting it get to him. He's playing the map and not the race, which is really nice to see because there's only one other racer that you have to worry about. And right now you're in a position where that player isn't a threat to you at the moment, although we do see Koza breaking his way into 13th place and then maybe trying to push for a 12th, but he doesn't quite get it. Going to stay in that 13th for now.
And one of the cool things about that maneuver Koza just did is because since he took the inside of that turn, he did not get penalized for that. And that's what really interesting about F1 racing. Where you enter the turn at delegates who gets the penalty if an incident happens. So whether he knows or he didn't know, good play on his part.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that he did. Oh, maybe not knowing the map.
He does not crash out completely.
Woo, taking that one nose first can sometimes be really great for you when you still have those wings on the front, but now back in 20th place, you have to wonder what Koza's plan is. He's going to have so much less control over his car with those wings gone now. It's going to be harder for him to play the map, and I'm wondering what the game plan is going to be from this point on.
And one of that situation that led to that happening is in F1 24 compared to 23, heavy braking causes your brakes to heat up, meaning the tension when they actually apply onto the rotors is a lot less. So that you can see he attempted to brake, he just came in too hot and braked too hard.
Yeah, very unfortunate situation for him. 20th place is not a great place to be in, but now he's got open course to race with to try to catch back up, so he has to get back into that later, further back line that's chasing the rest of the pack if he even wants to be in this one, because right now he's just not in a position to take it back. He has to race like crazy, and to Bubbles, falling back to 6th, not really trying to take position, taking some open turns, following the line, knows that 6th place is fine. Hell, he could fall back to 18th, that he'd still be good at this point. So just keeping himself consistent, doesn't want to take any crashes, doesn't want to take any bad turns and lose too many positions when he could just stay steady in the 6th.
And it's kind of weird. I think like you either want to be 3rd place or like 6th to 7th because you're just there's this perfect space around you as long as you're racing properly where you don't have a lot of contact. You can see the race lines that the computers are taking in front of you, and since they're ahead of you, everybody behind you, you're on the optimal line, so that spacing always kind of stays the same where you just sit in this.
And right on the nose is the way you always want to take those crashes, because in F1 video games, that one will just kind of, the nose just eats up every bumper for you. So taking it full speed right now is Koza, but it's not really working out for him because he doesn't seem to know every sharp turn on this particular map. This, I believe, is the turn where he had his fatal crash.
Bubbles.
Yeah, Bubbles in a little bit of a rough position, but he's going to need to have about 20 more of those if Koza wants to catch up with him.
Bubbles, chill out, man. You don't need to be doing all these risks. You don't need to be doing this. Your goal at this point is just to complete the race. Let them go through. You're almost drifting into the PC there and almost callousing himself to race, but calm down, buddy. Finish it. Secure the point for your team. The last thing you want to do is like, yeah, I'm going to win, and then do something risky and lose. Because Logan's watching, and the last thing you want to do is lose and be mad, and they get blown up on Wednesday night at 9.
Yeah, and Bubbles knows he has this one. You can see his character in-game is giving a little finger to the sky. He knows his position. He finished that race. And Bubbles, with the proving round, he does come back. He shows that he has a reason to be on a position on this team, to be a starter. He's got a place that he fulfills for this team that is maybe a specialty of his compared to everybody else.
And that's one thing I think the bots really are glad they got out of him, getting that sports and dedicated racer, because now Bubbles does play a lot of the other games on the wheel. He is a dependable shooter, but the rest of the bots are great shooters. So when these racing games come up, you can be like, cool, Bubbles, handle this. we can still keep our other primary shooters available. And if you come back around and you're available for a shooter, perfect. But if not, handle your racing games. It's one of those situations. It's one of those situations where if you get your team together in the right spot, you're good to go. But we got a little interview coming for you, and do you want to take this one, Speedy, or you want me to handle it?
Sure, I'll take it. Yeah,
All right,
you got the next one.
All right, we'll be right back with this interview.
This on the right side? That's so weird.
All right. Well, we are joined here by Bubbles now off of his win in F1. Bubbles, congratulations on that win.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What was your mindset in that one after you saw your opponent starting to drop back? We saw that you dropped some positions. Was that because you're trying to get yourself ahead or because you knew you could take it easy?
No, so starting off, I was trying to stay in the front of the pack so I can keep the lead, but then I saw him just messing up time and time and time again. I'm just like, what are you doing? I'm playing safe. I don't care about these AI. I'm just finishing my race because I know you can't.
Yeah, there's definitely such thing as playing the UEL and not really playing the game that you're in. You're just playing your matchup. So in a 1v1 there, very, very smart position. People have been talking about, we've even talked about it here on the desk. Last week there was a little bit of talk about your performance, about your gameplay, maybe a little bit of pressure that you put on yourself after that one. So how are you feeling coming into this one against a really, really tough team, having to prove yourself following that?
Yeah, well, I always say the score doesn't always tell the story. There's a lot that is going on behind the scenes with, like, for me in particular, I'm trying to do a lot more with the team, and I'm starting to get that work with the team now. I'm starting to get more elaborate in the game plans, and so I'm definitely seeing Boxer is going to start changing.
All right, well, we're really excited to watch that, and we really can't wait to see how you fit in, slot in with your team. You tied up this game here, so it's going to be a tense one. Congratulations on that win, and good luck for the rest of this game and the rest of the season.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, well, you know, some people live by the blade, and some people die by it. We're going to find out. We're going to find out who that's going to be on this side of Ravens and Bots in this next matchup. 5v5. Die by the blade. This is a very interesting new game that we have in our lineup. It's really fun to watch. Sometimes the rounds last a little longer than we're expecting them to, and it can get really tense.
Die by the Blades was a game that you could probably arguably put in the strategy category, just like Checkmate Showdown, because the movement. Because previously we had For Honor in the strategy category, which some people address with a little bit of contention. But with the way this game works, there's no special moves, there's no craziness. It's just playing neutral, which is that empty space. Good parry. CTR is our next game, but as you see, there's a lot of blocking, a lot of parrying, and then ran out of stamina and just get tapped.
All right, so it looks like if we have the sides correct here, it is going to be the Ravens that lost one. However, it looks like we're going into a second round.
The rules have been updated now. It is a straight 5v5, 2 lives each.
All right, well, we are at a 1-to-1 then, because both of these players have taken a life off of each other, so only one remaining now.
Herb, if you lose the Cajun, I'm a clown. You Cajun, if you win, I'm going to congratulate you. Ooh.
Ooh, all right, so that was Herb going down to Cajun.
Herb, you're washed. Cajun, great job, buddy. Proud of you. And then we have the rookie, who is that? So it's Kizmoys and then Koza.
I gotcha. Kizmoy's very interesting name for a rookie there.
All right, so we're getting the character change from Kizmoy, see what he likes to play, see what he likes to utilize, either weapon or player-wise. Cajun has 1 life left, so we'll see how he does to see if he's able to pack up this rookie and continue to push forward for his team, or will he fall short to the new guy?
Yeah, this is one of the ones I'm excited to see who comes out on top because it's very much unlike other fighting game styles. So I think that whoever comes out on top of this game in the early season is going to be able to run through a lot of opposition teams.
And it's weird because this game, since each weapon behaves in its own way, some people might just play one character the entire time against enemy teams, but they might switch weapons in certain matchups. And then Cajun just reacts perfectly as he steps in, and great performance so far. He's playing a very, very patient game. He's letting his opponent make the mistakes, and you can see he's forecasting that right side swing. But if his opponent steps in, he'll stop with a quick slash. Let's see, that's the slash he's dispatched Herb with. See Cajun's throwing some fishing out there. See if my opponent's going to step in and try and counter. And parries again, parries again.
Just swinging at the midsection. And eventually able to go low and take out the leg. So the in-your-face strategy ended up working there for him.
Cajun putting a masterclass in on Die by the Blade right now, and if he sweeps this, do we say Cajun's potentially the best Die by the Blade player in the league right now?
I don't know if anyone's quite made a huge name for themselves yet. We've seen some players take 2 or 3 on the other side, but if he's able to sweep through this team and just play as focused and concentrated as he's playing right now, there's a big chance that he could be the first name that we start to recognize as a threat in this game.
Guess we might have to change it to Die by the Cajun.
Die by the Rage.
All right, so we see just kind of playing the spacing once again.
Whew.
Parries. Oh, trading parries. Let's see who makes the mistake first and resets back to neutral spacing.
Yeah, both players wanting the reset after that. I think each of them just kind of spamming their single position because they did not want to take a loss, and that's unusual from what we've seen out of Raging Cajun so far. Ooh, and it looks like Kitten's going to be able to take the first kill on that one. So that would be the only life that Raging Cajun had remaining because of the life he lost in that first one. So Kitten's losing no lives, bring it down. Now there's just a 1-player advantage on the side of the bots.
And one thing I wanted to point out, that combo Cajun did isn't so much as a random thing he did, but it's one of the considered what they call the unblockables, and you either have to perfect parry it or you die.
Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of people use that as people start to step in and just get caught by that last hit because they're not able to parry because they're rolling.
Yeah.
So I see what he was going for. I would have preferred him to continue playing patient like he has been, but hey, he took out, what, 3 people?
He took out two so far. Yeah, he did take out 2.
2 people, 4 lives.
4 full lives, correct, yeah. Unable to take a life off of Kitten, so we'll see. This is a game that you can see actually Kitten's grabbing his heart right there. This one puts a lot of pressure on you, so I was actually really surprised with the way Raging Cajun stayed so calm. It was cool to see him play the game in not a tense, I'm going to die kind of way, but just swinging for the fences when the parries come out over and over, just being like, okay, cool, I'll drain your stamina because I know you're too afraid to swing at me right now.
And the funny thing is, I know Cajun very well. In the back of his head, he was definitely screaming. He had a plan the entire time, but definitely screaming.
That's the difference for sure. I think everybody has the nerves. I think no matter what level of professionalism you get to, nerves will always exist. It's about how you manage them. Sometimes you'll notice when you're in a competition that you're staying very calm and you feel really good about a game and you win and you stand up and every appendage on your body, all your fingers, all your toes, they're all a little shaky, a little cold. Sometimes you go, where are my fingers? And I think it happens in fighters more than any other game.
I play competitive Magic. You've commentated competitive Pokemon, so we have both seen people just like me. The cleanest gameplay is like, cool, counter that, I win the game. And it's like, oh man, that dude had the line all along, and he stands up and he's like,
yeah. When the handshake looks like this, you know that they were not feeling as great as they looked.
It's like, how did you do it? And you're just like, well, I made the plan. And it's like, you get the real honest guys like, bro, I guessed.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that I won. So we'll have to see. Maybe we'll get to talk to Raging Cajun a little bit later and find out how he was feeling, how much practice he's been putting in on this game in particular. Because although he took out 2 players for his own, his own 2 lives, taking out 4 of his own, that still might have been a disappointment for him. The way that he was playing, he seemed like he knew this game and he had a different game plan for everyone he went up against. So it's possible that even though he took out 2 players, he still might have expected more of it himself.
And the thing is, that might be more of a testament to the growth of Stars, a.k.a. Flying Kittens, the player.
Yes.
Because I'll be the first person to tell you, that man was annoying the past couple of seasons. And the way he played fighting games, really aggressive, really brainless. But this growth of Stars over this past season and a half has been immense. And the way he approaches fighting games now is a very more calm, collected, and calculated. And trading lines back and forth with the rookie. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe Cajun's put too much on himself, and that's why Flying Kittens, a.k.a. Stars, was able to get him.
Yeah, I think Stars here sticking to the same strategy a little too tight. He does change it up this time. They're going to play the middle ground, and he's able to get a kill, take out a second player for only 1 life. So now just about even. The Ravens down by 1 life, but both teams on their 3rd player.
And as you see, Stars kind of started to default in that old play style he has. And you see how he got the win, but then he had to collect himself by tapping himself on the head. Like, all right, hold on, I need to calm down. I need to be playing this with more calculation, with more deliberate action. So we'll see how Big Red approaches this.
Yeah, in the UEL, unfortunately, you cannot just run the same strategy at somebody and expect to win it again. They're going to adapt and learn very quickly. And right now, Big Red coming in. We've seen a lot of him already early on in this game. So let's see if he's got another game up his sleeve that he wants to show us his skills on.
And it looks like he's switching weapons. Is that the Wakasashis? You're going to the... Let's see. Oh, I think... Fun fact, I brought this up the first time it came up. That sword was actually used to cleave mounted cavalry. That large sword. What they would do is spin at the waist and either go for the horse's legs or bring it around towards the horse's head and the rider.
That last one sounds a little bit more impressive of a feat. But let's see if he can take out the legs here on his opponent. He is not able to.
And unfortunately, with this sword in particular, since it's so large and long, a lot of your speed comes from your waist attacks and your spins, just like how the sword was originally designed and used. So Big Red wants to make any plays. You want to use some of his quick counter spins in close range proximity after a parry.
A little bit too slow from Red on the approach. He did have an open opportunity, but he let Kitten get in too close, and now Kitten's taking out a 3rd player. He's still only on 1 life, but we have Bubbles sitting down, coming off of a F1 win. He's going to have 2 lives to try to take a win here. Let's see if this is a new game that he's put his foot forward in.
This game is weird enough for Bubbles to really like it and actually take the time in, because I'm telling you, the Cobras, for the former Cobras are, for the most part, a bunch of eclectic weirdos. So we'll play the stuff we need to play on the wheel, and there'll be like another game on the wheel where it's like, hey, this game's kind of dope. And it's like, bro, what? My favorite thing is listening to LA pick up a new game. Like, hey, yo, this is kind of lit. Like, LA, what is wrong with you? He's like, what? But we'll see if Bubbles got it with the Naginata here against Flying Kittens.
Yeah, going to be taking a lot of poke. This is what you would be considering range in this game. Now in close, but he's going to open up a little bit of distance to be able to get a kill from up above. So taking out Kittens. Back to even 3rd, or back to the 4th player on each team. Only 2 players remaining, 4 lives remaining for the teams, 2 on each player. Now there is going to be a little bit of change coming out, as we would expect.
Genghis sitting down and going with Tony, the ex-security officer that decided to turn into a hired killer for some reason.
As they often do. Just turn into a trained assassin.
I used to work security. Where's my assassin training package at?
Yeah, good cover.
All right, I need to figure that out.
Yeah, good cover.
That business is lucrative.
Sure. I'm sure you're not in it already. Yeah, real convincing 3rd. They're going to play the middle ground here for a moment.
Ooh,
even
Bubbles.
though it was a close fight that he took, that might have been a little unexpected from Genghis. You expect to see more poke from a distance to start out from that weapon.
And the cool and immediately takes the life back.
Don't worry. He's about to stand back up.
Tis but a scratch.
Yeah. Oh, and another quick combo. That weapon, although it has range, is slower. It can put out some really unexpected shots, but it doesn't move quite as quick. Genghis able to take 2 shots at Bubbles before he was able to even retaliate.
And the Naginata is a very interesting option because when you look at a lot of these Asian weapons or Japanese weapons, there's always a technique behind them. How the great long sword had to spin, you get it faster. The Naginata controlling space, and then as you notice, Bubbles is doing those quick overheads or those quick vertical slashes from the head were really quick, and that's how he was able to win. But when he got in that situation, he wasn't able to create the spacing gaps in order to use it properly, and that's where traditional katana takes advantage. There's quick movements in tight spaces, a lot of those head-level spins and flourishes while getting his kill Bubbles. So let's see how La Bamba approaches this with, once again, another Naginata.
And is it 1 or 2 lives that Genghis is going to have remaining here
Genghis
now?
has 1 left.
He does only have 1 life remaining, so definitely wants to play somewhat careful here. But actually coming out with a lot of aggression, and it pays off. Wow.
And unfortunately, it looks like La Bamba might have tried to do something in that gap of time and then put in a wrong attack, and that's why he wasn't already blocking. Because those attacks weren't coming in super fast like you would expect normally from a katana. Yeah.
It looks like the dodge was timed just to the right point where he could settle in as the end of that slash was coming through. So right now, we're going to see the bots. That may have been their last player that they just came out with. Was
Yeah.
Labamba? Labamba was their 5th player.
Yeah,
Yes,
Labamba was
because
the
we
anchor.
saw Bubbles as the 4th, so that was it. I thought they had another player in reserve.
I was too wrapped up in the actual gameplay because normally it's either a one-sided back and forth of just people just smashing buttons, but that felt like a really good understanding of the game from both teams, and just unfortunately, Genghis's aggression was what kind of pushed him through to the end because the katana's ability to flourish and spin and change the way the blade is utilized from either a traditional slash to a reverse slash got him there.
Yeah, very, very good showing from the Ravens. The bots also, honestly, there's some players on that team that are – I have a feeling we're going to see the bots win that game against several teams throughout the season. They have the skills to do it.
It's going to be interesting to see how much more the Naginata gets used and how deep people go in the tank on that because Bubbles was able to get wins those quick slashes, but we didn't see any of the clean, large sweeping motions, any of the pokes or jabs. So we're going to be seeing that tech grow more and more as the season progresses, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Naginata get solved and how it progresses forward.
Yeah, maybe a player to keep an eye on for more than just the things we talked about. You talked about this being a game that Bubbles would be interested in because of how odd it is. That might be another thing for us to keep an eye on for him. So it's always nice to see those players in not even the top 3 or 4, but down you go to 5, 6, 7, and there's so many players that still have so many notable qualities to them. You're like, it's very clear why this player isn't being replaced by anyone on the bench.
And that's one of the funny things, too, is because I will say when it comes to your tier 1, there is a lot of weight on that position, and not anybody can fill that role. But when you start getting in the 2s and down, it's just like, well, what's the difference between your tier 2 and your tier 5? What's the difference between if Bubbles continues to perform? Granted, like I said, last week off the win, he only went 4 and 5, but this week, and he continues to show this growth, he becomes more of a dependable player. There comes a moment where it's like Dictator might have to look back and be like, yeah, Bubbles should probably have the spot over me, or Cajun or somebody else on the team, and vice versa, even for the Ravens. Herb might have to be like, yeah, I'm not doing that good right now. Where does my ego stop, and where does the quality of the team begin?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, quality starts with quality control, and that starts with your equipment. So you guys are going to want to head over to SurfThing.com and grab yourself a SurfThing. We have 33 games here on the wheel, and we are running a majority of them on a SurfThing. You can run whatever you want on these things. Luckily, you won't be running 33 games at a time, but you know what? I have a feeling you could handle it. SurfThing is what you want if you want to be a pro gamer. You want to go pro like the UEL. You want to go over to SurfThing.com. Grab yourself a game that can handle 33 of the best across 5 different categories. Thank you, SurfThing, so much for sponsoring the UEL. The bots need one more. We are heading into CTR 2v2. It looks like we've got our lineups in. They're ready to go.
All right, so Dictator Chicken makes sense to me because he's been in the league forever. Cajun, I don't know if we ever got an opportunity to have – I don't think I ever put him in for CTR. I could be wrong. So this might be something in addition that he picked up going into the season with the bots, or maybe we just never had the opportunity and we saved him for more of those shooters like we did before. But we have KIC and Stars going in, Stars being a veteran in the league, and KIC being a cart weirdo because we all exist in the league. I say we because I am one of them. Certain cart games I do enjoy, and cart weirdos are funny people because – dog talk, trash any other game or any other.
Yeah.
But a cart game comes out, I was like, hey, man, this game's great. It's fun. I like this. And it's like, what's wrong with you?
Oh, man,
But-
well.
Oh, MK1 coming up next.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one. We are headed into Crash Team Racing. Now it looks like we are going to have, we will let you know when we've got our positions, but right now it is top left player out here in first place. We'll have to see if this is split between top and bottom or left and right. But right now, the first place player making their way over these gears, charging up a lot of drift at the moment, taking kind of clean down the middle. You can see that they have a lot of control over their cart, very familiar with the game. However, if we see on bottom left, not picking up a lot of that drift, this bottom left player is one of those players who's just kind of hanging in there.
And this might be the situation. I don't know who is who, but hitting a trap door in the middle of the track like that's kind of rough.
Mm-hmm.
And as you look at the middle of the screen for that easy lap tracker, 4th place is now almost a quarter of the track behind the whole entire rest of the pack.
Yeah, at this point, just barely making some room on that polar bear there. But, yeah, about a quarter behind, like you said. A very rough position to be in. But our third place player is kind of dropping speed as well, just picking up a little bit more drift than it seems like our fourth place player is right now. If this is left side split, oh, our first place player, it looks like just barely didn't make it, but going to stay in first place. if this is a left side split, you have to wonder if this is going to be an entire carry game where you're going to have first place and fourth place and just win by 1 point each time. So it looks like coming up on the end of this second lap already is our top left going to finish up this second lap. Yeah, final lap now coming in for that player.
And the interesting thing is, if the first and fourth player are on the same team, as long as that first place player continues to do that through the entire cup, they'll win no matter what. So
Yeah.
the question is, was the decision was like, hey man, just carry the race and I'll be there?
Yeah.
Or is it the situation where it's like,
All right, so it looks like we are on a left-right split, so that situation that you were just talking about is actually going to come to fruition. This top left player, being Dictator Chicken, is going to have to carry for Ragin on the bottom left. All right, so let's see if Dictator is up to the task. Right now, he's held first place this entire match. He does have the shield around him, so when this missile locks on, you can see just how long it's taking to get to him. He's going to finish the lap before it ever connects.
and that shield protected him anyway, so if there was any risk of him losing his position, that shield would have ate the shot and he would have gotten in for first. So this might just be a situation where Cajuns is like, all right, it is what it is. And if you guys look at the very top, we added a new little feature for us, and I'm glad we have it. Nice little points tracker now.
Oh, very nice.
So we actually get to see these points getting added in at the end of each race. So that's 9 points for Dictator. We're looking at potentially 1 for Cajun, and then was it 6 for KIC?
It should be I think a 6 and a 2. Is it 6 and 2 or
3.
6 and 3? Okay, so they're actually, so then that would leave it in tie position. Is it 10 points for Dictator or 9 points?
It's 9 points for Dictator.
9 points for Dictator.
1 to Cajun.
1 to Cajun, which is right, a total of tie. I forgot you get that point for coming in last.
Hey, buddy, you showed up. Here's your participation trophy.
Yeah. Hey, if anything, maybe Raging's the one carrying right now by bringing the extra point.
Yeah, man. Making it a clean 10 for the first track.
Making it a
Second
clean
track
10.
begins, and Dictator in third place right now. But as he continues to boost around this corner, just immediately takes the lead back.
Yeah,
And honestly, with Dictator being a former Reaper, I'm pretty sure Hollywood and Cat are watching this game with very, very high scrutiny on their former player and see how he does. But right now, he's doing a fantastic job. I think we saw this track yesterday. Ooh, catches a bad landing, and with that, KIC takes the lead. Now, can he maintain it?
Yeah, just a little too far to the right. It is coming down to just the little mistakes right now. Dictator Chicken is playing very, very well. Based on skills alone, definitely has made the most distance, had the most boost. But missing one of these boost platforms early on and then having that reset on the right side when he just barely didn't land on the map, it's put him in this position where now he just keeps just barely falling back, and now he's in third, a position he very much doesn't want to be in because, let's be honest, who even likes third? Now hitting another platform.
People,
boost platform. We love third. But third and fourth are just not simply a good combo. So Dictator Chicken trying to make his way back into first place. At least wants to push himself into the second to see if they can make something happen as a team. Interestingly enough, we actually see Ragin in second place right now because it is KIC that is in fourth. So Ragin might be the one really bringing the points for him this time. If we do have a first-fourth split on the side of the Ravens this time, we'll be at a tie going into our third map.
And the interesting thing is see, Dictator top left, bottom left. So, yeah, Cajun and Dictator both on the left, holding those middle pole positions, and then Dictator just taking first place back.
Yeah.
And Cajun right behind him in second. If this happens, the next race, KIC and Kitten, a.k.a. Stars, have to get first and second in order to have a chance to play that last race out.
Yeah, because there are 4 maps in each cup or each circuit, we often see teams, if they know they're in a position where they're just not going to win anymore, either mathematically or just because of the likelihood of it, they will sometimes forfeit the game in the middle. It's one of the more commonly seen, mid-game forfeits that we see out of any other game on the wheel. So we'll have to see if the Ravens want to kind of preserve themselves, let the bots tie them up to a forfeit, or if they want to hang on to it and just burn some time.
Honestly, I would hang on to it and burn some time because we're getting close to that halftime.
Oh, yeah.
And I would rather just play. Playing more games right now doesn't alleviate what's going on because you guys have been going back and forth the entire time. So squeezing more games in, not really worth it in my opinion. You want to keep the game count low, so every time you do win, it just takes more time off the clock and it puts more pressure on the other team to make more mistakes.
Yeah, right now, not a lot of mistakes coming out of the bots anymore, thank goodness, because after just barely scraping by with one extra point in the last one, they want to take a solid lead. They want to know that they're going to be in a good position to win this one, especially if the timer is just going to burn down and they can tie it up. So right now, a very solid pace coming out from our first and second. I believe the shockwave that just came out from KIC actually hit, I'm sorry, that was from Kittens, and I believe it only made contact with KIC.
It looks like that the stopwatch hit everybody, but I think it was just more detrimental to KIC. And just want to point out the fact that Cajun went from consistently being in last place the last race, I believe, to now being strong second place his entire race.
Yeah, I believe it was only during the first lap that he wasn't in second place, so he's been holding this position pretty well. You can see he's taking inside corners. He's not risking as much of the drift as he did on the last one, maybe noticing that he's not being caught up to, and not wanting to go for speed, but rather go for cleanliness of taking the map. We can see that as he gets these boosts, he does start to run into walls, so maybe not comfortable with the high octane and instead wants to take the cleaner route.
And hey, if you get the dub and you help the team, you get the dub and you help the team, because you don't want to take the risk and you realize, hey, I'm not built like that, so I'll just go ahead and keep it simple, boys. Y'all, I'm going to use these items. I'm just going to battle with you, and if I get in a good spot, I get in a good spot. But Cajun, immense improvement, almost, 6-tupling his point
Yes, yes. He indeed has gotten himself up to 7 points, which is going to be now a total of 25 for the side of the bots. So becoming a little bit difficult for the Ravens to come back in this one.
And now KIC and Kittens has to, it is imperative, and then they hit the first shortcut, and he hit that so smooth. And it jumps out the way of hitting the wall to hit the boost to continue going. Dictator's just dictating. Like,
oh, yeah. Yeah, they have to not only push Dictator Chicken back into a second-place position here, but a third-place position, and then keep Dictator back in that sorry, not Dictator. Keep Cajun back in that fourth-place position. So that's going to be really rough because not only do they have to worry about Dictator Chicken.
That's a rough walkout, sorry.
Yikes. Dictator Chicken has had a good showing so far, and you want to keep him from getting too far ahead here, but Ragin has shown that he's not only somebody you can place in fourth here in this matchup in particular, so we're going to have to see if they can manage both of these players and hold their position to the back.
This is going to be rough. If you look at the middle of the screen, you see that track tracking, and the Ravens forfeit.
All right, that'll be a forfeit for the Ravens, so not hanging on to that one. They know they've got 4 of them left. We've got about 30 minutes left till halftime, but we're going to have a tie game once again, Ravens and bots. This one is tight.
Oh, this is an unfortunate rotation situation because you had the 2 rookies available, but then you have Mordecai, who is a known fighter on the bots, and then their rookie Venix. And the problem is, like, yeah, there's at least 1 rookie on each side, but Mordecai's an experienced fighter, and Mortal Kombat is a game where you can gimmick a lot of players out, but if they know better, it's hard to do that. And then if they do know the game, you're not gimmicking anybody but yourself.
Yeah, Mordecai is one of those players that can honestly, in a 5-man fighter, we expect him to sometimes sweep a lot of the enemy teams. So being that this is only a 2v2 and he only has to sweep 2 players, that becomes a lot more tense for these 2 rookies. But that's what's so exciting about these rookies on the Ravens. You could see the top 5 there all grayed out right now. It's down to the 2 of them. They're the last hope for their team to keep a lead. This would be the first lead that the bots would be able to take, the first deficit that the Ravens would be at. But there are 2 rookies that might be able to stand in the way for that. What a moment this would be for them to show up for their first game in the UEL.
All right, this might be a good welcome to the UEL. This might be a bad welcome to the UEL. But it's a welcome to the UEL regardless. But full resets on both teams, though, coming out of Mortal Kombat on the tail end of this. So it's going to be interesting to see what the wheel gives us or takes away from us.
Yeah, they're going to have open opportunity to choose whoever they want after Mortal Kombat, so I'm sure everybody is excited to see what's coming up next on the wheel here. When you have open rosters like this, sometimes that next game, it's a real decision maker. This could be one of the last points where they have all of these opportunities available for them.
I think it would be hilarious if Checkmate Showdown rolls next.
And everyone,
you
reset. This all total reset again after this. Yeah, it's very possible to happen. Checkmate Showdown, a great team game for everybody to be able to take part in. It's a whole lot of fun to watch. It's going to mix that fighting prowess that we know a lot of these players have with some strategy prowess, which I think a lot of people would lean in favor of the bots, but I think the Ravens have a little bit of their own undercarded intelligence, some gaming knowledge that they don't always show and only whip it out when they need to.
I think the Ravens are just going to throw hands. I think it's going to be like, all right.
It's true.
It's going to be like,
Yep.
chess move 1. All right, I'm not playing chess anymore. Fight me.
Hey,
it works.
if your king is vulnerable but winning, you're winning.
It's like, yo, you're in check. Fight me.
Yeah, it's a situation of, hey, we destroyed your entire castle, but all our guys are dead. Oh, good. Now I own yours. Now I'm just going to move into your house, and my kingdom is going to keep thriving where yours used to. So we'll just have to see if it's brains or brawn that wins out in a game like that. I really do hope between these two teams that we do spin Checkmate Showdown. That would be a really fun one to see.
Yeah, I would like to see it because in the matchup against them, fortunately, Silver led the team to a victory with great gameplay from Bosi. So I know the bots are capable at the game. The question is are they able to deal with the Ravens who might potentially attack from both fronts like we did with the strategy and the fighting part of it as well? Or are the bots going to try and use the strategy to overcome some of the awkwardness of Checkmate Showdown?
Yeah, I think you can put yourself in a really good position to survive the end game if you use that strategy at the beginning. If you're a team of fighters that doesn't know chess as well as other teams, you put yourself in a position where you start to take even fights in the early game, but then as you get later on, the strategy starts to win out because you have less of the positioning pieces, less of the pawns in the way of the fights that you actually want to take, and you're giving the opportunity to the other team to choose which fights are going to take place.
But here we go. We have Vinix starting off against Kismois. So, see, Mordecai's going to anchor and probably coach his rookie through this and see how well he does. And then we got our next wheel spin. Checkmate? No.
Ooh, it's still going. All right. We're going to get a little bit of football.
With a full reset, so we're probably going to be seeing Bubbles going for this again to try and reclaim that glory and try and get that sports win he's been looking for. But we have Rain against Baraka. Kismois is on player 2 on Rain, and Vinix is player 1 on the Baraka.
Yeah, Rain is a character that we saw just at the end of the last season starting to come in, and now we are seeing it again here early on, and a lot of pressure right in your face already.
Billy has I'm going to say I hate Billy sometimes because
All right, big words.
this is Rain is a character Billy plays, and he has a very simple setup with Rain, and that's something we notice on the Cobras going forward. But Rain has a lot of really good options and a lot of really annoying options, and we've seen this Rain right now coming from Kismois. No, I got it backwards. All right, I just don't like Rain. Billy, you're innocent this time.
Yeah.
Let's see. The fatal blow goes through because he was pressing the button. So this game is not over just yet. It'll put him at about 45%, I believe. So let's see. Vinix has an opportunity to come back. Nope, I was wrong. Yeah, about 45%. Let's see if he gets in there. Fatal blow up on the side of the Ravens to see if he gets it off. Low health.
He doesn't even need it.
And it feels like Kismois has a little bit more of a comfort level with Mortal Kombat than Vinix does, which is completely understandable with the team he is on. But to see Vinix performing like this in MK1, where there's a lot of free options to play the game, hey, man, you might want to talk to your coaches and start to get some extra reps on this game because you have to be ready to support your team. And even if the 2v2 Mordecai could probably beat 2 rookies, you never want to be in a situation where your playoff or your winning and it's completely dependent on you and you're at this point.
Absolutely. It's a lot of pressure on those players higher up the tiers already. So you want to be able to support them when you can and prove that you deserve to be their support on the lower end of the tier list. But we're going to see some more damage coming out, not only from Rain himself, but from the supporters. And it seems like every time Vinix gets in a position to put the pressure on, he just doesn't know what to do. It's like he doesn't know what his options are. He only knows how to put some more damage forward.
And this is one of the things about people who aren't comfortable with fighting games. One of the most important things you can learn about playing a fighting game is knowing your turn. And we can break that down deeper into frame data, optimal buttons, and all that. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of knowing what your opponent's going to do. And if you see your opponent's pressing a lot of buttons, hold that block button a little bit more. Take your time. See if they stop for a second. You didn't see him doing a lot of crouching. You didn't see him using a lot of the maneuverability that the game inherently has. So next time, if you watch this back, Vinix, learn some fundamentals of fighting games, and it's going to help you in all fighting games. And then if you want to be a guy that you think can depend on in Mortal Kombat, take the time to really learn a character.
Absolutely. Kismois right now with a first win. So an opportunity here to maybe weaken Mordecai, or if he's really got it, if he really can play as frustrating as we just saw him play, perhaps Mordecai doesn't have an answer to it just yet. But you mentioned that Billy plays that character, kind of developed that strategy originally with Rain. So it's very possible that Mordecai knows exactly what he's walking into.
And yes, I agree with that completely. And Kismoy's reign, I wouldn't say is nowhere near Billy's because he's using a lot of moves that completely different than what Billy would do. But at the same time, if my boss has a habit or has a plan that I'm used to, and somebody else copies it to lesser success or to less skill, I should be in a better position.
Absolutely.
And Mordecai should be able to approach this and attack this very easily.
Yeah, it should honestly be an even simpler situation than what he's used to seeing. He's used to having to guard things and have his mind running a million miles an hour. So he might just be running circles around this strategy. He might know exactly where to look for his opening. And as you mentioned before, take his turn, because these fighting games really are like a dance between two players that are at odds against each other. You have to know when it's your time to run, and the other player just kind of sits still and lets you go ahead and put as much damage out as your string's going to let you get.
And we see him picking Smoke, and Smoke is a really good mix-up heavy character, has a lot of maneuverability, has a lot of options, has some moves that actually stealth him on screen, which makes it hard to guess which angle he's coming from. So Kismoy's being the rookie and probably newer to this game, does he have the experience and the knowledge to deal with the smoke and an ability to move around the screen or not?
Yeah, not only is he going up against Mordecai, but he's going up against Smoke. So it's a test of both his skill in the UEL and his skill in Mortal Kombat at the same time.
I don't envy his position at all.
No, not at all. But hey, the rookie's got to make a name for himself somehow. So let's see if he can put some more damage out. And he does start with the early damage. It's a little bit of poke. Is able to shove the grab there. He is still putting out damage. We see him playing a little bit more aggressively this time. Not as much of the spam.
And it's interesting because he's utilized his assist multiple times, but he's not choosing the assist that actually deals damage. He's doing the assist that actually takes away meter from you. If you look at the bottom next time that star comes out on the ground, you'll see that meter on the side of Smoke starting to decrease. So we'll see how Mordecai, and there we go, the full screen options, and then that meter going down for the star, misses the Cyrax helicopter, and gets hit on the jump. Mordecai, you're just gonna have to beat fear in him, because if he doesn't know better, there you go. Because when it comes to the newer fighting game players, one of the biggest issues being an experienced fighting game player is they don't know better. So they'll just push buttons. And it's like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. Then it's like, you can't tell me what I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like right now Mordecai has a read on all of Kismoy's grabs at the moment. None of them are landing. They all get shoved off.
They're
So
all fatal blow.
Not able to land that. So right now Kismoy's in a really, really tough position. Finally a good lead here out from Mordecai in the last couple of seconds, and he's looking to finish it, and here he goes. Finally does come in from the other side and get the finish. So it's going to be one life off of Kismoy, but there is another chance for him to see if he's learned anything, maybe developed another strategy to use.
And the problem is learning the smoke matchup in the middle of the smoke matchup is a bad place to be, because his ability to move around the screen and cause pressure like that, there are ways to block and dodge it, and there are tells for how he's going to teleport around the screen. But the problem is, just because you know what the answer is, you got to show your work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it seems like this time
There we go. First response to a teleport the entire first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was a nice sweep. We got to see if that'll stay consistent, because it's very possible that he just had a good timing there right in between the changing sides on the map. But a lot more damage coming out. This time Mordecai playing a lot more, I would say less respectful.
At the end of the day, he realized trying to play a straight-up game of Mortal Kombat against Kismoy was giving him more of a headache. So there's the round, and Kismoy goes down. Utilizing the smoke teleports to be like, hey, you don't know how to answer this, you don't know where to block, so I'm just going to punish you from full screen and then get a couple extra hits in and just continue to back up and continue doing that.
Yeah,
I say continue a lot just now.
Well, losing Mortal Kombat to Mordecai isn't necessarily something that's too bad to put on your record. It's not embarrassing by any means. He was able to take a life himself off of the bots, so you know, going even isn't always terrible. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take a life off of Mordecai, so now it's back to even, and it is going to be Koza going up against Mordecai. So let's see if Mordecai wants to kind of whip these rookies into shape and show them, you know, what the league is really about, the skill level that they need to start matching if they want to take these wins, or if the rookies have something under their sleeve already, kind of coming in saying, listen, I'm at a baseline higher than what you expected, and I'm only going to get better.
And it looks like we're going to be seeing a smoke mirror, so we don't know if this is a comfort pick or... Oh, no, so actually it's Raiden.
Raiden.
All right. Cutter's yelling at Herb saying, now you want to say something? So maybe potentially Cutter's calling out Herb not coaching the rookies through this all, and maybe Herb just going, hey, you got to collect your lumps. And that's one of the old sayings in the FGC. So, man, how do I get good at this game? Learn your character. Okay, and collect your lumps.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You got to get beat. You got to get these fights, and you got to get these reps, and you got to play the game to learn the game. It's not like a racing game where you pick the best car and just learn the track and you're done. Fighting games, like you said, is a dance. Are we doing the tango, the merengue, the salsa? What are we doing? How am I interacting? How's my opponent approaching me? Fighting games is the best genre of games because there's no simple solution to anything. And that's fact, not opinion.
I was literally just going to say some people do have terrible opinions, but that is okay. Fighting games for some people put holes in walls and cause you to have to go to Costco and buy yourself a new TV. So I don't know if that's a quality of the best on the market, but we will see. It looks like both players actually quite familiar with each other's play style. A lot of blocking coming out early. We'll have to see who gets to an earlier lead, though.
And then Koza, with some of these teleports, I'm thinking Koza might be the more experienced of the Mortal Kombat players of the two. He's using that jumping 2 kick that Smoke has, which does have a follow-up. So liking to see them actually maneuvering around the screen. But Mordecai's like, okay, cool. So you're definitely better than your teammates. So now I have to change my approach to this matchup.
And it seems like he already has. It seems like he's already gotten into a position where he wants to play around different sides of the map more. He's not going to take it so slow anymore like he did in that second round. He kind of has to go back to the way he was playing in the first round against Kizmois. Get back to that really quick play style, just throwing himself all over the map.
And it's interesting seeing two smoke players playing against each other, whether they're once they get past that beginner point, because both of them know their teleport exit points and a lot of the ways they're going. So if you notice, Koza has been moving very well around some of these teleports and getting a lot of work done. He ducks the ducks the throw. Let's see, teleports in, gets another 2 hits. There's a nice little assist grab. Resets in the full screen. Let's see, jumps, blocks the 2 kicks.
Both players showing a lot of respect,
Ooh,
but
good.
Koza able to get the one hit that gets him the win. It did. I really thought that was going to leave Mordecai on a 1-tap, but it did not.
I think that was the EX version, or I could be wrong on the damage. It looks like it hits 3 times because it hits from the air and then once on the ground, and then he had a stab and a twist. So I could be wrong on that. I'll check to make sure next time it hits. Good anti-air on the uppercut. Jumps in, goes
moving
low.
so quickly.
All right, reset the full screen. Mordecai, see what you got. The Cyrex helicopter gets interrupted, so now let's see how the pressure comes in now. Blocks the low, jabs him. Goes for the grab again. Get the guaranteed damage, put him back in the corner. The 2 kick, and then goes to the low again. Looks like Koza's going to that low kick
very often
on a lot of options. See if Mordecai has a read on it. Helicopter whiffs, but there goes the chakrams, and he steps in. It does not get the follow through, and this fatal blow might connect. And it does, because it hits in a weird, awkward position with the way it travels. So that's going to be a lot of damage coming down. Mordecai won't have his resource for next round, so he's banking on winning this round to push it to the last life. And then fatal blow available on Koza, and he wakes up with it. He has to block high. You have to block high. I was just talking about that hitbox, and Koza takes out Mordecai as Akira's Mortal Kombat for the Ravens, going up 5-4 with 16 minutes left in the half.
The rookies take it for the Ravens to put them up in the score. They defended the house.
I'm not going to say I'm going to definitely say I did not see that coming, but the way that round started shaping up between Koza and Mordecai, Koza showed that he was very familiar with it. And then as I said, hey, that's an awkward hitbox. He blocked low, and he got hit by. I was like, oh, wait, I remember this hits high.
Yeah.
So did Mordecai pay attention to what he just did to me? No? Cool. Die.
Yeah. So looks like taking advantage of his opponent's mistakes there. Now we are headed into some college football. Going to be very fun to see. I mean, I haven't seen a sports game get this hyped up in a long time. When they returned college football, people went crazy.
I don't play a lot of sports games, but when they announced college football coming back, I was legitimately happy for the football game players.
Yeah.
Because college football, you can argue about NFL and college football and like, oh, the purity of the sport and the students and athletes and all that. But at the end of the day, the following that game had was immensely large. And I'm glad the game is back on the market for them. And I'm glad it's on the wheel here because it's a nice break from Madden.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. We probably see Bubbles going for this, and then either Vinix or Big Red. And then we'll probably see Vape, and then either KIC or Genghis going for the Ravens, I believe.
Yeah, this being that this is college football here, this is probably going to bring us to the half with about 15 minutes remaining. It could be a toss-up, but it's probably going to bring us there, if not very close.
Most likely. We all see a timeout burned by the Ravens to make sure they had the extra time to get the setup. That timeout's going to be gone by the time NCAA is over. So I want him to burn it just to go and get the extra comfort to get everything set up properly.
Very good point. Yeah, use all the resources that you have. It gives them a little bit of a break as well. It doesn't even necessarily have to be like that. But now that we have our timeout, we do have an interview coming in. So we're going to bring in KIC, and Third is going to find out why he is so darn good at video games.
Or bad at them.
It's nice music we got here today, huh?
All right, so and I'm joined here with California's own refugee, New Virginia resident, the Skittle Fiend, properly known as KIC. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. It's happy to be here. You know, a couple of days ago I touched down, kind of got moved in, got my setup, and just started getting to work. And now we're here for our first game.
Yeah, speaking of getting to work, why are you dropping combos, dog?
Hey,
I gotta come at you.
Sometimes it happens. Hey, sometimes nerves hit. Sometimes, you know, your brain is malfunctioning from playing 33 different games and trying to be good at all 33 different games. Sometimes, you know, the wires cross, and you know, it's just something you just gotta get through sometimes.
But you're the tier 1 dog. You can't. Don't cross the streams, Ray. You gotta be that dude. You gotta be that guy.
Hey, we're all human, man.
No, but you're tier 1.
But I'm a human end gamer.
That I'll give you that. But right now, 5-4, there's been a lot of battling back and forth. And as you saw with the Cyclones against the bots last week, you saw that the first half was kind of very close for the bots, or for us and the bots, and then eventually they kind of took off towards the end, set up mistakes aside. Do you think you guys are going to be able to maintain this battle of back and forth? Because a game of attrition like this against the bots will wear on your mental.
Oh, yeah, of course. The thing is, I'm not really worried too much just because, you know, we are a team that scraps. And you know, I'm undefeated against the bots. You know, last 2 seasons ago, I played them in the playoffs, and we won. So I'm not too worried about them.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, KIC. We got Roller Champs coming up next. Go back your team up for NCAA, and thank you for your time, brother. As we see Ohio State Buckeyes versus the Alabama Crimson. Roll Tide! So we'll see who's doing what. We got the bots on Ohio State with the Bubbles and Vinix, and Vape and Genghis on Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, there is something that I've noticed about the difference between college football and the NFL is that it seems like the same 2 teams for the last, well, let's just say longer than I've been alive, have been the 2 best teams in college football throughout most of history. So the NFL switches around a lot. You see when we play those Madden games that the 2 primary teams that get used will be different. Not in college football.
And Alabama makes a decent run for about 9 yards. And what we see here is I lost my train of thought. Yeah. So I meant to say, let me learn you up something a little bit, young blood.
Yeah.
Back in the 2000s, in the late 90s, early 2000s, Nebraska was a powerhouse. Michigan, Notre Dame were still stronger teams. Alabama had a consistent pathing at the time, but that's when a lot of the college divisions were still like the Big Ten, the East, the SEC, and all of them were still kind of stacked. But over the years, as you brought up, it's kind of dwindled down. A lot of these college teams have left their divisions to go other places to play. So, yeah, you're seeing a lot more – or a lot less, if you will. Your Alabamas, your LSU, then Gators or Miami, depending on what time of the year it is.
Yeah.
And then a large break for a score. Oh! He's moving!
Oh, and a big hit off the sideline, but does not matter. What a clean hurdle.
This post rise, look at the replay. Look at the
Oh.
Yeah, time on the play
Yeah,
clock.
we'll be playing that one back. Don't worry
Somebody
about
in chat
that.
clip that. Send that to me, please.
That's already been clipped 7 times, I can tell you that much. Going to go down at the line of scrimmage right there, slow it down a little bit. But when you've made this much space already.
Off a run, no less, too. Nothing's been in the air yet. College player, it's hilarious if you look at Madden gameplay and you look at college ball gameplay. It's just like Yeah, the Madden players are very deliberate and powerful, and in college, it's like, bro, I'm about to hit you with a 3-2-40. He's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, there's another level of youth coming out of these college players.
They
They're
still
still
have
trying
their
to
souls.
prove themselves. They don't have those $1 million contracts yet, or at least you're not supposed to know about it.
NILs, baby.
Yeah. Here we go. Finally, the ball is
rolls
going to get
right,
in the air.
and he's
Actually,
just
I'm
gonna break out the
lying to
pocket.
you.
Almost
Happens again.
I think if he went with a spin there, he would have broke that and scored.
Yeah.
But hey, he's moving the sticks up, and I believe that's another first down. So, hey, take it. Yeah, 4 new chain opportunities at the goals for the goals. So let's go for it.
Yeah, there's only about 5 yards remaining here, so going to be a pretty easy close if they go with what they've been doing. Just need to run this ball these last 5 yards, and that's what they're going to do, and it's going to go right in on the
Yeah.
very first down. So that's a touchdown for Alabama, which will be our Ravens.
And that is the team led by Vape, with him being at QB, and Ging is backing him up on some of the wing routes and defending offensive line positions. So we'll see what Bubbles and Vinix have for us on the other side of the ball.
And that is
That was
certainly-
terrifying.
that
was- The Roll Tide's mascot's an elephant. I don't know how I feel about that.
Remember what I said about being glad that this game's back? I'd like to take that back. That was terrifying. All right, well, that one's just going to result in a touchback. We're going to see that one move to the 20-yard line.
I want somebody to pick the mascot team.
Oh,
I want to see someone get
goodness.
cooked by the mascot team so bad.
That may be the All-Star game or staff and pro. We'll see if maybe that's when we'll see some of that wacky stuff come out, I'm sure.
I hope we get a chance to do it. But all right, Bubbles and Vinix starting off their offensive strike with about a minute and some change left in the first, I believe. Let's see.
And this one played in
Oh, actually, I
quarters.
was wrong. 7
7
seconds left.
seconds left
so
in the
a
first quarter.
powerful first quarter from the Ravens, eating that entirety of that clock.
Yeah.
Run breaks. Come on, big fella. You can't be stopping some little dude like that. You got to keep him wheels turning. But that's the end of the first with a 5-yard gain on their first play. And let's see if the bots can answer with that level of clock dominance and get a score back.
Yeah, going to have to take up the rest of this half, but they want to have it in a position where they're not taking too much time because we know obviously they're going to switch at the half. So they want to run this clock down where the Ravens don't have an opportunity to score again before the end of the half, but they don't want to take up so much time that they're in a risky position when that clock's ticking down.
Exactly. You definitely want to score and get the ball back. It's one of the advantages of not getting the ball first, because if you're able to if your opponent does eat a lot of the clock and you're able to return that in kind and score, you have an opportunity going up a score going into the. Ooh, that was a risky. That was a good blitz, but Bubbles picks it up, gets rid of the ball, and the nice man open in the flat, and he gets the first down, crossing the 50-yard line.
Yeah, they're going to take it slow and steady, which is probably going to work out for them since they have the entire second quarter to work with. That only took them 10 seconds to make that first play there. So not very much time coming off the clock. At the 50-yard line, having almost 2 minutes should be enough time. They're going to continue to run it, not seeing as much consistent success as the Ravens did with that running game. They're moving a lot slower.
I think what it is just knowing that they want to eat the clock and they knowing that they want to play. So you run these run plays early, it forces them to go to the air, and then that's when you're able to pull your defense back. The problem is Ohio State and Alabama have really good scrambling quarterbacks and really good ways to keep the ball, keep the plays active. So we'll see what happens here. And then it hits the man on the run, and that's one of the things where it's kind of annoying if you're on the Ravens side of things, is like he keeps getting first downs. But if he's moving the ball via passing, he's not eating as much clock, because now the opportunity to score and time left over gives the chance for the ball to come back, for the ball to come back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. The clock ticking down is going to be a huge detriment here for the bots. They have to start going for these plays in the air, but it's got to become more predictable, unfortunately, as the clock ticks down, and the Ravens will be able to see that the bots have more space to make up. There's a more likelihood that their predictions of plays will be correct, and it looks like a decent defensive play here.
Looks like Bubbles decides to pulls the rug out from underneath them,
Not a
rolls
bad
out.
idea.
Everybody was covered, but the quarterback makes the play by extending his legs and pushing past the line of scrimmage for a first down.
Yeah, we're going to have only about 20 yards remaining on this drive, and I think with just about the perfect amount of time. So I think the time management here has been great. A lot of the times we see Billy wanting to go in for these football games because of his strategy background and being able to play more of the match.
45 minutes in Madden.
Yeah, right, and draw out a very long amount of time. in Madden. But without him here, it's good to see that his team can still keep up that game intelligence. And almost another first down, just a few yards short. Good distance gained with, a little under a minute left to go. Just under 40 seconds, I think, now. So coming up on the half-minute point. There's actually still more time to burn, truthfully. There's still time for the Ravens to make a play. So it's probably a preference to not go for the touchdown there if you want to keep yourself from going under.
Yeah, it's just going to be slow, smooth consistency that they're using to push down the field. Blitz comes in, incomplete pass. But he gets rid of the ball, so he doesn't lose the yardage. But now it's a 3rd and 4 situation. And now the question is, are they going to run or are they going to try and throw it and get somebody? But we've seen Bubbles doing really well, extending the play and rolling left and right. The question is, his last 2 attempts at it, they've been locked up in man coverage, and there's been an extra guy at the line. So we'll see how Vape pulls the defense and see if Bubbles can get in the bite. We see a bunch on the left here with 3 receivers. So we're looking at a pass, potentially roll out to the right with a halfback.
Yeah, there's also plenty of open space, but we don't see it utilized. What a catch on the right side of the end zone.
Puts the thread through. Pick a needle and thread analogy. Use it. Chat, use your imagination. But pass 2 defenders into a bucket.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect kick. Right up the middle. We have seen some of those go wide, unfortunately. It's a little bit embarrassing when you miss a kick after making such an impressive play, but 7-7, they did leave a little bit of time, I will say, for the Ravens here. They're going to send this one off pretty far down to the left side, but going to be short of the end zone. They're going to let it bounce through anyway. Luckily, they get that harsh bounce out past the end zone.
Yeah, the touchback rule has gotten really, really, really annoying with football in general, but at the end of the day, strategy is strategy, and do you really want to risk trying to field it and being pinned all the way back at your 10, or just take the free 20 to 25-yarder and go from there?
Yeah, when you have just a little bit of time left to try and make a play happen, I could see why you just want to be set at the 20-yard line and ready to go right up the middle. Looks like they're going to go for another QB rush, and for some reason, the defenders on the side of the bots taking their time, only giving 5 seconds. It looks like we got a pause here. This is not our halftime. This is a pause. So we will have to see what that's all about. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. But only 22 seconds remaining for the Ravens to get something done here. With only a 5-yard rush there at the beginning, they're going to have to go for something really big. I see them hovering the call timeout option. So let's see if that's going to cost them a timeout.
And just like that, the opportunity for the Ravens to play this game is gone. Vape accidentally pressed start in between plays.
Yeah, we'll let you know as soon as we find exactly what's happening, but it sounds like the Ravens may be having to give something up here.
All right,
it was okay.
All right, so it looks like he hit it as the half was beginning, or the play
I believe it was
ending?
between plays. So, yeah. He was,
okay, so he did what he was supposed to do, but it just caught everybody off guard at the where he pressed the button. So no penalty assessed on the Ravens, and they'll continue gameplay.
Man, when you're that quick that everybody thought you hit it during the play, but you actually just timed it perfectly. Speaking of perfect timing, found a really good opening. Luckily, a stop comes in from the defense that were further back on the field. And there we see the timeout.
I would like to see Vape stop hurtling and start using some of his spins, because there's a lot of opportunities where he could have gotten more yardage or potentially a touchdown if he just spun, because the defender was cooked.
Yeah.
But he hurdles and he's in the air, and that's it. I mean, it worked once, cool, but go for the ankles instead of trying to go for the air game.
Not every play is going to be a highlight play, and we're going to go for a middle-of-the-road pass here. Looks like it might have stayed in the hands there, but and we do have a timeout, so there's going to be another play.
Did he catch that?
It looked like a timeout with 0 seconds remaining somehow. Is there 1 second?
I think there's 1 second left on the clock.
Does it say 1? Okay, so he did catch it, was able to use that third timeout.
I don't know who that receiver was, but he needs to get drafted immediately, because his quarterback hung him out to dry, leaving him unprotected like that, and he still held onto the ball. Look at that.
Wow.
If injuries were on, Buddy was gone.
Oh, absolutely. We have 8 seconds remaining. We're fine. I thought that was a 0. I thought the 8 was a 0, and I thought he caught it with 0 seconds remaining somehow. But no, this we'll see. This is probably going to be our last play. It's going to be a QB rush. Doesn't look like he has any options. The defender will not catch it. The second won't, but there's a line of them coming at him, and he's going to go down at the 20-yard line. That is halftime. and we're actually reaching the halftime of our game, just as halftime gets reached in NCAA in college football as well. So this will be our last game definitively before the half, and we'll have to see if we go into the half with a draw or if we're going to go in with a Ravens lead.
I'm actually enjoying this game of college football because it's been great to see these two players battling back and forth. But now, let's see how the Bubbles starts this half off with him having the ball first. Really solid offense in the second quarter. I was able to eat a majority of that clock up. Granted, it didn't go the way he wanted it to go because the Ravens still had a chance at the ball again. But the way he was able to adjust to the pressure that Vape and Genghis were bringing shows that there's definitely a strong mastery on both sides of the ball in this game. And this is just good college football, honestly.
Yeah, not too many flashy plays coming out. We saw the hurdle from Vape over the top of one of those defenders. But other than that, it hasn't been an extremely flashy game. It's been really, really calculated all the way down to the timer for the most part. And been a good showing from both teams, just short of the first down, the yard line there. Oh my God!
It happens always, buddy.
What's the yellow line called in football? I've been playing too much Call of Duty. Apparently,
it's the first down marker.
The first down marker. Thank you. Oh my goodness! I can get line of scrimmage, but I don't know the first down.
The line of scrimmage will be the blue line.
Yeah, I know. And that one I knew, but I couldn't remember first down. Jeez.
But just a quick shout outs to AQ Shipley and his thought process on how the offensive line affects the game. This game has been a battle of the trenches, the offensive line and the defensive line going back and forth and protecting the runners. Ooh. I say that as a loss of 5 happens.
Why would you do that to them?
I didn't praise either team. I just said it's been a battle in the trenches. I didn't expect somebody to lose immediately as I bring it up.
Man, well, yeah, that is an unfortunate caster curse there.
You hate to see it, or you love to see it, depending on what side of the line you're sitting on.
Yeah, we're going to have to see where the bots come back from this as they try to approach a 3rd and 12 situation.
Bring 3 for the blitz.
Oh, a quick release right into the chest of a receiver who, for some reason, a defender who, no, I'm sorry, that was a receiver, just right in his chest and drops right off.
What happened to his hands?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Do get the punt, well-placed punt, actually.
All right.
Quite a bit of distance for the situation that they were in.
I wonder, does do the football games actually have roughing the receiver or attacking the receiver on fair catches? I know in the NFL that's a penalty with a huge tax attached to it.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens here with Vape getting the ball back on his own 40. Ooh. And looks like he got tackled the way Jordan Love did last night or the other night. And T's and P's to Jordan Love. Hope the ACL returns and recovers soon, buddy. Wish you the best of luck going forward, and good luck to Green Bay without their number 1 QB. But, all right, Vape, you are the number 1 QB here. What do you got? 2nd and 11. Another run play into the gap. That gap was wide open. A really good – the play selection and the way it's executed between Vape and Bubbles when it comes to the run game is a night and day difference. Bubbles is getting a lot of his ground yards from his quarterback breaking the pocket and rolling out, whereas Vape is just opening the middle of this field like every other run play he calls.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a difference in strategy here, but so far it's worked out for both of them. The only turnover so far going the way of the bots, having to punt the ball over, but maybe they can hold the defense here and prevent a scoring play and a nice sack.
Big defensive play that the bots needed to force the punt. 4th and 13, all the way back on their 27. So that's the end of the 3rd quarter, too. So that's not a good spot to be in.
This could, if they play as slow and methodical as they did last time, this could be a final game ender pretty much. Yeah, final possession.
Because if I was Bubbles, I would potentially drive down to about the 10 or so, hopefully eat up about a whole minute 30, take a couple penalties back to get about to the 30, kick a field goal at the very last second of the play clock, and then you leave the Vape with like maybe 5 to 10 seconds to make something happen.
Yeah, in this situation, it kind of is the bots' game to lose at this point. They have so many options open to them for ways to win this game.
Oh, he's going for it.
Never mind. The Ravens going for it. Let's see if this is going to pay off for them. They're going to go – well, they are not going to go long. This is going to be a QB rush, and he's going to get the first down.
Oh, my God.
At the 45-yard line.
That is a tough pill to swallow.
Oh. After such a great defensive play, too, from the bots. They had it before. They just let loose. They probably were expecting a punt. They were getting ready for their offense. And then as the Ravens decided to go for it, they weren't sure what they wanted to do with their defense. Expected that to go long, I'm sure.
And I do believe that was a QB sneak or a QB run for roughly 26 yards, not 28.
Wow.
So that's a plus 15 on top. Plus 18 because it was from behind scrimmage. So, that. See if Bubbles recovers and see if he's able to get a read on Vape, because Vape has been doing a really good job disguising his run options, and when he should be going for a pass, he still says, "No, I'm sticking to the ground." And that versatility, if you notice, if you look back, Vape has been bringing up that safety, that free safety up the middle for pressure, whereas Bubbles has been leaving that safety in the middle of the field, and it hasn't been to his benefit yet. So maybe bringing that extra guy in. Good. I think he swam on the offensive, was it the tackle on the edge on there to beat in and get him to make a play on that?
Yeah.
But once again, that clock is ticking down, and now you're in a huge disadvantage because you weren't able to get that stop on 4th down.
They are in field goal range, though, right now. So the Ravens are now in the situation that we were talking about with the bots earlier. They have about a minute left in this game. They continue to run down the clock. And even if they aren't able to approach enough to make a touchdown, which it looks like is not going to be the case, as the breakaway on the right side, they're going to stop the clock. And actually, they want to run down the clock, but I believe he just dove out of bounds, which is going to stop the clock.
Correct, because he was not pushed by a defender,
Yeah.
so that clock still keeps going.
Okay, so
he dove out of bounds.
Dove out of
It's
bounds.
when you
I
push
believe
out of
the
bounds
clock
is when the
will
clock keeps
stop.
going.
Yeah, the clock will stop now. So not, I think, exactly what they were going for, but they're going to be able to burn a little bit of time with this play now. You probably do want to go for the scoring
Honestly, if
possession
I was
here.
Bubbles here, I would actually let them score, because that gives
Yeah.
you a chance to actually fight back, because now you have to burn timeouts that you could be using aggressively trying to progress your field position.
Yeah, it probably is your only win condition, but you can't really stop 9 other AI that your teammates aren't controlling from going for the tackle. So unfortunately, the defense is just going to be the defense, and they're going to go for it. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for the Ravens to run into them. Another opportunity for a scoring drive here. They're going to not go for the end zone, but they do fall into it. So I don't know if that's what they were going for, but they're going to go up in this game by 1 touchdown.
Yeah, Vate was clearly trying to manage the run and try and just sneak as close to that 1 yard or half-yard line as close as possible. But he falls forward. Flag on the play. Roughing the kicker. I think that will be assessed at the end of the kickoff, too. So that's not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, no, that's not great.
35 seconds left. I believe
denied,
2 timeouts left. I was about to say, yeah, I would 100% pooch this kick if forced him to field it. And because since it's not a traditional returner in position to receive that, clearly you saw Buddy start running, and speed is not his thing.
No, absolutely not. Not the player you wanted running that one. But a little bit better of a start than they would have had if that one would have gone all the way into their end zone. Just a couple of extra yards forward. They're going to have to go for really long plays here with 33 seconds remaining, although we've seen some of these run plays turn into several dozen-yard plays. So first we're going to get this long pass. He's going to be down the field, and it was almost intercepted.
Tipped by 5 different players.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for the defense there that they couldn't seal that one out. But there is a difficult situation still for the bots. The Ravens, honestly, with that, all those hands in the way, making that an incomplete pass. 26 seconds remain.
Let's see. Bubbles drops back, rolls left, pushes up the field, stops and throws.
Oh,
and
that's the one they were looking for.
And that's it.
Yeah, that'll
Put a
seal
fork
the
in her.
deal.
She's done. And I actually would prefer to see Vate probably stay on the field and get tackled and probably stay in bounds just to go ahead and burn more of that clock. But, hey, winners get to choose what they want to do.
Yeah, that's true. And now Ravens going to be up 6-4 in this one unless a miracle play comes out here from the bots. They're going to have to force a fumble, get a scoop, and
I think
make
there's
this
enough.
one look
No,
nice.
they can kneel it out. They got 4 downs. They
Oh.
can just kneel it out.
Oh, absolutely, they can.
Or he's going to play.
He's going to
Risky.
play it.
Oh, no.
He's going to put this one to the 10-yard line. Well, that's all you need.
Yep, and that's
with, I mean, how many timeouts remaining from the side of the bots. It was such a close game to start, but the Ravens were able to pick up more momentum and just run their drives a lot more efficiently. Had better defensive plays in the end. We did see the bots put on a better defense toward the end, but just not nearly as strong as the Ravens.
I think it comes down to the offensive differences. I think Vape's approach with the playbook and how he used the run and how he's able to consistently win. Honestly, Vape just played better on both sides of the ball. Bubbles had some great defensive moments and great offensive moments, but Vape was able to bring that third pass rusher in, move that around, and on offense consistently make the middle of the field his own walking lane. And Vape just seems to have a better mastery of NCAA right now.
Yeah, 17-7 is how we're going to wrap that one up. It's going to put the Ravens up. We are now 6-4. It looks like a setup timer is starting. No, I believe we will be going into the half. Yeah, we're going into the half. That one pushed away into the half. We're going to have roller champions coming up after the half. That is exciting.
And no bubbles available. This is one of his favorite games. And he's one of the leaders on the Cobras, our inaugural season in roller champs with him, LA, and actually Cajun too. So no bubbles available. Let's see how the rest of the bots work together in this. But 6-4, Ravens up. 15-minute break. We'll see you after that.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the halftime show. It's your boy AV, and I am here with Cutters.
Yo!
Cutters, you are on the floor at all times for this game. Give me a recap of what's been going on, bro.
Man, the thing I'm baffled at right now is this game being so close.
That's true. Yep.
I feel like the Ravens should be blowing them out. Billy's not in the lineup. You're losing fires. And you have a tier 1 in KIC. You got past the Herbs, and you're losing DBZ. That can't happen. That can't happen, bro.
I mean, honestly, one of the biggest things that I see from this is you say that this would be a blowout, but then we got to remember that the receiving end on my side, right? Like I'm seeing that the Ravens still have 2 rookies. They have 1, 2, 3 sophomores. Right? And then with the bots, these are all players who have been here before, with the exception of Venix. Right? Now,
you know what's funny about Venix?
What's that?
I guess it's not funny. We actually drafted him. And we traded him to the bots. So He's actually good friends with Big Red.
Oh, okay. And speaking of Big Red, I heard her going off on the floor
Herbert
about.
Herbert
He a
talking
little
his talk to
salty.
Big Red. Big Red used to be on the Ravens.
Yep.
They traded for him from the bots, and then Big Red basically never showed up when he was on the Ravens or whatever. And then now, you know how the UEL is like, we getting paid now.
Yeah, like everybody's
now he
showing
comes
up.
back, and he's back on the bots. It didn't help the Ravens do anything.
Well, I mean, a major thing for me again is, you know, with Bubbles, Raging Cajun, you know, being two people who have played on the Cobras together. I felt like for me, I feel like the bot should be in a better place. Just because they have people who have been here before.
Nah, I feel you, but on the reason why I think the Ravens should be up, you basically got the same exact team as last season. You should have all of that chemistry, except for you have these two rookies. Shout out Koza and Kismois. Koza ended up beating Mordecai in Mortal Kombat.
Oh, yeah, he sure
so
did.
I was like, hey, sneaky good. It was a smoke mirror matchup, and he showed out. So shout out Koza.
Honestly, I didn't even think Mordecai was going to get hit by that fatal blow, bro.
Hey, I don't know why you pressed, bro.
Why are you pressing?
Yeah, you had plenty of time.
And
yeah.
you know, a lot of really good plays coming from the Ravens, especially in NCAA. You know, and that's kind of the expectation from Vate,
Yes,
right?
it is.
And you know, with him trying to call that timeout.
Yeah.
And when I heard 300 say, "Yo, put down a controller,"
yeah, it was 300 let him rock because the play was dead. Like, it didn't mess up anything. No time was lost or anything. It was already halftime, like going into halftime as well.
Yeah.
But I think he was just trying to hurry up and call a timeout. I don't know if he accidentally hit the start button, but it didn't affect any gameplay, so the game master let him rock.
Now, what games are you looking forward to seeing the rest, like today?
I'm ready to say a lot of these games that I wanted to see already happened. I want to see Siege. I think Siege would be a good game between these two teams. I know La Bamba and Mordecai is nice. When we were on the Ravens, we actually I remember playing them in the playoffs, and they were nice at that. And what else? Forza. I actually want to see Forza. But I want Bubbles in. I want to see if he can if he's been teaching the bots how to play that, because I know Bubbles is nasty at that game.
Yeah, he's a really good racer, as we saw in F1.
Yeah.
And that's something I should highlight. Like, Bubbles was killing it, bro.
No, but Bubbles is.
And
I think he's in the top for most improved.
Oh, okay,
in my
gotcha.
eyes.
Yeah, and then I mean, Koza, speeding down on F1 and just not being able to slow down, bro.
Yeah,
It's just,
and I think they set the game up wrong too. That was the Ravens setup, and he was trying to just DNF, and he couldn't DNF. So I think they set the game. That man ran into the wall like at least 100 miles an hour, and
Jeez.
didn't DNF.
Oh no, thank you.
Yeah,
Man, it's been a really exciting game, honestly. Like you said, you were expecting it to be a little bit. You expecting the Ravens to be able to fly off a little bit more.
I think once those shooters start rolling out, I feel like the Ravens are going to be nice at shooters with KIC and Herb. I mean, of course, KIC can basically play anything, but I'm ready. I want to see Val. That's the game I really want to see with them.
Well, I really want to see more from KIC. Like, I want to see more from a lot of the tier ones.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to actually see more from the tier ones. I don't know if we have the tier one stats, but if we could pull that up, just so we can see just a general idea of where everybody is at, or where the tier ones are at. There we go.
2-1, 2-2, not bad.
Yeah. So no, they're not doing awful. They're doing really good. La Bamba over here putting up the 3-man go dummy, and of course KIC need to beat on his chest. Gotta let him know. But we want to see them more in these categories. I'm really looking forward to seeing what these guys can do and how well they're going to do. Do you foresee any other setup mess ups or forfeits?
Forfeits? No. I mean, I feel like the bots are going to still challenge them in every fighter. You got Mordecai, you got Dictator Chicken, Raging Cajun. They're not going to back down from even fighters.
Right.
Just because Billy's not here, that doesn't mean anything.
No.
I think StarCraft is going to be played.
Oh, yeah.
Since
100%.
Billy's not here, they're going to try to test the waters. So I feel like, oh my gosh, man, what a game that we have.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
man.
I mean, the last time that Billy wasn't in for a game, I believe it was against the Cobras and the
lost.
Bots lost, right?
Yep.
So, like, this is going to be a true testament to be like, how much has the team grown without Billy?
Right.
And that's what I want to see tonight.
Yes. So hey, you got LeBron Bad Tier 1. Let's go.
Let's go.
Show him why you got there. Why you right there when Billy's not here.
Exactly. So that's going to be it from us, guys. We're going to go ahead and get out of here so we can enjoy the rest of this half. We will be back in a couple of more minutes. I am your boy, AV. I'm here with the third anarchist. It's been a while since we commentated together.
Very long time. Snap, you can't get rid of me just yet. But no, great game so far. And honestly, the opposite of what happened last week with the Cyclones, where it was a lot of back and forth, and then the bots started to pull away. This time it's the Ravens starting to do so, and then we're starting the half off with roller champs.
Oh, yeah. Roller Champs is actually going to be a really good game. 3v3. Who do you believe is going to be the person that's going to go in for this game? Or people, players, and gamers.
So Cajun's going in for sure because of his experience with the Cobras and being partner for Bubbles. I probably see Dictator going in and probably either in them Big Red, and then they're anchoring, Mordecai and La Bamba.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think we're going to see Stars.
Yeah, 100% we're seeing Stars.
Yeah, 100%. This screams ADHD superpowers. KIC, Stars, and probably Koza, because I'm not going to say I doubted him, because at the end of the day, a rookie's still a rookie, and like you have high hopes for him. Mm-hmm. But his performance in Mortal Kombat really, really shined well. In a few of the other games, he was kind of off. So I would probably say KIC, Koza, and Flying Kittens. So he actually went through with that change. It just clicked in my head.
Yep. It's hard to make the change because we've known them as Stars for so long.
I think this is one of the changes that I'm totally okay with, because I think him making a change is him leaving behind a lot of the childish, impulsive things that he did that made him be a little bit of a dislike person in the league. Because I could definitely tell right now the Stars that's here today would bully the Stars that was here 2 seasons ago.
Ah, I like that.
So good on Flying Kittens growing and continue to grow as an end gamer, as a person. But speaking of growing, Ravens are up too. What do you think is going to happen as this game continues?
Like I was telling, like we were talking about during the halftime show, I do believe that it may be the bots may end up start pulling away. One thing that I've seen a lot of the Ravens is they are not a second half team. They start the first half off really strong, and then that mental fatigue that we always talk about starts to happen right there in the second half. Right, the bots more along the lines are, they're a really like mellow team. They kind of just stay in the game and they kind of keep it like that. The Ravens are high energy, high emotion, but that also means that that drains a lot of your energy in the beginning. So what my expectation to see, or what I'm expected to see, is that I feel like the bots may end up start pulling off here. Unless the Ravens have grown, and you already talked about that with Flying Kittens.
Yes, and that was one of the things I brought up with KIC earlier when I interviewed him for a little bit. It was just like, what happens when you get in one of these games where it's a back and forth? Back and forth games are fun as the viewers and commentators and everybody who's not playing.
Yeah.
But when you get in these games, man, it starts to wear on you, because it's like, how many games have we played? 18. Bruh. How many games have we played? 25. Bro, and the worst part is as the more games you play, and that variance between you and your opponent, that score doesn't get big enough, that's when the real energy really starts to drop. So, KIC said they're just going to soldier through it, and they're going to lead the charge. So we'll see what happens.
All right, we are in it. Looks like we are looking at Dictator Chicken, and we got our wheel spin in. We will get that second camera up for you guys in just a little bit. All right, and we've got Apex as the next game, another high-energy game.
And not to mention, KIC is available for this, and this is one of the games he touts as one of his better shooters. So this is going to be, once again, another opportunity for the Tier 1 to show why he's Tier 1, and hopefully that he didn't waste his money coming out here from California. But no, KIC's the homeboy, and he knows I'm going to ridicule him harder than most people, so hopefully he performs and continues to do well. But that's for a little bit later. Here we got Roller Campeones.
Yeah.
That is French for champion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So it looks like we're peeling off here. Dictator Chicken is already getting ahead. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ball is going to come out.
From the back right side where everybody is at, I think. Nope, this is from the front.
All right. Dictator Chicken was already there, ready to go.
Dictator goes into the air.
Nobody's gotten that ball yet, which is strange. All right.
It's the ball was in one of those weird positions where it rolled up while everybody went up, so everybody came down and didn't want to be the first one to grab it because they went smoked. Dictator with a good tackle. Ravens recover the ball. They're blue and their colors is purple, so like I'm just having a disconnect right now. So
Yeah,
I
it's okay.
apologize.
Yeah. All right. And got possession of that ball.
Dictator with the easy steal.
Still not able to do anything here. That's right. He has to make that lap, right? Because if he doesn't make that lap,
The
then
goal doesn't open up.
The goal does not open up. And all right, gets it passed right over to him.
And makes a great pass to him traveling backwards down, so he's able to build momentum when he catches the ball and moves forward.
All right. And that's literally what this game is all about. Using that teamwork to get that momentum. The score is up, and we get ourselves a goal.
Dictator
from
Chicken
Dictator
making
Chicken.
it look easy and proving why he is the superior chicken.
That's crazy. I was not expecting you to say that. But
Nah, Chicken Tech knows why he's no longer the superior chicken. We had this conversation during chat yesterday, or the day
jeez.
before. He has bad video game takes, so he got demoted.
And on to the next round, right?
Dictator is flying
Yo,
across
bro.
the map. Did you notice how quickly he was able to traverse that side of the map before anybody else could really try and get their feet set?
Yes. Yes, and it looks like he's going to go ahead for that ball, trying to get it back, and he's there, bro. Like, he stays on top of that ball, and he makes sure that nobody else has the opportunity to get there.
And he
passes
passes
it over.
forward to a self-pass to see if he can beat everybody around the corner.
There's no way.
Okay, so
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, if Dictator actually hit both of those people with the Tatsu and got the ball back, I'd be like, yo, forfeit. Forfeit Ravens, we're done here.
All right.
But the thing is, though, the Dictator Chicken Show is a good show to watch, but wow, he actually dodges the Tatsu again. Dictator's doing a great job, but the problem is the Ravens are playing strong as a team. Oh. And down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
You can hear Herb in the background saying that you are better, trying his best to rally his troops so that they can at least get a point. They still have a little over, they've got over 3 minutes left, so. All right, the goal's still not open. They still haven't made it all the way around yet. They still have to make that lap.
And this is one of those things you have to bring up now. It's like, yeah, you love to hear the communication coming from the Ravens, but nice shot from the backside.
Wait, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen it yet. What? Anyway.
So confused.
Sorry, guys.
And that's
we
a
hit the
plus
celebra-
3
that's
for the
a
Ravens.
+3. That's what happened. That's crazy.
Yeah. And it looks like Dictator's defense was so good they had to continue moving, and it ended up being too much of a good thing, if you will, because it forced them into that position where they had to rotate around for the extra lap and a half. And, yeah, it's your goal to score more points, but you could definitely see the Ravens were initially trying to just get one on the board, but now it's a 2-point deficit in favor of the Ravens.
Yeah. So that would
bots.
mean that the bots have to end up doing 2 laps to get
Correct.
the 3 points, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The thing is, Dictator has shown he can do it. Now, the question is the rest of the team feels comfortable enough to work with him because he's getting support, and he gets tackled out the air and loses the ball, recovers it, loses the ball. Ravens got the ball again, and they speed boost in the pass, and then Dictator catches the speed boost. The Ravens are flying around this rink right now, and going back to what I was going to say before that weird timing on that 3-point score. The Ravens are communicating very, very well, but the high energy, how much longer can they keep that up? Because if they're this amped up the entire game, which they have been most of the time, what happens when they get into that 4th hour and they're still only up by like 1 or 2 points, and the box who have been consistently smooth the entire game?
Right. So it puts a lot of pressure on the bots because they also have to keep up their momentum as well. Right now, it looks like Chicken is trying to be the one to carry here, to get the ball as fast as possible. He's pretty much trying to get it passed to him so that he can go ahead and take over. But there's not a lot of time left for the bots.
Another thing to keep in mind, too, is the reason why the Cobras had their success against the bots last season. I'm going to have to say it. It's because Billy wasn't there. And this is a situation, once again, where Billy isn't here. The team isn't playing bad, but once again, the optimization, a lot of these attack angles that, Billy utilizes for the team isn't here. And that's one of the situations where you kind of have to look at that tier 1 slot for Labamba's like, yeah, the skill's a little behind Billy, but that leadership that the team really needs is not there. And so they kind of had to depend on like raw feeling for some of these games, which is something a lot of them aren't comfortable with. So Dictator doing some great self-passing, moving the ball around, passing gets smoked.
Very true. If you guys can't hear, Flying
Stars,
Kitten, he's over
or
here
excuse me,
calling
Flying
himself,
Kittens.
over here calling him LeBron James, calling himself LeBron James, and then missing the shot, which is crazy.
And just remember when the rosters come back up at the bottom, just look at Flying Kittens and just confirm who's calling himself LeBron James.
But all right, 30 seconds left. All right. Dictator Chicken not really being able to carry as much as he wants. It's not a one-man show. It is a team effort. They haven't had a lot of time at all. 5, 4, 3, 2, and that is last chance. Got to wait for that ball to hit.
Dictator Chicken rolling up for possession, and blue team controls the ball, and that wraps up the game.
Yeah,
Ravens win 3-1, extending the lead to 3 points.
All right. And did we get a wheel spin?
I was caught up in roller champs.
I feel like we did. Well, we got a 4-minute setup, so it's got to be another PC game. So we will see it here in just a second. Now, I do want to say that Dictator Chicken did what he could, but the Ravens really showed just how strong of a team that they are. They are going to try their best to stay consistent through the second half. They're trying to prove that they are an all-game team, not just a first-half team.
And that is a very important thing. Give me just a second. I'm going to hydrate real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem.
But it's a very important thing to have going for you. It's one thing to have high energy and keep communication up, but when you're a high energy team and communication will always be the priority. But if you're high energy for 4 hours straight of gameplay, that is stressful.
That
is
is
tiring.
What it takes to be an end gamer. We do have Apex coming up next. Thank you so much for
I totally forgot about that because I did say KIC was available for that before we
Yes, he is. So, and it does look like KSC is going to be going in for this game. So is Koza. Now, with Koza being a rookie, I do have the expectation that he is actually going to be really good. I honestly, he did well with never mind. No, he didn't. I lied.
You won Mortal Kombat.
Oh, yeah, that was one game. That was only one game.
Yeah, against Mordecai.
So?
Against Mordecai as a rookie.
I don't care.
All right, be that way.
And we got Mordecai coming back in with La Bamba. I think that they're going to put Big Red in for this.
Either Big Red or Cajun, in my opinion, but they might anchor Bubbles and Cajun because they do a really good job performing together with each other. I mean, the Need for Speed win that they really needed after they lost the first game. Bubbles has not had bad gameplay. He just had a couple of moments where he was found a little bit lacking, like the NCAA. If you look at it, Vape just did more on both sides of the ball. He had complete control. Bubbles probably would have been better off putting more defenders on the sides of the formation in the middle, but as much control Vape had of that part of the field and his ability to move the ball. And this is opportunity for Bubbles potentially if he goes in for this to try and get some respect back on his name. I'm not saying there's disrespect there, but also if he does sit out, that gives him opportunity to try and hit another one of his games to try and really get there.
Yeah, that's very true. We'll see, man. I'm excited for what's to come. These tier ones, man, these guys are, obviously here to show that they are worth the tier 1 spot. I love the fact that the bots have a rotating roster. Obviously, Billy's not able to be here. They have La Bamba in, and they move their players up based on their performance. In my opinion, doing that to try and kind of, I feel like that brings on a challenge to the rest of the team so that you can have the opportunity to earn some more money.
It's
and to show that you're an end gamer.
it's a double-sided sword, not double-edged, because a double-edged sword is a normal sword.
Mm.
But the issue with that being is if the maturity is not there on the team and the ability to self-reflect, it causes more problems than it does help. Because if everybody's arguing about why I should be here, what is there, my record is this, my record is that, but you have players who deliver intangibles, like say for instance, this season, some people might be like, oh, why is Strix down here? I'm like, well, first and foremost, we might be, if the Cobra's still around, yeah, Strix might be lower on a raw tier list, but he's getting compensated on the back end because of everything he does. So that's one of those things where you have to have a mature team that understands and reflects on themselves. Like, yeah, kind of blew it last week. I could see why I get moved down. Or like, hey, I might have played bad, but I helped with lineups. I did this, and I held these things to be more consistent. But
I get what you're saying. But now we in here with this Apex. We about to see people get shot in the game.
Jesus.
And Overwatch
2
is
coming
up
right
next.
So 6 seconds left in the start of Control. Who had set up? Oh, the bots.
I'm not sure.
So Control is the classic mode of domination. There's 3 points, A, B, and C. Each team responds to their respective points, and they pretty much battle for points by controlling the majority of the points, which would be A and B. We have Flying Kitten screaming about having the best loadout ever.
Sounds about right.
The best loadout ever.
It doesn't look like we're doing all ops. We're doing some of the. I'm assuming that these are the basic ops.
Correct. The bots are synonymous with being lazy when it comes to logging into their own Apex account, so it's just easier for them to be like, now we're playing base ops.
Mm.
And that's not a knock on them. They Billy legitimately looked me dead on my face like, bro, it's too much effort to sign in. We're just going to run base. I'm like, you know what? I can't be mad at that.
All right. So, what are some of the guns that you think you're gonna see today for these games?
You're probably going to see the Havoc because it's clearly on the screen right now. But I'm expecting to see the 3-round burst energy rifle. I can't remember what the name is. It's really good. I don't know if it's still at the top of the mountain when it was first dropped, because that gun was insane at close and long range. We'll probably see, I think the 301 and the alternator is available in this mode, so you might see that happening. We're seeing who is that top of their head. I think that's Koza. Working on his controls real quick. Let's see how this goes down. Koza rotating on the far side.
Oh, and this is Control.
Yep.
So Control is, I mean, I think we play with only 6 minutes,
But like, Control is not a bad mode. This one is typically faster than like Gun Run or anything else.
Under the new rules, it has the potential of being faster because of the new time limit and the time constraint. Because the thing is, Control is the longest mode of the available options because everything is dependent on the points you control and how much points you control. That's an alliteration, but it's based on how much you control and how many kills you get. Because controlling more points and getting kills get you more percentage. The more percentage you have, when you win at the end of the game.
That's true.
But the problem is if you're contesting in the middle, and say for instance, you notice a lot of people pushed over to B out of spawn instead of capturing their spawn points, so now they're behind. So if kills start getting put out, they're going to be getting more points. If you look right now, the top left, the Ravens have 184 to 70, 172, excuse me, the 70 points. That's because of the point differential of having B and C.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And we've already got now. Explain to me: is that like a alt or is it just an ability?
Yes, it is an ultimate that turns everything black and white and highlights enemy movement in black and white. And unfortunately, that's one of the situations when you deal with a Gibby or Gibraltar point blank like that. That shield on his arm in a lot of game modes is, or at least in the BR mode, a lot of the time is a dead giveaway on where he's at. But in those close range duels, it blocks enough damage for you to just win. Also, Kitten shots were a little off when he approached that fight, so naturally you had the shield of that, and the damage is that was weird. The damage is negligible. Buddy, you can't run up to a gunfight with your hands up.
I think what ended up happening there when it comes to Flying Kitten is that he used an ability and then he wasn't prepared for the person that was going to be in front of him. And like when it comes to Apex, bro, you got to be ready at all times.
Defend
Like
yourself at all
going
times.
between like doing any type of animations or anything like that, you got to do that behind the wall, not out in the open.
Yeah, also, it was just one of those weird situations. Like, he didn't expect him to be there. And there's that shield. Kitten's with the laser just now. Let's see if he actually is able to. There's the Gibby shield, so he's probably battering up right now. So this is where you slow down, buddy. Take a deep breath, pop a battery. The fight's over for now. There you go. Because all that jumping around just now, if Gibby had gotten the small battery off and pushed him while he was still jumping and twitching around, he could have easily lost the fight. And here comes the Gibraltar ultimate. Artillery fire takes 1.5 bars off. He's going to take the defensive position, charge back up. But the problem is this Gibraltar is holding this point very well. Flying Kittens either needs to commit to this or run to the other site and back up his team on maintaining those other two, because right now the Gibraltar's got the site completely locked down.
Yeah, but I mean at the same time, it does look like that the Ravens do already have a lead on the bots as far as objective goes.
And that's the reason why I said about him rotating off is because the bots had rotated over to C and started to capture it, and those two players lost. And honestly, I feel like rolling as a death ball of 3 with a lead like this by 20 percentage, I would just make sure I'm killing the other two constantly. And if Gibraltar wants to try and take a point, all 3 of us roll and kill him, because then it staggers their respawns.
Well, I mean the bots aren't going to end up being able to get. Oh wait, never mind. They're starting to capture C. They have less than 3 minutes left.
20% differential. As long as they get the kills and the capture, they have a chance of making up those points very quickly. But let's see. I don't actually know. I don't think they can, because that was 2 kills down, and that barely got them. Yeah, the Ravens ran away with this game of Apex. It's 57 to 30%. They needed to capture all 3 points and then continue to get kills. So now they got to rotate on the B as soon as possible. But if you notice, Kittens is sitting in the corner on B hidden. So if anybody comes onto the point, he'll have to drop on them immediately and also delay their capture.
That's actually not a bad strategy. I really like the fact that he decided to just kind of sit there, wait. I mean, and let the game really like play itself. You know, they already have a lead. There's no reason to do anything crazy.
Exactly. In this particular situation, the onus is on the bots to be aggressive, and if they're not, and if their aggression gets punished, especially with Flying Kittens being in the position he's in, that means somebody's going to run in blind. And if they don't see him, which naturally they won't, they'll take a bunch of damage before they're able to engage, lose, and then put some even further away. Because somebody's on B right now, and he just got sonar detected. And look.
Oh, nice. Catches him off guard, but he's by himself. Oh.
And then here comes the cleanup for the refrag, taking out one of the other bots. I don't know what you're saying it's my fault for. Kitten's trying to take ownership for saying he lost. But, dude, you held B and then delayed them, and then allowed your teammate to come in for a quick cleanup to stop them from capturing. Actually, no, they did get the B. So it looks like that 2v1 actually worked out in favor of the bots. But right now, it's about, what, 40 seconds left? 30 seconds. So they got to get 4 more points right now, and it's 63.2 to 58, I think.
Oh, and on our end, that is it. So,
all right, Ravens win.
The bots had the opportunity to actually come back.
It just took them a little bit too long to get settled in their counterattack.
That sucks. That sucks. But now we're on to another shooter.
Overwatch, and I know my commentating partner, Speedy, from the first half is foaming at the mouth to get some Overwatch commentary.
Nah, I don't think he's getting in.
I tried. Speedy.
I think I'll do my own thing.
Nah, I think I'll do my own thing.
Nah. So now we got some Overwatch. 5v5, baby. Who's your favorite Overwatch character?
For wholesome reasons.
Nah.
Junker Queen.
Junker Queen. Are we going to see Junker Queen?
I wish I could see Junker Queen.
Stop.
Down bad. But more importantly, speaking about down bad, the bots are down 4 right now going into Overwatch. Big Red not available. Probably one of the most well-known shooters on the team. Cajun being a former shooter, or not a former shooter, a shooter on the Cobras. Bubbles being a dependable Overwatch player on the Cobras, and also a collegiate Overwatch player before you join the league. The bots have a lot of options available, but Big Red not being there is kind of a feels bad, because you would like to have them available for this so you can have that extra bit of dependability when it comes to the running gun, whereas the Ravens got KIC, Herb, Vape, and looks like Gizmois. So looks like they have a very comfortable 4 or 5 they're going to be sending in for this. So it's going to be
Go ahead.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Ravens approach this and if the bots are going to be able to take this game of Overwatch. They have set up with an hour and 39 minutes left. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and pick a faster game mode and just try and force their sheer dominance over the Ravens and try and get a quick point on the board.
You know what doesn't feel bad? These SurfThing PCs.
Okay, I see. But yes, SurfThing PCs, the ultimate in-gamers, perfect equipment, our brand partners who give us these great equipment, great machines. I keep saying equipment, sorry, whatever. But the key to these great machines allow us to play these 33 games in the high settings and great quality. If you're trying to build a PC, you're trying to join the in-gamers, the UEL, go to SurfThing PCs. We have benchmarks for all 33 games showing how they perform on the ultra settings. So save yourself the headache. Go to somebody you can depend on, which you've already been seeing play today. SurfThings.com to get yourself a SurfThing PC today.
Hey, man, listen, I got to say that, you know, I don't know if you guys saw it, but that Apex on Flying Kitten's screen was mwah.
I mean, except for him, like, challenging with his hands in his pockets. But, yeah.
That's true.
I mean, look how HD his hands were when he was getting shot in the face. Man. Where's my gun?
Hey, man, all I got to say is that I'm really excited to see that the Ravens are actually still going really strong right now.
The energy is high. It's consistent across the board. The team seems to be gelling really well. And I think one of the things that might have been an issue last season is the only difference is the 2 new rookies, but KIC being local now. He's able to actually interact with Herb and Wk2 on a regular basis, the owner and GMs of the team and the Tier 2 respectively. And then Flying Kittens, Genghis Vape, he's able to actually go to some of these in-person practice. He's able to spend the weekend hanging out and goofing off. So he's actually here now. And I think that level of consistency that KIC brought, because when you look at the Ravens last season, it was never really KIC tapering off towards the later the game got. It was the rest of the team. But now that he's here, that energy is now more dependable, local, and palpable within the team. It's not like, all right, we got to play all day, and KIC's got to fly out, and then we got to see next time we see him, we see him.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing about KIC. Like, we used to only see him for playoffs. You know, now he, like you said, he's local now, and he's showing why he's a Tier 1 on the Ravens. Right?
I mean, I think that 90% win rate has gone down a little bit, but he's still boasting clean over 80, I believe. We'll have the math for you after the game. But the man showing up, doing his job, playing well in this team, and sometimes being a Tier 1, yes, you need to win games, but motivating your team with your presence and your speak is also just as important.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there. And it looks like we've got ourselves the first time out for this half. Yes. So what do you think about this time out?
It's one of those situations where the boss want to make sure they get as much set up properly and taken care of so they do not put themselves in a bad position to either forfeit the game that they feel like they can win, and also give them the last bit of setup to make sure everything is set up and good to go, and they have the last bit of the strategy going on. But there's somebody who's way more excited for this game than I am, though.
Who's that?
It's Speedy.
Oh, that's cute. Anyway, for Overwatch. But yeah, we're going to get Speedy in here to do his Overwatch thing. He's super excited.
He's actually dancing behind the camera. It's not good dancing, but it is dancing.
Well, he is.
he is Speedy.
He is Speedy.
But minute 49 left, and we just hear the call that the game can be started when they are ready. So let's hope we get in the game and we'll see something good going on. We got, let's see, La Bamba, Dictator, Bubbles, Vinix, and I think one other person going in, and then
I'm really been getting impressed by Vinix.
The dude's just kind of be like, all right.
When he showed up today, he was just like, hey, AV, can I go ahead and set up? And I was like, who are you?
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? But I will go ahead and step away, and we'll get Speedy in here. You guys enjoy this Overwatch gameplay and commentary.
Up next as well, very exciting.
Oh man, we got, and these are both the shooters that the Ravens wanted anyway, right? And Herb playing the Reinhardt as he should. Look at, if you saw Herb's arms, then you'd know why he plays Reinhardt. The man's a walking tank.
Yeah, it looks like they may have actually opted for not a double tank setup, which is what we often see because we play open queue in Overwatch here. I don't think we have a double tank setup, though. It looks like we're going to have a Cassidy, a Reinhardt. We are going to have that new character, Juno, as well, the new support. She does look like she shares like a model with D.Va, and she very well might. They might not even change the face that much, but you can see her there with the helmet right in the back with the blue hair. And she's got that cool space helmet on. We will see if she can go all Space Ranger on him or not. But, yeah, we also see the Moira, and it will be a double tank setup, but it's going to be the Hamster, going to be Hammond. So we'll see a lot of disruption from that. They're probably going to try to push onto the high ground. So they're going to try to push this payload, and it will be a three objective payload push that they're trying to get through here. This Reinhardt shield taking a lot of damage already. It's a Mauga and D.Va on the other side that they're running into. A lot of heavy tank damage coming out. Only the defense matrix for protecting the team, though. You can see that Hammond rolling out, going to try to cause some disruption here. Mauga taking a little bit of damage up front, but doing just as much. The supports are very focused on him. That Mauga is going to be out of action. Let's see which of these tanks is going to take more damage first. Reinhardt in the enemy's deep back line, staying alive. Those supports are keeping him up. He can even throw fire strikes up onto the high ground. He's so free to play. But nobody yet has died. That Mauga coming in, and as I say that, the Moira goes down. Reinhardt as well. So after a tough fight, it is going to be a defensive hold. Now moving on to that Orisa.
Yeah, no, Herb did a really good job. His support also did really well. I felt like he put himself in a really awkward position, and that's kind of what got him killed, right? He was out of position, which was what put him in a really, really bad situation there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's going to continue to do so because he was pushing in a little there without his supports. It is Orisa Zarya. Now, Zarya, a really good pick to counter that D.Va on the other side, get through the defense matrix, not able to stop that damage from coming out. So this Zarya is going to be really strong now in the enemy team. You can see the laser burning through even while the defense matrix is up, and there's a reason that D.Va is going to go down right after this Hammond, but Hammond is down. D.Va is not. D.Va knew to get rid of that mech, and that's a huge bomb that's going to totally end that push.
She got her ult so fast.
That was very quick. Second fight, easy peasy. And there she is. You see her putting out shots already. That Hammond already going to go for that backline. Drops in actually kind of on the front on those tanks and ults as well. That closes off a lot of the area to play with here.
Yeah, no, they are. It looks like the Ravens are really trying their best to utilize all of the debuffs as well, but I don't think that it's actually working out in their favor.
Yeah, the Ravens at the moment are having a really hard time getting through this hold. They're not even able to get under that archway. That's a choke point that you really want to try to get through to take away all this high ground. But honestly, the bots aren't even using the high ground that much.
No, not at all.
They're really playing just right front and center where the objective is. They're stacking a lot of bodies on it. It's working out for them so far. This Orisa does have ult. Let's see if she wants to try to round the corner and pull him in. She's getting a countdown. That is a big push. Let's see if he stays alive long enough to get this spear down in the ground and do the damage. And it looks like he will. He is going to get both of the supports with it. That is practically a finished fight right there. We see the D.Va going down as well.
My
The
gosh.
Coalescence came through to combo with that. We heard the countdown out there. There's a reason. That Coalescence, when everybody gets pulled into the Orisa, can just burn through all of those enemies.
Yeah, and you hear Herb loud as day, bro. Doing a lot of damage on both on the Ravens, and I hear do it. I think we're going to see a sleep. Is that an ult?
Yeah, it's going to be the Zarya ult. Ana actually able to take down the Zarya because they did take quite a while to set that up, but Ana going to get traded out in the meantime. We're going to see Herb go down on the Orisa as well.
7-player kill streak.
It's trades back and forth, back and forth. It looks like the Ramatra and D.Va were able to get the better of that fight for the bots. and the Ravens were not able to take that one. So
not at all.
not yet able to capture the objective.
Now, I haven't seen this new character before, this new space character. What's her deal?
Her name is Juno, and she is a support in the same way that Ana is, where she can do support and damage depending on who her abilities are targeted at. She can also do a little bit of team speed buffing. And right now we're getting that push in. The Ramatra is decently low in his strongest form. We see that Diva Bomb going down. How many kills will it get? It'll pop 3. Both of the tanks and a support. That is huge. But unable to get to the objective in time means that the Ravens will have been stopped right there. So the Ravens not going to be able to get through the first objective. They will now be trying to defend the bots from capturing what is essentially just the end of the first point. That will be their win condition.
What do you think would be easier for you, attacking or defending?
On this map, I think there is an advantage to first point defense for the defending team. I think as the map goes on, it gets a little harder to defend the further it goes. It starts to lean in favor of the attacking team. But that first objective is really difficult to break through. If you're able to get through the first objective, you usually find yourself soon after on the third. You just breeze through the second. But yeah, this first objective is really tough for attacking. At least that first half, where that archway that we see right up ahead, that is the major choke point. That's actually the second major choke point on this one small length of objective. The first one is what you see right in front of you there, and you see that was Juno's speed boost that he just ran through that little warp. So yeah, this corner right here, I mean, you could see this is the very starting point. This is already the first choke point that they're going to have to fight through, and then that archway that we saw before is the second. So very unfortunately, defense does have an advantage on this map. The Ravens almost able to make it to the end of the first objective, but unfortunately we're not able to. So they have to have a strong defense here. We're going to see Ramatra right off the bat this time. He is going to get pinned right away and start taking damage, but it seems like his supports have his back. He's not really keeping the damage on him. Reinhardt, on the other hand, support's not there for him, but it is going to be a tank trade. You don't want trades now if you're the defense, though, because respawn advantage goes to the attacking team. Their respawn is right there in front of them.
I actually did not know that, and that is actually good information to know. Yeah, and it does seem like it's taking her just a little bit to get over there. Good thing Ramatra has that movement so that he can get up there. But again, one of the resources that I don't think he'll have up obviously by the time he gets over there. So never mind on that front. So then we've got the buff that you were talking about, the mobility buff goes through.
Yeah, we're going to see a tank battle right up front here in the fit. Oh, Sigma's Rock comes out to kill Reinhardt. He was not expecting that damage and stun to come out from there. Now it's up to Mauga to try to hold the front line for his team. He's surviving for now. The support's just pumping healing into him. Reinhardt here taking a charge. Will he connect? He connects with the Reaper. Gets the late kill, and now they're going to be able to hold. Okay, they're going to stay on the cart, so they're going to opt to hold the second choke point. But this is quicker progress being made by the bots than we saw from the Ravens. So right now we're in a situation where the bots seem like they have a better configuration to just take step by step, take one choke point and then take the next, and then make your way to the end of the map. So now we're going to see the Ravens are going to hold further up front. Already going to get a kill on that Ramatra. Tanks usually don't get poked down like that. That's a big kill.
Yeah, no, and honestly, when it comes to Herb and with this Reinhardt, I feel like he's learned from like kind of his mistakes from what he did last round. You know, he's kind of just staying in position, pushing up when he needs to push up.
And it's a back cap. It's a back cap. The bots send one of their DPS to the back line. You could see the meters ticking down. The bots win off of a back cap on the objective. The meter was ticking down while everybody from the Ravens was forward in the front line. The bots are going to win off of a back cap on the first objective of Dorado.
I don't even know what to say to that, bro.
Goodness.
Like, no, that was very, very unexpected. Good strategy there from the bots, man. I think that the Ravens being caught with their pants down was like the biggest like reflection of like how well the bots work together.
Now I'm not 100% sure, but we did see a point go to the Ravens there. I'm not certain. Were we perhaps watching the wrong perspective? Maybe we had it flipped the whole time. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it
You'll
wasn't
never
Herb on
know.
that Reinhardt. Well, we will find out. We'll get that news to you soon. Perhaps it was the Ravens that actually went with the back cap. We may have had the wrong perspective matchup with the player, but either way, that was an interesting end to the game. Definitely well thought out by whoever that was. Very surprised. Now we're headed right into another 5v5 shooter, just straight into Valorant. So another 5v5 class-based shooter. This time everybody's sharing weapons instead of having their own, and it was the bots. Okay, so it was the bots that took that point. Whew, I was worried for a second there. But no, we got a game. That was the bots using their big brains, using that GPU programmed into every single one of them to figure out how they were going to win that one. And with so little distance left to actually cap, they managed to close that one out without anybody even noticing. So got to keep an eye on the objective.
Honestly, though, with the Ravens having this full reset, never mind. It looks like they may be going in with just about the same amount of people. Now, KIC really has this opportunity to redeem himself. You know, Valorant being one of those games that he is also very known to be good at. And then you've got, you know, La Bamba. The bots are really looked at as one of the stronger shooters in the league. You know, after their first championship win, I think the bots are, we're considered like number 2 or number 3. They're either 3 or 4. It doesn't matter. The bots was up there. They were top 5, right?
Yeah.
And with them being top 5, there's a lot of expectations because it's always been the bots versus the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
This is a rival team, regardless of if Billy's here or not. It's always been Herb versus Billy.
Yeah.
That is, you know, the two captains, the two owners of the team. Now, Billy is that tier 1. Herb is not, and that's not what matters. It's just about the Ravens versus the bots. It's always been a rivalry between those two.
Yeah, we're going to see it play out for the umpteenth time now, and the Ravens do have a one-up at the moment. Valorant is much more of a carry potential game than Overwatch is, so even though it is another 5v5 shooter, definitely some differences here. KIC does have the chance to push this team further, but with shooters on the team like Kittens as well right now, I mean, the Ravens are in a pretty good position to not even need a carry. They have quite a few good shooters on their team, so they're going to be able to hold their own. And the bots as well are going to have a nice spread, a nice lineup of team members to choose from as you get that reset. So putting in both of their rookies right here off the bat. With Billy gone, you would think that a lot more would lean toward the veterans, but no, every opportunity the bots get, they're playing these rookies. They know what their strong suits are already, it seems.
So, for the rookies, there's only one rookie on the box, and that's Vexen. Big Red,
Big Red has been in and out.
He
Right.
He has been in and out, and I don't know if you watched the halftime show. Big Red actually used to be on the Ravens.
Yes, right.
And so he never showed up.
Yeah.
Herb already went off about that. So, that being said, Big Red is known as being one of the better shooters in the league. I want to see that.
All right, well, we will have to see if that's going to translate, if he's been able to upkeep his skills. We've got the operator selections right now, and the new team selection screen does help out a lot to see who's going to be going in. So it looks like we do have a Viper and Sage setup already, pretty classic. We do have the ISO, which is big. I think that says a lot about the confidence of the players selecting him right now.
It looks like that is KIC picking him. And what was that? Like, what's so? I know, I'm not a Valorant person. I know nothing about any of these guys, but you know, it looked like he had like a little wall or something like that.
Yeah. So ISO, he's pretty much the character that you pick when you think you're better than everyone else in the game. His ultimate ability is to lock another player into a 1v1 on another plane completely separate from the map, and he gets a wall in front of him. Correct. Isolate. Yep, you nailed it. Not isometric. Isolate. Yeah. Yeah. So he will be locking another player into a 1v1. The difference being they will spawn with no wall in front of him, and he will spawn with a wall in front of him. So you're still taking a 1v1, and it still says a lot about the confidence when you choose that that character, that operator, when you go in. Agent, that's what they call us, trying to figure. We have so many heroes, legends, agents, operators. There's so many names for all these classes in the different games. You can see right there on the bottom a little bit of DDR being played on the back of his handgun.
What is now? Is that his sickle? Can he throw that?
No, so this is a knife skin. He spent money on this game.
Oh, skins equals wins, baby.
Yeah, he spends money on this game. That is his knife. That is just what he's going to use to be a little bit faster as he runs out. But nope, going to stick to this ghost here. Just going to round this corner. A lot of the action does often happen right here on this corner. You can see that he wasn't quite engaged yet. Does throw out a blind, though. Actually able to make his way through a smoke pretty quick. His team just running toward the objective, utilizing all of this is definitely the objective they want to push for. Already planting the spike. Only 2 left on the bots right now. Probably rotating in from the other objective. That's 1 down. It's going to have to be a solo, and the head tap comes through. That is a flawless round from the Ravens to kick us off.
All right. Well, with that flawless, now they have to kick it up a notch, right? Now on the Raven side, I mean on the bot side, like they've got to pick this up. You know, they've with it being 8-5, I think that right about now is the time that the bots need to get a win.
Yeah, absolutely. This is we only have about 80 minutes left in the game. We're coming up on the 1 hour mark. We're going to be even closer to it by the time this game finishes. If you're down 9-5 with only an hour left, you are pretty much guaranteeing yourself a must-win every single time you go into a game. You do not want to be in that position. So the bots right now want to start to close this gap here in Valorant. It's a defensive hold. They seem to already know which way they want to rotate. They already know where the attack is coming from. So we're going to see the Yoru teleport here. May throw out one of his fakes. No, he does not. One of his teammates does go down. Yeah, they're calling out that's a fake. They know that that's a fake Yoru as well. They're not going to get blinded by it. If it were to be shot, it would set off a flash, but they don't shoot. They know that it's a fake. Now, one of the things that Yoru players can do is walk out into the open and pretend that they're faking a flash. So there are opportunities where they could just walk straight out. And it looks like there was a full rotate from the Ravens, and now the bots are trying to make their way around. And it looks like the bots are setting up a decent defense, and nothing has pushed too far into the A objective yet, but they are resetting themselves here on A. And, yeah, still no push quite yet. All right.
Valorant.
It looks like it's been just a back and forth of objectives, but it looks like that was Verix that I believe just caught a double kill and then followed immediately right after with a double kill of the Ravens' own. Actually make it I believe that was 3 now, and the Ravens will take that round. It was very bad. Or sorry, the bots. That was Labombo with the bots taking that one, so we had switched perspective. So now it is a 1-1 game. The bots still on defense here for the moment.
So how did Overwatch go, and then how's that reflecting right now in this Valorant game?
So bots did end up winning Overwatch with a back cap on the first objective of Dorado. So they were able to use brains to outwit. And granted, they were making good progress on their own pretty steadily through their respawn, so it wasn't even necessary. But they saw the opening for it, and they went for it, and it worked out for them. They were able to grab the win. Now in Valorant, it's a lot more back and forth. Nobody's really sure. The Ravens came out really, really strong, but when they were forced to play slow in the second round, they kind of fell apart. They weren't sure which objective they wanted to rotate to.
And that's one of the things that having a high-energy team kind of tends to be a disadvantage, because you're just running on, I'm not going to say they're running on pure vibes, but when you're just a very hyperactive team, you like to do things, and when you get pushed to that slow point, that uncertainty starts to build up, and that's where the bots tend to shine at, is when they're able to play at their own pace.
Yeah, if it's not your game plan and you can't adapt to the enemies, that's going to be a huge hindrance for you, because you're not always going to be able to play the way you want to play. Now we saw that this objective was smoked by Clove, and the smoke is still staying, but it doesn't seem like they're pushing this way. I think the bots are more tentative now to make a full rotation, because they're not sure if it's going to be a fake rotate or a fake objective push. They now know, as the smoke comes down on that pivot point there, that this is going to be an A push. And so far, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but 2 kills come out here. Oh, almost a third, but Mordecai unable to finish, unfortunately. Sets his team up well, though. It is a 3v2 right now. And it looks like we are watching Big Red at the moment. Gets one. Able to take out one of Gecko's abilities. Takes out the Gecko himself, and that'll be a round win.
All right, and that's 2-1 bots, and the bots showing that if you want to play, if you can't play our game, we will do it. And when you try to introduce chaos late, when we're already set in what we're doing, you're not going to break this wall.
Yeah, this is one last opportunity now for the Ravens to be able to go even before the side switch. You never want to show a weakness on attack or defense because then it's something that can be exploited later on in the season by other teams. So if they can go even here, it's definitely still a toss-up. It'll be uncertain, but for the Ravens to be as good of a team as they are and the bots to be up on them by 1 right now on their own attack, that's tricky. On attack, you can send 5 players to 1 objective. On defense, you don't really have that luxury. So winning on defense is typically, in games like this, harder, but it can be map dependent. And a quick kill up mid. They were not expecting the defense to push out to mid like that. We're going to see the Phoenix ult now coming out. He's not sure which direction to push. He flashes. He's going to make his way all the way behind. He does meet that Clove, but ends up getting taken down. That was La Bamba that caught him on the rotate. They now know that this side is being watched. La Bamba may not push that far.
It's interesting to see that how strong. And that was Cajun on the Reyna. So the Clove either made the call out and the Cajun still pushed it. And unfortunately, that's selfish. That was a selfish play.
Yeah, it's going to be 3-3. You can see that they're pushing toward A. It seems like they have some kind of information that the rest of the team is B. They know that they've taken out all of the enemies at A, so it's going to be a clean plant. Now the bots are pretty much side-swapped there on the offense, but the direction that they're pushing from is uncertain. It is going to be behind. Luckily, that's picked up on a little bit more healing here for the Phoenix. Going to go down, and now we're going to have to see where these last 2 want to push from, if they want to push together or take separate angles. A really nice wall. Just stand in it and hold, and there's one more savior possible for the bots. He gets a kill, but is not able to pick up the entire team. Vape picks up the last one.
And
it will be 2-2.
Great communication from the Ravens. The bots started to put themselves in a position to win that game, and it was the onus was on the Ravens to take it. And it wasn't a situation where like, oh, it's the bots' game to lose. No, the Ravens had to secure that W, and with the great communication, the push, and then the kills.
Yeah.
This game is great.
Yeah, the bots set themselves up really early to be in a good position there, and it looks like they want to play some sort of position here on B. Oh, it looks like they're setting up for the wall to be able to choke off. So they will be able to, if this wall is set perfectly, then they will be able to stop a push on that side. It seems like the Ravens have some tricks up their sleeve when it comes to the defense. The bots played a lot more of a standard game, but the Ravens might have a few things to grab them, some kills or maybe even rounds off of tricks that that'll only work once.
It's going to be interesting to see what the timing is for this wall is, because you don't want to drop it too early, because the timer for it is, what, 10, 15 seconds for that wall? Getting calls for heal me out.
And it looks like the overflash came through. A kill does go out from the Phoenix. Actually, 2 there from the Ravens. They're holding hard to B now, but that wall is open. A really nice ghost headshot comes out. The Ravens still up by 2, though, as they get another.
And that's Spike down, and that's Cajun and La Bamba down, and that is Ravens taking it 3-2. And that looked uncharacteristically unbot-like. They pushed into the site, things went wrong, and it just felt like the entirety of the bots fell apart during that firefight. There was no real clear idea or plan on rotating, and they all just overcommitted. The wall went up, and they scattered like roaches.
Yeah, there was definitely time there for them to open up. I'm not sure why they wanted to continue using that wall rather than breaking it down. There was plenty of time left in the round for them to fully break down the wall, and they chose not to, which was very strange. They definitely had time to work with. Time was on their side, but they didn't use it correctly. They tried to use the wall to their advantage, but it's definitely a defender advantage on that angle.
Yeah, because it's a straight wall that doesn't give you vision of low, tight right, or mid up in there on that Barkway. So it's just like, why would you play off that when you weren't the one who said it?
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly the Ravens put up that wall for a reason, and they used it the way they meant to. So now we're going to see a setup toward mid, just a little bit of a peek, but it doesn't seem like mid is going to be the push. So is it going to be A or B? The bots aren't really showing their face yet. They haven't pushed A yet. We've only seen them push B on the first. Now we see that wall is up on B again.
KIC picks up a kill, but KIC gets refragged by La Bamba, so no health loss between the killing agents on that, unfortunately, for the Ravens right now. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see a flash come out into the mid fountain area.
From the sneaky. He's got to make this full rotation. Nice catch onto Ragin.
Buddy got seasoned like old fries. Cajun out and done with a head tap from Herb.
It's going to be even now. 3-3.
Molly out, going to the right. And so
The
good
Molly
call.
did bounce off the wall, though.
That is unfortunate.
Oh, caught from both sides. Not going to be able to defuse. They have a peek on either side. The smoke coming down from the clove is very nice. It's going to be very helpful. They have to shoot through it or peek through it. The shot's going out straight
You got
where
it, you
the
got it.
enemies are. They're going to get the defuse. They take a 4th round off of a defuse through the smoke.
And that's a situation where if you go down 2, you're going to be in the position to lose the game just as strong as you would if you do push.
Yeah.
So I would have taken the push because, yeah, you give up ult orbs, but you're down 2. Your performance is starting to slip. Your positioning starting to be off. Take the fight because just like you going through the smoke, they can't see you and vice versa, but they get to see where you're coming from. If 2 of them would have pushed the second they saw Herb, I think they would have had a chance of at least getting Herb down and then forcing the refrag instead of a defuse, which gives them opportunity to let that bomb tick off a little bit more. So I think that's where you had the YOLO in that situation and not try and be the tactical player.
Yeah, definitely played it a little bit too slow for being completely smoked off of the objective. If they had a player at another angle, I would understand why they would play it like that, but they did not. We see another firefight up mid here, and it seems like the bots have been playing better with each passing round. So let's see, maybe they have their ideal strategy locked in. They know what they want to go for, and they can start taking some rounds.
Or it's just too little too late, and the engines are just turning over a little bit too late in the rounds. Let's see, 4-2, Herb sitting here in his mid position, almost dead, but he does have running back. So I don't know why he didn't utilize that first just to get information off on the first push. And immediately goes down, full health on the running back, or from running back fully heals?
Yes, running back does heal you, yeah, when you go through.
All right, so 2v2 for game point.
Yeah, there's one down, just one left remaining. So what we've got here, Labamba with the final kill onto Koza.
And even if Labamba was, went down, Cajun was still in that back pocket just in case. And if he had a Reyna Eye available, Labamba went down here from this angle. Cool, Reyna Eye, push it, or actually just hold the angle. The Reyna Eye does keep him from being aggressive.
Yeah.
And then he secure the round. But Labamba locking it up, showing that tier 1 worth. Now the question is, are they going to play off this wall like they did last time and fail miserably, or are they going to respect it and just be like, hey, this is their thing, let's just let them have it?
They haven't made any full rotates yet, so there's actually still a few possibilities for them. They could go for a rotate if they want to, if they go for this B objective and decide that A is the move, but it sounds like A is what they're already
But the
gonna
issue
do.
is last time they did this wall, it was a lot later and delayed on purpose because it forced them to commit to the site. With them dropping the wall this early, they now have the luxury of waiting to see what kind of counter defensive the Ravens mount off this wall, because last time most of the Ravens were there.
And it looks like the bots have already got 2 down on A. We're going to see the rotate coming out now. We see this Gecko moving toward the objective, and that's 2 more down by the bots.
You know how much I would love that. Yoru like stand there for a second and just turn and flick it head
That was a tricky Yoru. That one looked like it kind of rounded the angle a little bit, so very good not to shoot it there blind to give away information. Only 2 remaining right now. There's 1 kill picked up, so now it's a 2v4. The Ravens really need to come back in this one. Going to throw in the wingman. Not sure if he's trying to get information here or not. And it looks like he does find information. There's going to be one on the right behind the market stall. We'll just have to see what he does with it.
All right, we'll just wait and see how that plays out with that engagement. What does Wingman do? Does the Wingman stun, or how does?
So the Wingman will jump in the air and face the direction of an opponent, and it looks like that one went the way of the bots while we were in a little bit of disconnect there. So it's going to be a final round now. But the way Wingman works is he will face the opponent if he sees them and jump up in the air and get shot and explode. But his main use is if Gecko is the bomb carrier, you
He
can
gets the
send
plan.
Wingman
I do see that. I used to see Jekyll
plant.
do that all the time.
Yes, and he can also defuse as well if you're on defense. So he is a 2-sided utility.
I would say he's broken, but he takes like 2 bullets and he goes away. So.
He is very easy to kill, and he cannot shoot back. So
He's like a little gremlin.
Yeah.
Go away.
We'll see. They might give him a ghost in the next patch. We're not sure, but probably
I mean,
not.
taking any notes from Bandai,
Yeah.
they might give him a Kamehameha and a Super Saiyan form.
Oh, okay. So here we go through the hole toward mid. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a possible setup to get some information, but it's not going to come through, and they're actually going to play the back of the map for quite a while. It doesn't look like any teammates on B right now, so just holding the outside of A. And actually, I'm sorry, there are some teammates pushing toward B, so it's kind of a split push right now. It looks like they have information on B, and they want to push that way toward their singular teammate that decided to scout.
And I think it's a situation where I think the Ravens should have committed. I think, that is rough.
One traded for two. Right now the bots are down by one. They do have a plant in the corner. This is a great spot to plant for this objective. Honestly, one of the only reliable ones. The plant goes down. Now it's a 2v4, but the positioning advantage somewhat going toward the bots. It's a good smoke from the Cloven. A great shot through the smoke. It's a 1v4. Let's see if he can hold this. He does get a kill through the smoke. They're calling out that it's through there. We're going to see, does he change position? You see the fire coming down. Another defuse. He doesn't. He was a little bit too low to land the shot. The Ravens are able to take that final round. A good attempt by the bots, utilizing what they had, but there were definitely opportunities for them to pick up some more kills and some better plays.
I think what I wanted to see from the bots that game is a little bit more aggression. They have the skill, they have the knowledge of the game to back it up. There's no reason for them to be goose-stepping a lot of these engagements, a lot of these decision-making. The rotate to be that time around once they realized there was no wall, I did like that, but it was just too slow. I would have liked to see like potentially a 2-1-1 or 1-3-1 or something like that, where they spread the resources so that information could be disseminated across the team and the decision can be made immediately, with the ones being your slowest rotate from site to site.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it seems like they sent 5 the direction of B long, which they were rotating from A, so there's plenty of opportunity to send any amount of players up mid to catch them on the flank. There are other positions that you can occupy the Ravens on there, but the bots chose to just go straight ahead. They wanted to go full force, and unfortunately, when they lost 2 for a trade of 1, that was kind of sealing the deal already. They didn't have any other positions to hold to distract the Ravens.
And I think that's where that Reyna pick starts to become an issue, because Reyna is great when she hard carries. She's feast or famine, and it's famine to the point where it not just affects the Reyna, but the entire team. That's the situation I would like to see, that Reyna take that mid point. And if Reyna did die mid, that means everybody looked mid for the follow-up, because Reynas don't tend to be by themselves.
Yeah.
So I think I would like to see that Reyna push mid while the team rotated, and maybe even left one more person. So you had a 1-2, 1-3-1, no, 1-2-1. My math is off. What I'm trying to say is one person on the outside, 2 to 3 on the inside, on the outside for the site for the rotate, and two going down middle. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We figured it out.
You just learned how to count.
All
1,
over
2,
again.
3.
It's Alzheimer's. I'm old. All right. What did you say? I was 57.
75, I think is what I said.
I hate you.
Well, with that game of Valorant over, the Ravens do put themselves up by 4. We have about an hour left in this match. I think it's do or die for the bots at this point. I don't think there are any games that you can drop and still feel comfortable being able to get a win at the end of this.
It has to start now. It has to start now. And this also brings up the point of contention that Billy's probably dealt with all last season and just throughout his time in the UEL. Do I really have to be here every game in order to get the best out of all you? Because the bots haven't played poorly, but it's just a noticeably different team. Billy in the building, it's immediately a top 3, top 4 team in the league. Billy outside of the building, you're looking at a 4th to 6th place team. Not a bad team, but like you look at him like, yeah, we could win this. And that's how we approached it last season. It's like, oh, Billy's not here? We could win this, and we did win. And then unfortunately, the next 2 times we ran into the bots, Billy was there and we lost. But that being said, what are you going to do, Billy? Because if you can't be here all the time, you got to get your Tier 1 to step up. If your Tier 1 can't step up, what's the next conversation we're having?
Yeah, I do think La Bamba right now is kind of still playing like a Tier 2 player. At the moment, he's putting in the work that he has to put in. His plays are fantastic. He's trying to guide this team, right? But he's still usually that backup voice for Billy. Billy's not here. You can't be a backup. You have to push this team, every single member.
You can't be Billy's brother forever. If you want to be known as La Bamba, you want to be known as that Tier 1 guy, if you want that joke just to be a joke about the past of the old days of the UEL, you need to bit into this Tier 1 role. So when Billy is not here, it's like, oh, Billy's not here. Whatever, his brother's here. No, it's Billy's not here. La Bamba showed up, though.
Yeah.
Damn it. So
I think there's an opportunity for him to get there by the end of the season. If we see more of these games where Billy isn't available to show up, where he can't be here, and La Bamba has to take that Tier 1 position again, what I'm hoping is that they adapt from this game because it's absolutely possible. There are games where if I saw the Tier 2 step into the Tier 1 position, I would already assume that the Tier 1 position just doesn't exist for this game for them. That's not the case with the bots. I really think La Bamba is a talented and experienced enough player to hold a Tier 1 position on his own. He just has to be the team leader because that's something that comes with this new tiering system is people are going to look for you for advice. You're supposed to be the best player. You're supposed to know the most. And if you can't show up as the Tier 1 player, then you got to step down and let someone else do it. I think La Bamba can be that guy. This was his first opportunity. This was his practice round. From now on, we need to see more from him if this is going to happen again.
And even if it isn't the case where Billy's not around and La Bamba has to step in that role, there could be situations where Billy is in the building, but he's like, hey, you're making the calls. I'll correct you if you're wrong or if it's bad. But, hey, man, what do you think? No, man, it's on you, La Bamba.
Plenty of opportunity. Yeah, for sure. The Ravens, on the other hand, I think this talks about what a solid team they are because we talked about how the bots are no slouch, a top 4 team probably in any situation. They're going to be here for a long time. We're going to see them likely into playoffs if they keep up this kind of showing that they've had. But unfortunately, just not going to be today. The Ravens, however, really, really, really impressing us. And I think that they're showing that they're going to be on the top of their conference, somewhere near the top. They're going to be battling it out with very, very few other teams for a top position.
But speaking of top positions and battling it out, we're going into Maelstrom, a 3v3 battle royale. We see the bots are going to be Dictator Chicken on a human destroyer. Bubbles looks like on a human schooner. Or is that a frigate? Looks like he might be on a frigate. And then Mordecai on a dwarven schooner. But just to let you know, the different size ship size. Frigate's going to be your smallest and lightest ships. Schooner's going to be your mid-sized ships. And then battleships are going to be your larger boats. We see 2 large-sized human boats. That's 2 battleships. Schooner, frigate. Yeah, and battleship.
Well, I mean, you sunk my battleship.
Go away.
Okay. All right. I'm back. It's freezing. I'm cold.
Yeah, it's actually kind of chilly here in our brand new building that we have acquired, and I'm happy, but I'm not happy.
All right. So, who do you think is going to take off with this one? Because
it is a tough situation to be in. I have not seen the Ravens play Maelstrom as much as I've seen the bots. I have a pretty good relationship with the entirety of the bots team, especially one of my favorite players in the league, Paku Paku. So I'm in and out of the Discord, especially with Cage and Bubbles being in there. And I've seen them play Maelstrom, and I think they have a very, very strong confidence and knowledge base in this game. The question is, though, there's been a lot of games that have rolled today. The bots should have a lot of knowledge and a lot of comfort in, and they just have not been getting the W's that they should be getting. So we're seeing who's this right now. Bubbles on his human ship with the confetti going everywhere because it's Bubbles. He has to be over the top and everything.
of course he does.
Damn it, Bubbles.
But I think that with the knowledge that Bubbles has of this game, I think that he's actually going to be able to, help the bots really pull off here. I don't really know what to expect from the Ravens when it comes to that. Kind of like you said, you've never really seen them play before. So it's all about like who's going to be able to defend themselves. I love the fact that
and looks like we had sorry to interrupt you. The first actually encounter between the bots and the Ravens right now. KIC almost said KFC. Excuse me, I must be hungry. KIC and that light frigate right now getting hammered because the human ships are known for their long range and high damage. So KIC has to immediately take off, and you see who is that right there. Vape off in the distance as well. And looks like he's using a mid-sized ship. But these human ships can find Waller from 2 miles out. So the question is are they going to be able to deal with a lot of this range? And then also with Mordecai backing him up on that dwarven ship, which does a good job using mines. And he's pinched between the dwarves and Bubbles right now. So this is a bad spot to be in. And looks like they haven't done a lot of damage yet. I would recommend getting the anchor in. Looks like he was able to bounce out on that orc.
Very little life left. I think he actually got taken out.
And that was actually somebody else in the lobby. And the trick of this game is getting enough damage out and eliminating your opponents because, technically speaking, the Ravens could sink everybody in the lobby and still get eliminated by the bots but still lose because of the points and the amount of damage they put out. So there's no safe way to win this game outside of getting as many destroys and sinks as possible and claiming those bounties.
Yep, I see that. And again,
KIC.
KIC is gone.
KIC got dunked like old Oreos. He out of here. And Bubbles once again showing the power of the human battleship, just reaching out and touching KIC like, hey, little guy, you're not tall enough to ride this ride. Go ahead and hop in that dinghy and get out of here. And now it looks like they seem to be pursuing Vape right now around his Whirlpool. We'll see if Bubbles uses the Whirlpool strat to get the speed. Looks like he is playing that outer edge to get the speed
my
boost.
gosh.
Yep. And here's the thing. If you're playing one of the human ships and you can see your opponent, you can hit them. That range is ungodly large. And if you see right now, if you look at the bottom right, that red right now is a circle closing because Maelstrom is not just some simple game of battling boats. It's actually a battle royale. So it's a sinking circle at all times that you have to be aware of. And unlike some BRs where it's like, oh, the gas is slowly killing me, I'll just throw on a gas mat. There is actually a lethal sea monster. I don't know if it's a Kraken or not, or some weird tentacle dude, but he belly flops on ships if you get caught out there in the circle for too long.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, I think we saw Strix catch a frog splash from the top rope last time we seen somebody get eliminated by
Frog
that.
splash from the top rope.
But right now, Bubbles is just kind of hitting these navigating the map right now. And if you look on the bottom right, where's Bubbles at right now? It's going through this caving system right now. And this is one of the places where if you were to try and counteract the ability of the human ships, getting in close and kind of getting them in these close quarters locations will be the best place to do it. But if you look at the Ravens lineup, they're all using undead ships. And I think I saw at least one frigate, which was Cassie, that got sank. And the undead ships naturally have a disadvantage when it comes to armor because they have a built-in passive. If they get hit once, they immediately go intangible, so they can't take up follow-up shots. But once you hit them once, there are a lot of free games. And Bubbles right there at the edge of the circle. That's where the turn back. Monsters lurk in the water. That is the warning. You got about 4 to 5 seconds to get
scary.
out. Yeah. It's not like, ha, 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 hey, you're in danger. It's like,
I'm in danger.
But Bubbles showing his mastery of the water right now. Vape is just kind of just cruising around the map. I don't know what he's done for his stats, but here comes the barrage. He goes intangible because that first cannonball hit. So 2 of those barrages.
Bubbles has got to get out of there. I don't think he's going to make it. Oh.
No, Bubbles has just enough time because the words pop up and they kind of start to fade away. As they fade away, the monster starts approaching. So there's a little bit of a nuance to the timing of that, and Bubbles is just hammering
straight
Vape.
focusing. Yeah, straight focusing on Vape. He sees just how much health Vape has.
And
so
Bubbles
he takes advantage of that.
And Bubbles is using this Whirlpool or Maelstrom. I think a Maelstrom is the top side stun. All right, I think we'll hear. Was that a forfeit Ravens?
It may have been. Honestly, the one thing that I like about the Ravens is that, Herb understands the UEL for the most part, right? If he knows that, he wants to get as many games as possible in so that he doesn't have to, so that he can pull off with a longer score, he'll call a timeout. And that's a little bit of what we saw on the floor, is we saw Herb call a timeout, and when he did, the rest of the team were just like, why did we call a timeout? And he was just like, I want to play as many games as possible. And everybody else was like, oh, we thought it was a penalty. And, that's it. The time also looked in such a negative way because of setup times, because of, because of delay of games and not really being utilized like they should. Herb actually utilizing the timeout just to say, I want to make sure that we set everything up right. I want to make sure that, there are no hiccups. Let's go ahead and get this game in. And I want to make sure that we get this off with a dub, right?
Exactly, because that's one of the benefits of your team being a well-oiled machine when it comes to these setups and getting everything done. Is those timeouts stop becoming a safety net and start becoming a more an offensive option. It's like, hey, I want to get more games in, or hey, I want to take our time to get this set up, or I got a couple of questions on the strategy. It's like we talked about it at practice or whatever the case may be. That timeout gets to get used for that extra bit of discussion, that extra bit of time your team needs going to a game instead of a 2-minute or 4-minute or 4-minute or 2-minute timer. Now going to 7 minutes or potentially 5 or 6 minutes, being able to go, hey man, what do you want to do? How do you want to play this? Keep working on setup. What are you guys feeling? How you want to do this? Okay, cool. Going into every game comfortable with a plan puts you in a situation when you're up 9-6 over the bots.
Well, I mean, if anything, I don't know if you remember, but I remember when the timeouts were like 9 minutes.
I want them back.
No, sir. Absolutely not.
Not 9-minute timeouts. Like, give me like 4 or 5.
No, sir.
Coward.
3 minutes are fine.
Coward.
3 minutes are fine.
Coward.
But anyway, outside of that, going into Wreckfest, a game that no one has mastered yet, according to Titus, do you think we will see something more than the buses?
No.
No?
Absolutely not.
So this game is no longer going to be, or is still going to be an unmastered game. So for those of you who don't know, the way Wreckfest works is either you race your race or you get wrecked by the other team. There is no in between unless you're in between two buses.
That was pretty good. But Titus has heard me complain about this on commentary. I don't have any issues with Titus. I personally don't have any issues with Wreckfest. The problem with Wreckfest and the way the meta works and the way criticism in this league works, if you do anything besides a bus and you lose, matter of fact, this past 2 weeks, you've had one car show up on Crash Canyon. Granted, that is not a map you need to be playing a car at all. But not only did you play a car and nothing but buses, you played a car and nothing but buses on a horrible map for cars. Nobody wants to be the guy that gets pointed at and goes, why aren't you playing a bus? Because
Except unless you're jury. All right, cool. Anyway.
well, jury rides a Jixer and they're slow, so.
Back to the game. When it comes to Wreckfest, though, outside of the buses, outside of the racing, who do you think on the Ravens? Oh wait, it's over here. On the Ravens, technical timeout. Who do you think is more fit to play Wreckfest? Like
I'm going to fight
win?
Cutters. I'm sorry.
What did he say?
He said technical timeout. Wednesdays at 9 p.m. Check it out.
Hey, man, big old shout out to Logan. I was trying to get him on today. I wasn't able to get in contact with him. Hopefully we can get him back on tomorrow so that we can, hear a little bit of his commentary, coming from one of the masters. So I'm excited. We'll see.
Also, that's another reason why this game was never going to get past buses. Now that Logan is in charge of technical timeout instead of Titus going, hey, man, that was bad. You got some dude in a fully decked out studio with all the buttons and shortcuts. I'm not playing anything besides a bus because the last thing I want is Logan kicking me in the shins verbally on technical time. I'm going, look at this idiot. Let me get this straight. You were driving down the road and you looked to realize, oh, this is the bus lane. And then you're in a Honda. Logan, you can use that.
also very true. Very, very true. But who do you see going in for this, and why do you see these players going in?
Bubbles is 100% going in because that dude loves Wreckfest. Like,
oh yeah.
It got to the point we were yelling at Bubbles to shut up about Wreckfest. Like it got to the point where the team started to get more comfortable when we started playing it. Well, Bubbles would be like, "Hey guys, it's practice night. Blah blah blah. We'll go through our games." Like, all right, cool. Practice is over. What do you guys want to play? He's like, "Anybody want to play Wreckfest?" Hey yo, Bubbles, shut up. So Bubbles definitely goes in. There's no world he doesn't go in this game. I think La Bamba goes in, Dictator goes in, and then from there you kind of have your pick your litter. Cajuns also had the reps with the game and actually came to like it to some degree. Still not one of his favorites for the most part. It was Bubbles and probably TK who really enjoyed Wreckfest the most. And I think TK just enjoyed it because he got to research it and then started to find intricacies in it. I'm like, bro, it's not that deep. He's like, no, man, the stats. Bro. But Bubbles, Cajun for sure, Dictator, and then La Bamba, he's the tier 1. He should be able to play this game effectively. He's been in the league long enough. And then, once again, Big Red, been in the league long enough. And then from the Ravens.
You got to put in KS, you got to put in Herb.
So,
I say Flying Kitten. You go with Vape and Genghis. But outside of that, we're going to go into our T1s. I want to see exactly where their stats are right now. I know we saw it for the halftime, but what are they looking like right now? Doesn't look like there's a lot of movement between these two just yet.
That means a lot of scores are being saved and tucked away. And why is your tier 1s getting protected? They shouldn't be being protected. Why are you protecting your tier 1? Your tier 1s to be out there fighting with the rest of the team in order to get these scores. But right now, I'm pretty sure both of them have played him more in 3 and 4 games respectively. I think we'll get that update a little bit later on. But as it stands right now, KIC is doing his job.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, well, honestly, with La Bamba, yeah, he's 2-2, but I feel like La Bamba has shown a lot of really good leadership as a tier 1 for this game. Just he's taken on a good role, especially with the guidance of RPG. And they in my opinion should be in a better spot. Because one thing that I don't want the bots to continue to rely on is Billy, because at some point Billy is going to have to step away.
It'll never happen. It's Billy. It's Billy to go, baby. Billy ain't going nowhere, right?
Yeah, neither is the baby, all right? The baby's going to grow up.
And that's a conversation I had with some of the other people involved with the bots. It's like family, kids, personal life. They love the UEL, but, like, you got to take care of that family life. And if it's a situation where Billy starts to drift more and more away from the league just because, he wants to spend time with that young child, somebody has to step up. And if La Bamba is still performing as a solid tier 2 where he doesn't need the leadership roles, then who's going to take over that role as a tier 1?
Yep. So we'll see if La Bamba continues with the tier 1 or potentially the tier 2. But with Billy not here, somebody's got to take his place.
And that was one of the things that we brought up about with Snappy and the Wolves. Great player, but he's missing that very, very important intangible part of tier 1, which is the coaching and leadership. And then we got Rainbow Six Siege coming up. Let's go. Siege time. Hopefully we don't see Oregon again. But right now,
I heard we had a shooter coming up, so I came back.
Glad to have you back. But right now we gotta sit through Wreckfest.
I
We
gotta be
eat our
honest with
vegetables
you,
before we
I
get to
prefer
dessert.
this. This is one of the most fun games on the wheel, in my opinion. This is just so fun to spectate. I love watching this game. So
I'll give you this.
The recovery was insane.
All right, so we're just gambling with our lives today. All right, go Ravens.
All right, I do like the color coordination on the buses as well. Very nice from both teams. Oh, although we do have a blue bus going crazy there on the side. Everybody trying to target right now.
People are losing their minds right now. Some of these Mordecai with the tap. He spins them, but Mordecai takes more damage out of that than he actually dealt because that front engine is exposed now. So we're going to see this bus set up. And, ooh, don't hit your teammate. Not like this.
Oh, and a few more crashes coming through. Oh, actually not that heavy of damage considering I thought that was a much harder hit. Still is 77 after all of that being stalled in the corner, recovers with less than a quarter of his health lost and uses it to make some good contact.
Problem is that's all in that front engine, and the issue with with these old school buses is everything's right in the front in that cabin.
Yeah.
And once that cabin gets opened up, you're just one good shot away. You can be at 100% health, get hit twice in the front, and just lose.
Yeah, you can't do that a ton, so need to stay safe from this point on, but he's looking decent at the moment, making his way through the graveyard. We see that there are quite a few players unable to play the game any longer.
Stacking up in the middle of the track there.
Yeah, it looks like right now the Ravens have a decent lead, so if we see a lot of these players start to die out in the middle of the course again already, only just starting lap 3 and a huge contact takes out the assailant.
But with a great heads up on that, he adjusted his route, so when Bubbles tried to, as you see how right before the impact, correct to the right, nope, hits the bus side head on, and there goes Bubbles.
Yeah, Bubbles is now out. Another head-first collision, and somehow still alive. Gonna make it out of this one.
And I think he actually wrecked. So I think the Ravens have the numbers advantage. So him taking that hit was not as detrimental as he thought it would be. But Big Red with almost full health, just kind of whipping it right now.
They should have given Big Red a car.
Yeah.
Big Red has like full health. Mordecai slow.
Just AV giving us some coaching from outside. You got to whip and nay when you're out here on this dirt tracks.
Of course.
But,
well, they might as well because most of them aren't able to play the game any longer, so might as well get a little dance in. We're not even on camera.
That's what makes it funnier.
You're doing all the moves, but nobody knows.
That's the best part.
All right, we do have a couple of these purple buses hanging out, not making contact. Tells you something about them.
Yeah, 6 health left. Hey. Kitten, you got way more health and
Yeah.
4 functioning wheels. Go ahead, take off, brother. I'm
Go
going to hang
take
out
those
back here.
points.
Drive sword, not a tap.
Yeah, it does look like the Ravens don't really have a condition to. Oh,
Boom! It's
Big
on. Big
hit.
Red gonna rock your dome. Just flying through, but now it's just Big Red and 2 Ravens left by the looks of it.
yeah, I think 3 Ravens left. So really, really unfortunate situation. Honestly, they could use the entirety of all 3 of their health bars to easily take down Big Red and still finish this as a win. So.
Honestly, I'm up 9-6, 40 minutes left in the game. There's about 3 laps left in the race. I'm racing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, why would I wreck him out? Why would I end the game sooner?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant if you were Big Red. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
Keep
no.
using the time if you're going to have you're going to be up by 4. Definitely try to take that timer down. Don't even give them 4 more games to come back with.
And the problem is Big Red is some of those trades he made in order to get some of those kills. Yeah, like engine exposed, missing the front left, right
Oh,
tires.
now it's on fire.
Like everything that is wrong with the bus besides it running is wrong.
Oh, no. The shot of the engine catching fire as you were talking about what was wrong with it was so good.
Everything is fine.
They did pass 100 points, though. We often don't see the losing team of Wreckfest pass 100 points. So that is interesting, and it tells you that despite how horrible all of these buses look throughout the race, they somehow survived long enough to get themselves past 100 points. So enough of the team was alive long enough, but we can see that with 3 still left for
Hey, man,
the
these
Ravens.
buses carried the future of America
Whoop.
to school for decades. So
Yeah.
they can take a beating.
Yeah, you back during World War II and me in the new millennium.
Yeah, you and your electronic buses and participation trophies.
Yeah. I said the new millennium, not decade. Jeez.
Yeah, whatever. Metal Gear.
Well, that's going to be the Ravens winning. They took their time with it as they should have and eventually come out. Now they are up to 10. It is interesting that the first team is hitting double-digit wins as we come to almost our last half hour of the game. Tells you how competitive it's been.
And it's really interesting because a lot of these games we've seen this past week and a half and going into the tail end of the week 2 has been either complete blowouts or like the Cyclones and the Bots, similar how this game was, back and forth, and then a half hits, and then it is exponential lead grows. And honestly, I was expecting more of the Bots to be in a position where they let that lead grow and take advantage. But the Ravens showing, no, we're the bad guys of this division now.
Yeah, I see that the Ravens clearly have a one-up on the Bots here, and I think that one-up is Billy being gone, unfortunately. We talked a little bit earlier, we're not going to harp on it too long, but about if he's going to be gone, there has to be that support system behind the rest of the team.
Exactly.
They're doing quite a good job, honestly, but we do have a rookie interview coming out right now, and if I remembered how to pronounce his name, I'm going to let you take that one.
Kiz Moise is coming up here
Kiz
shortly.
Moise, all right, is coming in, so I will go ahead and let you talk to him third, and he is going to do his first interview here on the desk.
Kiz Moise, welcome to the UEL, brother. I'm third, and welcome to your first interview. So, Ravens 10-6, you're a new face on the team. How are you feeling today? How's this lead feel knowing it's your first game in the league?
I'm feeling great. I feel like we're playing very well as a team. Personally, I think we got this dub, but I'm not going to say that too early.
Very, very wise decision because possibility and probability are very important things. But, man, you guys have looked great across the board. And a lot of the time, rookies come in and are like, hey, we'll give them a chance. But you guys, you and Koza have delivered. So how does it feel knowing that you got brought in this veteran team and you're doing your part beyond just being a rookie?
I'm feeling great. Me and Koza definitely got chemistry. I feel like personally, I think as Ravens, I think we got the best rookies of the year. Personally, I think we've got this.
Talk your trash, King. Talk your trash.
I'm talking it right now.
Hey.
I'm just saying, other rookies, you got to watch out.
Ooh, so Kiz Moise saying him and Koza are taking the top of the rookie charts this season, but Rainbow Six Siege coming up. You think your team got this?
I think we do.
All right, but I'll let you get back to your team, and we get into this Rainbow Six Siege here shortly in the minute 20. Thank you for stopping by.
All right.
Good luck. Is the mic shake jewel, the mic ruler, the old school, you would have tripped.
We're back.
Oh, hi.
We're so back.
Yeah, baby.
Woo, we're so back. And do you know why? Because we have to do an ad read. SurfThing, the UEL sponsor for our PCs and equipment. We absolutely love you, SurfThing. We are running all 33. We are running 33 games across 5 categories, and you can run every single one of them on a SurfThing. They are fantastic pieces of equipment. They help us run our games for these professionals out here. We are very grateful to SurfThing. Go ahead to surfthing.com and go ahead and grab yourself a luxury, beautiful gaming PC, and then you too can go pro like our gamers here in the UEL. Man, Rainbow Six Siege, I got to tell you, this is like in the last hour or so, this is the third 5v5 shooter we've had. I couldn't be happier. I love team-based games. I really do.
I'm still on the fence about Valorant. I don't hate it anymore.
Yeah.
I enjoy Overwatch to a degree. It's depending on how the balancing is going in the game at the active point in time, if I like it or not. But Siege is definitely one of my personal favorite games because it's the quintessential tactical shooter.
Yeah.
I have been in and around Siege since original Xbox. The game has been popular since the entirety of its lifetime in existence. And it being on these SurfThing PCs and then being here in the league, you're able to see the quality of the gameplay, and you're also able to see the skill expression with the new rules that we have with operators now being a one-to-one on what's available. So I'm looking forward to some good Siege.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a good matchup here. Now, as much as we would love to see a little bit of change of scenery in the map, I think that there's a good reason why we play Oregon so much. It's the most Rainbow Six Siege map in Rainbow Six Siege. It's the most standard setup. I mean, from the basement is kind of like the hype objective where you get to have your fun, and then the second floor, kid's bedroom, is like the standard Siege, like, oh, I am going to entry through the wall. I am going to set up with my hard breacher. There's just so much standard about that top floor. So it's the most like Rainbow Six Siege standard map. You're breaching a house and just making your way in. I understand why it's the most popular, but I do think there are opportunities for teams to pick maps that can kind of catch people off guard. One of the ones I would like to see would be Skyscraper. I think there are some really interesting objectives on new Skyscraper. Remember, it's got revamped. New Skyscraper, I think, has some really interesting objective points and rotations. I think it's large enough to where a single player can kind of make the difference by being unexpected in their position. But we have some information on what's going on here because we did get a timeout, and AV seems to have a little bit of an update for us.
Yeah, so the bots are having a hard time getting the lobby set up. They are the reason that they called the timeout, and RPG said, if I hear the lobby's not up yet, one more time, I'm going to lose it. So I do believe that the mentality of the bots are starting to crumble just a little bit. Take it how you will.
Yeah, I mean, losing is one thing, but losing to yourself is just really upsetting.
I'm very familiar with that. But one of the reasons why one of the reasons why Oregon is the flagship map in Siege is, are you familiar with Forza?
Yeah.
So the Le Mans. It has every type of turn, every type of turn or interaction a car should have in a race.
Yeah.
Oregon is the Le Mans of Siege. You have your standard, you have your basic breach, your basic entries, front door, through all the doors and sideways, and you have your advanced breaching going through tower, through counter walls, and then the window breach. It hits, like you said, you have your different play styles, but it hits every quintessential aspect of Siege. You can use almost any operator, attack, or defense on Oregon and get a different result almost every time. Yeah, you'll still get onto the space, but how you enter that space, how you aggress that space is completely different because of the way you use the operators. So it's annoying to see Oregon all the time because we are Siege fans.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like, oh, I didn't know you would approach it like that. Oh, they actually know about the thermite T-wall and kitchen. Like, there's a lot of different interactions that we don't get to see a lot of, but at the same time, teams got to take those risks.
Yeah, if we do see as much of Oregon as we've been seeing, if this is going to be the standard, I'm sure we always see that the early meta in the UEL does not always stay the meta. There will be a decision made at one point that makes everybody go, oh, and change their mind.
The Bandits were known for being the best Emerald Lab Siege team last season with the way Magna and Bohr handled a lot of that, with Magna taking out, I believe it was 4 people for the full ace on that, or no, it was a full ace, I believe. He got on defense with his Valkyrie with the C4 play and some really good head tap placements with the MPX.
Wow. On Nighthaven?
Nighthaven, yeah.
On Nighthaven?
Nighthaven.
Wow, okay. Yeah. Whew. Yeah, Nighthaven would be a fun one. I was actually going to say Nighthaven bottom floor would probably be a really exciting one to watch for the UEL here because that's a lot of breach, and that's my favorite part of the game is the breaching
I
phase.
think Nighthaven is one of TK's favorite maps, so you just made his day by saying that. Because
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. It is just absolute breach monstrosity. I mean, it's counter breaching, it's counter breaching, and then it is the breach phase finally if you're lucky enough to be able to get those bandit tricks eliminated, if you can get through the mutes, the Kaids, whatever it is that they're set up with. It is a lot of fun to watch the early phase of a Nighthaven, and then it's just trying to shoot each other through the strangest angles because of the way the walls are built on the outside of the map.
it's like your teammate gets head tapped through a random hole, and so you re-peek through it because they didn't know they actually got the shot, and you just see a defender pixel just walk by just dead. And it's like, what happened? You watch the replay, the dude's just like, is that a person?
It's called skills, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Get diffed.
Get diffed.
But I personally started to really enjoy. I made the face, but I'm enjoying Skyscraper because I've been learning Azami and Tea Room, and
There
then
you go.
also I have a really sick setup for it. The problem is people around like 2 o'clock in the morning aren't playing Siege, they're playing CDM. So like having this like intricate setup just gets like ran over by 4 people running in with ARs, just holding down left click. I'm like, all right, well that's cool.
Yeah, they can be shot out, unfortunately. A little easier now than they used to be able to be taken out. So Azami not quite as meta as she used to be, but still a fun character nonetheless. I typically like to play camera operators on defense, but I will catch myself every once in a while just as a comfort pick, kind of going over to Azami and being like, what a great weapon. I can make my own angles for walls. If I feel really comfortable and I just feel like I'm slaying really well on a map, I typically go for the Azami pick. It's a whole lot of fun.
Also, one thing I would like to see the UEL doing a little bit more is the Echo late rotates. That's something I've been working on Consulate, where you play showers. I set up a camera right there over the bomb, and then I set up another one, shoot out the fan, and put one right there, so you can see half the room in the usual default plant spot.
Yeah.
And then I play southwest of the building, and I late rotate. And we didn't end up winning the match, but I ended up getting like a triple kill and setting up my teammate. I didn't get the win, but a teammate got the win because of my late rotate, picked up a double, and then he came through and finished him up. And it was just like, those are the cool interactions about Siege that I really enjoy about the game, and I wish the UEL will start. I understand we have to play UEL,
Yeah.
but with the way we play Siege, you are able to actually play. Just play the Siege. Play the Siege. Play the Siege.
Yeah. I think they will. There's definitely teams out there that will always play to develop strategies in whatever game it is. I think the shakeup of the tiering system and a lot of teams that are familiar with each other breaking apart, I think is part of the reason not everybody is comfortable getting into unusual territory yet. With Rainbow Six Siege, they all need to start on the same page before they start making these wacky strategies. They have to experience the game together first, and then after a few runs, they're going to know what is all of them together, what their weak point is, what's getting them, why are they losing, why are they winning, and what should they be playing into or not. So I think soon in the next couple of weeks, I'm hoping week 3 will kind of be the start where we start to see every single game a new wacky thing coming up that we're not used to. I'm excited to see that transformation happen because, last season, I don't remember quite when I came in, but it wasn't this early on. So I'm still I don't know when to expect that point. I'm not sure when that's gonna come in.
And then we also might see a point where Oregon just keeps being the default, but we start seeing more aggressive pushes like the Amaru, Capital, Gridlock plays where you just rush kids' room and just lock it down immediately. Those are hilarious because me, Bubbles, and Ellie used to practice that last season just on our off time. And the amount of people not expecting 3 people to drop on a site and take it over immediately and then have it pinned down.
Yeah.
It's what do you mean they're on site? What do you mean they're planning? What, there's 3 of them?
It flips the sides. It completely changes the game. You went from offense to defense in just like a minute. All right, so we are on Oregon, and it is going to be the bots on attack first for this one. The next game we're going to get, however, is going to be the finals. Very interesting. I really hope you guys like 5v5 shooters.
Yeah. And if there was a chance for the bots to come back into the game, it's going to be all these shooters rolling back to back. Problem is, though, Red is out, Mordecai is out, and Dictator's out. So their strong shooting core for the bots is out, but the finals is a 5v5, so 2 of them get to come back in on the other side.
Yeah, they'll have a little bit of a reset. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not sure if I like or hate what I'm seeing right now.
See, we got Jackal, Lion,
It's
Ash.
mostly this Fuse pick that's got me wondering.
Yeah, because I was looking at the entire lineup. I'm like, Honestly, the Lion pick needs to come back, and I think the Jackal needs to go to another Intel op, preferably. Yeah, I swapped the Jackal for a Lion because Oregon is not known for roaming on the sites a lot of the teams play. And if they are roaming, they're going to be going straight to one spot, and you're going to drone them out before the Jackal actually gets a chance to do anything.
Yeah, you're not going to get any roaming on second floor especially. And then surprisingly for the UEL, we haven't had, when we're playing basement, any roamers up top. It is really surprising. I would expect
And there
to
goes
see,
the cab right there.
There's a cabbie, so we are going to have a little bit of roaming, unless this player plays the weirdest Caveira we've ever seen.
And that's one of the things I've seen in the UEL, and the issue is a lot of the players who don't play Siege on a regular basis will pick calves like, oh, I like your gun, I like the stealth, and they stay on site. It's like, bro, I'd rather you just alt F4 the game in the middle of a match than pick cab and stay on site.
Yeah. Yeah, that's hopefully that's not what we're going to see here. We do see the hatches getting locked down here by the Ravens. The bots are going to make their way in, and they're actually going to start from construction. No, it looks like
not hit the default, though.
Yeah, the Ash and the Fuse wouldn't really be the two that you would send that way anyway. This Fuse does want to be up above. I'm not sure if they know that the hatches have been taken. They might want this Habana to come with them. They are going to check all of the footholds, so they're making efficient movement. It looks like they know the target. They know where they want to be moving.
Yeah, but default camera might still be up because I didn't see Ash or Fuse take a shot at that. So that construction default camera might be alerting them and then pushing to that doorway. Also, default camera right in front of Fuse. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. It's the big white thing right there in the top middle of your screen.
Yeah, there
also,
are two of you.
I need you to switch to the ACOG. I need you to switch to the ACOG.
Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. He really should look up that camera there, that black little orb that you see on the top of the white ring.
He's pondering his orb.
He didn't shoot it out, but we also didn't see any red flashing, which means that the defending team, the Ravens,
why
did he?
Tell me why.
All right. Well, a little bit of team sabotage there, shooting their own drone.
I would like so Jackal did somehow get Prince.
Okay. So they were able to get the Caveira, and in fact, Caveira wasn't even able to kill their Habana, so not only did she not get interrogation, she didn't even get a kill.
What is?
They are scrambling right now, running as 5. They're not
I
taking
like the
separate
castle here,
angles.
but looks like the Ash was there for don't.
Hibana is going to put a breaching charge on top of it. They are going to blow it. We're going to see the Fuse go in first. He hasn't used a single one of his
You haven't had
yet.
Yeah, that the funny thing is that Fuse,
He
if they
can
would have
fuse
fused
the
that hash,
castle.
it would have taken care of the castle wall.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they decided to just...
And nobody actually the Fuse should be up top right now above electrical, just raining down death.
Yeah, none of that, though. Going to leave the frost mat on the left as well. A teammate could possibly step in it.
They have sight, so they have bomb, right?
Oh, there was one in the back corner. It's that Valkyrie. And then one of them stepped in that trap that we talked about that he didn't shoot out.
Oh, no. Is this Cav pick going to just fall apart? Because getting rid of Cav allows you to be able to push on site, but not a single protective measure was run for site. And I don't know if I've seen a Dokubi call go off. Granted, I can't really tell right now, but...
Okay, but she did hack the cameras, so they do have the ability to see around all of the objectives
And
right
when
now.
you have a Valk on your team and that Dokubi gets a hold of cameras, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, good call-outs being made right now as well.
And there's
but
a red ping,
it's
but...
not coming through.
And it's a 4v1 with Jackal with no health. Hopefully...
Yeah, rather than call-outs, they're opting to drop red pings right now, which gives the defenders alerts, and then they do get the final kill.
And in the 4v1, the red ping doesn't make a difference because at that point in time, 3 of your teammates can actually push out and one can sit back on the general angle, and then it's a 3v1. And if he somehow God tears his way through that, I'm pretty sure you can sneeze at him hard enough, they'll fall over dead.
Yeah, we will move on to an attack from the Ravens, and we're looking at KIC here, who looks like he might be opting for, no, will not be going hard breacher. One of his teammates selects Habana. We see Habana Ash again.
My man's roster is lacking, but I do like Ying. There's rarely a situation where Ying is bad because a lot of people in the league don't understand how some of the trap operators works. Like Wamai would be great against Ying and Bandit, not Bandit, Jaeger. So those are very, very situational defenders, and those defenders are usually a response to how a team plays. But since we only play best of 3 here, going blind with the Jaeger or a Wamai is not a good look because you do get a Nitro Cell from the Wamai pick, but the Jaeger does kind of leave you lacking on some of your extra utility on the site.
All right, check
Yes.
his room. Check his
And
room.
it
check
looks like we're
basement,
going for
check
a
first.
full, pretty hard info team. No, it is definitely full now. You have one soft breacher rusher,
Yep, check
one
kids,
hard
check kids.
breacher, and 3 info scanners. You do have the Jackal who can pull out individual
All right, perfect,
pings
perfect.
on
That's perfect
players
for
and
me.
track where they're going.
All right,
You have
save
the
your drones, save
Dokkaebi
your
as
drones,
well
save
who
your
can
drones.
use her phone to call all of the enemy operators. I guess she got all their numbers in the pregame. She can call all the enemy operators, and you can
Save your
hear
drones,
that
everyone.
vibration, so you get the sound cues for all the phones buzzing from all of
So-
the defending operators.
If I was the Ravens here, I just confirmed that there's a bandit. I will be switching off right now to Thatcher.
Thatcher, absolutely.
Because there is no reason to be giving up opportunities to get on a site because you don't run it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's late, and I can't sing my favorite song, Thatch Man, yeah, that me.
Yeah, I think a Thatcher Ace combo would go a lot better here with the Mira Bandit setup. I think it's pretty clear what they're going for with the Bandit Mira setup, but perhaps they don't want to push construction, so maybe it doesn't even matter for them.
I think always having an eye on tower is always a good thing because if
Yes.
a team doesn't enforce it, especially if you have the option or a player who's comfortable with Ash,
Mentoring myself.
if you're just sitting in tower watching through a window and next thing you know everything is just
Oh, they
exploding
got the
around you,
rewards.
it ruins your entire day. So I think taking advantage of that multiple angles is always important.
All right. Well.
Okay, Spider-Man.
But yeah, you just really wanted to do that. Going to pick up his drone as well. Got Lion moving in front of him, so he was just making way, it seems. Lion making his way in, and now we get KIC on this Jackal moving around the outside. Might want to push for main. Going to try to take out that camera.
Buddy, what do you...
He is going to push for the top, so he is going to go for this balcony right here. All right, the drone is
That's actually a perfect throw. I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah,
I'm saying
that
he
was
did it on
pretty
purpose.
impressive. Oh, very interesting. Does the Azami? No, the Azami setup is not enough, but the drone almost lost, but not. Now they know where that Azami is.
Yeah, yeah.
You see that wall coming out. Oh, okay. Just going to smoke the Azami wall there. It does give an opportunity for him to punch it out. Oh, not quite. Gonna drone in here through the smoke. A better opportunity, but yeah, he did see that. He should have known that that was going to be blocked off. He did see the wall go up, so it is fully blocked off now, not able to. However, he could throw it above. He's not going to choose to. He's instead going to try to shoot this Azami wall out. Gonna stand back a little bit. That's probably wise. Now we've got these Lion pings. Only one player caught by that. Everyone else seeming to be okay standing still. Now you can see this Ash is already in. Well, KIC is still
Azami
trying to
dead?
break his way in.
The zombie's not dead yet, is she? So this Ash, hey, you might want to like let your teammate know that there's a
Yeah.
whole terrorist.
The
in that
Azami
room.
must have rotated when they put up the second barrier there, the second concrete barrier. That gun doesn't do a ton of damage. You can punch that. I'm not sure if he knows. Oh, now he's taking shots from the corner of the room.
And no, the crazy thing is, you're Jackal. Why don't you just read those footprints that are still there so you can give that Ash opportunity to take care of that?
Yeah, you know, guaranteed there was a rotate from the exact position you're looking at. Oh!
Don't matter. Get diffed. Thanks for playing.
Oh. With the shotgun from Vigil, too.
That is
Whoa.
the Boss G. That is the off switch to life. My man said, change the channel. Oh, did Herb get caught too? Did Herb get caught too? Bop!
Oh,
and I
my
do it again.
goodness.
Bop, bop.
Boshi is
The
so
Boss G is the universal remote to life.
Wow. So it'll be the bots holding it down there and sending it into a round 3. The sides do switch. Round 3, I believe, is randomized even here on this 3-round setup. So the attack could have gone either way, but this time it is going to go to the bots. The bots did not find success on attack the first time. We saw that Thatcher hovered for a moment, one of the strongest operators in the game, and it may actually, no, it's not hovering the buck. Now, we see a Thermite, we see the information in Lion and Dokkaebi, we see the Ying. The only thing needed for this hard breach setup, if you want to bring this Thatcher is, or sorry, not this Thermite would be a Thatcher or possibly a Brava, a Twitch, anything that you really desire. Blackbeard, definitely not the answer. We saw in week 1 Blackbeard take a headshot, and that was pretty disappointing.
I hate Blackbeard because Blackbeard rewards dumb plays. I mean, that's the character design, so I'm not going to say, like, hey, people aren't used to putting themselves. Like, a good Blackbeard will always be peeking shield first. Yeah. And but the amount of hand-holding Blackbeard gives to players that cause a lot of them to stagnate is annoying, but that's how the character works. Because a good Blackbeard, I have seen good Blackbeards ace teams because that one shot that it ate was enough for them to go 1, 2, 3. And it's terrifying and it's annoying, but you can tell the difference between a good Blackbeard and a bad Blackbeard. So we'll see what we got with this one.
Yeah, it does. It affords opportunity to bad players and good players alike. To bad players, it can let them win a 1v1 that they shouldn't have won, and to good players, it can let them win a 1v3 that they might have won anyway. So
Like
there's
when a
definitely a
Blackbeard
big
comes
dichotomy.
running around the corner as the last attacker, not paying attention. You're like, yo, I hear him. He's red ping. He's dead.
Yeah. Well, I don't really know exactly what the idea is with this Thermite, but it does seem like only 2 were scanned. It was Valkyrie and Ella, so we're not 100% sure if any of the hard breach locations will be blocked off.
Hey, buddy, you should probably put your shield on now.
Yeah, there's really no reason to not have it on from the very beginning.
And I don't like these
Very
lines used this early when no walls have been broken and no steps have been made into the site, or into the building, excuse me.
Yeah, it's a very common tactic used by players who kind of just want to jump the gun. They want to be useful. They want to help their team out. But unfortunately, there's just not a position to do that right now. It's a little bit more difficult than just pressing, your E key.
And as they ponder the orb and run past that default camera now, everybody, that is the 3rd line, I believe, being used, and they're not even on site yet. That is not a good place to be right now because that intel is so important. And Blackbeard, for the love of God, put your shield on.
Yeah, and it looks like the Thermite is going to be able to breach here. However, pushing the entire team through tower, through this narrow hallway, very questionable, unless they're going to rush here with these bullets flying through. And no, it doesn't even look like, even with all of these flashes going out,
You
they
got to
aren't
go
pushing down.
What?
So now they're just going to be stuck. It's going to be a chokehold down this tiny hole. We see one on the ground. The Blackbeard's going to get the kill there.
Hey, man, Blackbeard, you know you would have taken a lot less damage if you had your shield up.
Yeah, he very well could put his shield up, but at the moment he's still not. Maybe he just likes the gun. I'm not sure what the idea is. He has 2 shields available to him. Gonna
That's
check
200 damage
angles.
and at least 4 headshots that you get to negate.
Gets shot from a teammate from behind, only has 3 HP now, still not going to use that shield. The Jackal scanning out the location. They're putting down a lot of pressure with these bullets. They can get into that restroom and try to get the plant
Why
down.
didn't Lion should have smoked across that middle portion and then
and killed from behind.
So
now
Cav-
Lion is in a vulnerable position from this Caviera.
So Gab playing from dormitory side of things. Yeah, that's why you want to smoke that and get the plant in the corner.
Yeah,
you plant that tight corner right there next to foosball.
It was 2 roamers remaining, but Ella's down. The plant is down. It's Caveira versus the world right now.
And if Jackal just pokes his head out and tries to get his scan off, and I think that's a Claymore actually for that rotate for that Cav. So now he has to come through white or the backside of tower. And it is possible to win going through backside of tower, but
that would be a long rotation.
Yeah, and Cav has speed, but 3 speed in this situation is just not going to be enough.
And the kill will come through, so the Ravens are going to take that one. That was honestly the most convincing round that we had, so very much earned it in that last round. They're going to go up 11-6 with half an hour left. I think we know which way this one's going to go, but there are still a few games left to go. This game of the finals, another 5v5 shooter, very different in concept.
Yes, so all the pacing and all the teamwork and decision-making you just saw, 95% that goes out the window. It's 5% decision-making, and then the rest of it's vibes.
Yeah, we're back to like Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer lobbies here.
Yeah.
It's back to, I mean...
You're bad! You're bad!
You can just keep yelling at each other because you're going to get your respawn eventually.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just come right back, and then you're... Who's bad?
Stop camping! Why you keep killing me? It's like, all right, my man.
There's always somebody screaming that they're my father, unfortunately. I don't know if that was ever true or not, but I'm, fingers crossed.
I'm still waiting for my mom to get taken out for a steak dinner, apparently.
I
So,
know.
like-
I don't know what's going on. They were so... I'm not sure why they were so mean to me and so nice to my mother.
Yeah, the good news is I've heard a lot of rap artists I would never would listen to on my own time thanks to those Call of Duty lobbies.
Yeah, honestly, I think we've heard a lot of that. I definitely learned a lot. I think I know every single vacuum model's sound at this point. I think I know what
I
they all
also
sound
think
like.
batteries are very, very expensive because the amount of fire detectors I've heard in chat.
You would think so. A lot of smoke detectors. It'll be from a guy who doesn't talk the entire round. His mic is only on so you can hear a smoke detector every 20 seconds.
You just hear the reverb from the TV. It is.
Luckily, the finals is not quite the same as Call of Duty lobbies. I know we made it sound like such, but no, not exactly. It seems like what people have been opting for here is Skyway Stadium with the kind of King of the Hill game mode that has the floating platform where you have to hold control of the objective and it moves either left or right. Think of it as, if you are more familiar with Overwatch, it would be the push game mode. Whereas instead of standing next to it, it's actually a physical object that you have to be on. So there is some movement to it, some maneuvering. Yeah, there is some maneuvering to it. You do have to be 10 toes down on the objective while it moves. It does go faster if you have more players on it. So very similar to that push game mode that we know and love, with the difference being if you fall off of it mid-fight, it is difficult to get back up on it depending on where it is on the map.
Exactly, and that's why one of the things I was complaining about, I'm going to say complaining about, but I felt really apprehensive about was some of the mediums using the jump pad. But after seeing the gameplay and seeing how much of a pain in the butt it is to get back on that platform, I'm like, okay, jump pads I understand, but why are we putting the jump pads on the objective? That should be something to be thrown out and then used to get back on the objective. Yeah. But one of the things a lot of teams I've seen doing is 4 mediums, 1 heavy, and then a couple of different gadgets here and there. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, the mediums are going to dominate a lot of the finals in the UEL because compared to actual live server finals gameplay, mediums tend to be more of the support role where there's kind of like healing and just doing support fire. Here, the ability to lock down areas with goo grenades and flame grenades into the turret, and then also having that jump pad or having the SCAR and the AK, the mediums just kind of dominate right now, especially when you have a good medium and a heavy to back them up.
Yeah, and I think it's actually important to emphasize how much that jump pad is for that kit, because you can remove a lot of those utility and still want it to be a majority of medium because of that game mode. When you are playing that dominates, that King of the Hill game mode, it is so integral to be able to have that either grappling hook or jump pad. Grappling hook a little bit more selfish because it doesn't work for your entire team. So if you wanted to run anything less than 4 mediums, you really wouldn't be able to get your entire team up there. However, if you do run enough mediums and you're able to put down your jump pads, you get more flexibility in your composition. I'm curious if we're going to see more heavies being played, like a 3 medium, 2 heavy setup with 2 healers and 1 turret at some point. I saw a little bit of messing around with that earlier this week, kind of trying to figure out what composition. I don't think we're 100% certain what composition is going to dominate later in the season. I think we're still morphing.
I think also the compositions will also change per game mode.
Yeah.
Because there's just a lot of variance in some of these interactions when it comes to, like if you're playing S&D, it's like, I don't want a heavy in S&D. I want mediums and lights for either stealth kills or being able to get around to counteract other stealth. I want to be able to lock down areas with turrets. Whereas in King of the Hills, like, yeah, having that 1 heavy there, and then the 4 mediums to either support each other or the heavy is very integral. And the lights just don't take enough damage because you have to be on that point so often. And then what was the 3rd game mode? Bank. Now, Bank is the more traditional mode of the finals, and that's where you probably see the larger array of characters, because I used to play medium with the grenade launcher, and I would just level buildings and let the heavies and the lights kind of move around and just play revival at that time. Yeah. So Bank is going to give you more diversity, but I think S&D and King of the Hill are going to be the 2 that by about week 4 or 5, the entire league goes, this is what you should be running, this is how you should be playing it, and then it just comes down to gun skill at the very end.
Yeah, it really will just come down to the variance, and that's one of the cool things about a game like this is it's kind of like when we watch Die by the Blade, everybody kind of has their own style and combination that they want to play with, so even when you do see people playing the same role of a heavy or a medium, they do have preferences on guns. The finals is one of those games where there are some guns that are considered to be better than others, like on the light class, it's the silenced handgun that's considered to be the strongest, but there are some players who are accurate enough to make those throwing knives more effective, and those people are scary, but it's player dependent. You can't really say for every single person one is going to be better than the other. I really like that.
And it's kind of crazy because on that same note, you can see someone running at your throwing knives hit you once, and I just 2-tap you with the Magnum, and you're just like, the trade-off is you get way more damage, but you have to be more accurate. I got 6 shots versus your throw speed for the throwing dart.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Ravens are using their last timeout, and with this much time left in the game, I don't think that's too much of a problem. It looks like we still have the bots being up by another one for some reason. So instead of 11-6, it looks like we're 10-7. I'm not sure if that's intentional, if maybe we had the wrong perspective and it was the bots that ended up winning that Rainbow Six. I'm not sure. We'll get confirmation on that in a moment, but we're going to check those scores real quick for you and figure out whether it was the Ravens or the bots. We'll get an answer to you. But the final still, even if it is only a 3-game difference between them, there is not a ton of time left in this game.
I believe the Ravens had set up for this. If I was the Ravens, I'd probably use the King of the Hill game mode because that'll take the most amount of time and take the most amount of effort. Now, unless the bots just absolutely steamroll and take it over immediately, they're going to be in that game for the full timer, which I believe is 8 minutes for the King of the Hill game mode. So we'll see what happens when that goes there. But if the bots did win Siege, and if they do win the finals in an overwhelming fashion, that puts them down by 2, and the wheel's starting to look thin enough that there might be enough options for them to actually win the game. And that would be the biggest heartbreak for the Ravens.
All right. Well, we do have AV with a little bit of news for us, so either it's going to have to do with why the bots got a point after the last game or something to do with this timeout that we just got.
The timeout was caused because the Ravens were trying to be coached by Jeezy. They had to sit Jeezy down. They had to bench him. Like, nah, bro. Come on. You don't know what you're doing. Herb said, I got this. I don't need your help. Sit down.
All right.
But speaking of help, before you step away, AV, so did the bots actually win Siege, or did the Ravens win Siege?
I will let you know.
All right.
Appreciate
Sounds
you, brother.
good. Thank you. We will get you an answer on that. But this timeout is coming to an end soon, so we're probably going to be jumping into this finals games pretty
The
soon.
bots did
The
win.
Bots.
So that
won
means we
so
watched
we had the perspectives flipped.
Oh, okay. So
Wait, let's go back and try to break that game down from the different perspectives now. So the first round,
the bots won.
the bots won, so that was their defense on basement. So that silly intro that we saw where the Caveira died and then they just absolutely held down bottom floor, that was the Ravens. Oh. The finals is being forfeited by the Ravens now, which puts the bots at 8 points. We're at a 10 and 8. There's 2 games left. They didn't set up in enough time. It wasn't even their own forfeit. And now we're heading into Tekken. Oh.
And Tekken coming up next. But La Bamba not available. But you do have Mordecai, Dictator Chicken. Cajun's been working on his game since his time in the bots. So has Bubbles. But you have KIC, Pasta Herbs, Genghis.
This is going to be a good one.
If the Ravens lose this game due to their own mistakes, it's one thing to start the season off with a loss. Like, hey, it is what it is.
Half the teams have to. Yeah.
But to start your season off with a commanding performance through 90 or 85% of this game and fail in the 11th hour?
Yeah, not clean at all. The Ravens should be playing better. We've seen them play so well that these little interruptions in their performance, it's just not acceptable, honestly, for a team like this. This is a team that I and a lot of other people have been discussing, trying to hype up as, wow, when we see them, they're going to be, we need to figure out which spot at the top of the leaderboard they're going to be at. Right now, they're not even, the last couple of moments here, they have not been performing like a top of the leaderboard team. But
here's the thing, because I will go to the bat for the Ravens on this in particular. It's not like they're going against the Cyclones, which are in the process of rebuilding and rediscovering themselves. It's not like they're going against the Blaze or some of the other teams that know they're on the tail end of the league right now. They're going against the bots. So them getting caught in a situation, yeah, it's like, hey, y'all should know better. But at the same time, at least it's the bots and not potentially, like I said, the Cyclones or the Blaze who are still getting their things together.
Yeah, the Blaze, honestly, a team that I think a lot of people are going to have their eyes on for a while. It's usually just one team per season that's in that shaky spot that people want to be watching, and I do think the Blaze are going to be one of those teams. After their last performance, I think they're either for them or against them. I think a lot of people are rooting for them to improve going forward, and a lot of people, I think, are also out there saying a little bit of I told you so.
And it's easy to be on either side of the line, especially from my personal position on the whole situation with that. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of, objectively speaking, it's Hollywood, Gardo, and then a bunch of rookies. Y'all can say what you say about Milk, and it's like, oh, he was back then. Milk hasn't been here in over 6 seasons or something crazy like that. So that being said, it's Hollywood, Gardo, and nobody with active experience. So that team inherently is going to be bad. And not bad like, oh, they suck at games. No, they're just bad because they don't have enough time in this league or enough time with each other. So, like I said, you can root for them or you can hate them, but it's easy to be on either side of the line.
Yeah, well, honestly, with Hollywood and Garto being at the head of the team with the most experience in the league, I think all those rookies do have a good shot of learning pretty quickly because they're learning from some of the best, some multiple-time UEL champions. So we'll see how quickly they improve. I think it's going to be exciting for the entire league. We do have 1 minute left in this countdown. on the timer. Tekken 8 coming up, 5v5 Tekken 8. It will be 1 life per player, and we will see each one go head-to-head, kind of like we did in Die by the Blade, except instead of 2 lives, you're only going to get 1 because you don't die in 1 hit. Well, most people. Sometimes there's a one-touch.
Tekken is not in TOD territory yet, and I'm completely happy for that. You can legitimately get 2-touched in Tekken.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother level of Tekken gameplay that we probably won't see. Well, we'll see something close to that, but don't confuse a clean 2-touch with like a deliberate input to somebody just going,
yeah.
I hit him twice and he died. My man's, you hit 1 button and then he whiffed the button and then you continue to hit 1 button.
Yeah, that is the rough part about the 1 life system that we go with. Usually Tekken is a 3-round to win kind of system. So the 1 round to win system does give an opportunity. It pulls, I wouldn't say it evens the playing field, but it gives the opportunity for other people to get
and Skullgirl's coming up next.
Another fighter coming out. So depending on the way this one goes, one of these teams might be feeling good about coming close to wrapping up with Skullgirls.
And Mordecai on point. So we're going to see one of the heavier hitters for the bots start this off against a Jack 8. And Mordecai, knowing this game very well, should know how to deal with Jack 8 shenanigans, especially knowing that his teammate,
oh, man.
Snap kick into the DDT, tries to go for the low grab, armor into a leg drop. It's a big leg drop, brother. Into shoulder charge heat. And then
there it goes.
Mordecai just takes it clean and easy, showing that luchador pride. Let's go, Mordecai. Represent us grapplers out here.
Absolutely, yeah. And Jack 8, I was curious what style we were going to see out of that Jack 8 because he's definitely a mix-up kind of player, but there are some players with less experience in Tekken that go for a grapple style with him because of how much damage he will put out. So they'll kind of fall back on the grabs because it's just so much guaranteed damage.
But the thing is, if you really want to play a grab character, in my opinion, if you're watching this right now and you haven't played Tekken 8 and you like grapplers, 100% go for King. King is the Tekken community is divided on King, but they all agree on one thing. He's stupid, he's overtuned, and he does too much damage.
Yeah, he definitely does. Yeah,
I don't think he does enough. That's just me.
No, he definitely strong output from him. And we've actually seen quite a bit of Eddie being played now since the start of this season. So we are going to see it again, this time from Vape, it looks like.
One interaction I haven't tested myself yet is Eddie has a stance when you see him in his capoeira where he sits down on the ground called his relaxed stance. In Tekken 7, he was punishable in that and he couldn't block. Now he can actually block from that stance, but the interaction I'm interested in is King has guaranteed crouch grabs that he's able to grab people out that can't be broken. So I want to know, is Mordecai hip to Eddie's interaction with that where he might be able to potentially crouch grab him every time he goes through low when he spams those 3 button? Or is it going to be a situation where Mordecai is just going to treat him like a bot and just try and run through him as fast as possible on King?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We'll see if there's enough time for us to find out in this one, or it might take a few more of these matchups to figure it out. But very insightful there. And actually trying to replicate King's outfit with the leather print.
And then he burns the heating gauge. Power armor into the RKO. Goes into heat. Front kick. Tries to go. A couple of jabs. Up. Big swing. No. Big swing. You got to tech this or you die.
Wow. And a perfect from Mordecai. And we will definitely not see that interaction in any way that we talked about previously.
Yep.
There was 0 touches coming out from Vape, unfortunately unable to. But what do you expect when you're going up against Mordecai, honestly?
And if you notice, the bots have 1 timeout left, and Mordecai can run through the rest of this team in ample time and get this 9th point on the board. We have, what was the next game coming up after this? It spawned, it was Skullgirls.
Skullgirls, yeah.
So this is a strong opportunity, and looks like we have Herb sitting down with Steve, and I've been watching Herb play Steve, and he's very comfortable with this character, and I believe he's really comfortable with the King matchup, so this is going to be a very interesting 1 round of Tekken, because if there's anybody that's here today that I would like to get a full set against Mordecai, it needed to be Herb or KIC. Let's get some just good fundamental Tekken out, but 1 round, we're here to rob people. Let's get it.
And here we go. It starts off, and it is not going to be a perfect for Mordecai this time, no matter what takes the first damage, but immediately gives it back.
And then right now, Shiny Wizard to see how. Oh, RDC. It's RDC. You got to break that or you die. You got to break that or you die. No, you didn't go for the RDC. Oh, no, chain grabs. Ooh, nice mask on that. Good damage. Oh, he key charged. There's heat. And there's the heat ender, and Herb gets taken out. I thought he was going for the RDC, but goes for the chain grab. And RDC is rolling death cradle. That's where that neck break goes, and then that muffler stretch goes into.
Yeah.
And then from there, it's usually a grab from below the thigh and around the groin, and then he just rolls him around for like 60% for free.
Oh, yes,
Rolling death
yes.
cradle.
That one I've seen. I absolutely know what you're talking about there, yeah.
And that just shows the mastery of Mordecai on King because he chose a different grab path instead of going for the Rolling Death Cradle, which everybody knows. Herb especially knows is like a 1-2, 1+2 break, which is left punch, then right punch, and then both left and right punch. To break it, he goes another route and forces an interaction that he's not comfortable with. Or was that K? Hold on, let's see. Out Genghis. Or was that Genghis that went in? I think I might have missed whose controller was in the hands. I think this might be Herb now on the Steve. Because that would make more sense. Because that Steve looked a little off.
Okay, so I believe it is Herb now on the Steve. And putting out the pressure first once again, this time getting a few more blocks.
Once again, there's the armor, and that is a repeat of the
same
last
way.
round.
Yeah.
Tries to go for an alley kick. Gets caught. There goes the tailspin. Oh, there we go. Gets the wall. Nope. Goes for the low. There's the heat engage from Mordecai. There's the heat engage from... Jabs out of it to take his turn back. There's the heat ender, RKO. Nope, doesn't take the run off of it. And that's the problem with King players. We don't tech grabs. Oh, there's the heat ender. That should kill. Yep, and Mordecai goes down.
Yeah, but he did more than enough. I mean, he's taken out 3 players, hopefully the bots, with 4 still remaining rather than the Ravens 2.
Now, this is where the issue is with having Mordecai on point, but I understand the point. Mordecai is probably one of the stronger Tekken players on the bots, and with him down the Herb, when you still have, I believe, KIC available, it's an uphill battle in order to get back into this game.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Jack 8 coming out from Bubbles here against Herb's Steve.
And there's only so much you can get away with being a newer fighting game player. Bubbles has been putting time into this Jack 8 for about 2 seasons now. Actually, technically 3 because he started playing Jack in Tekken 7, but then 8 dropped and he switched to Jack 8. So Bubbles is getting more and more comfortable with this character, and he does have Mordecai with him in this corner to coach him to kind of do things. But the problem is Herb has been playing Steve consistently online, so this is one of his most comfortable options. And Jack 8 in the higher levels might not be somebody Herb sees a lot, or Herb has seen plenty enough of to know what buttons he needs to press in the situation. And there goes the heat ender, and then another mid. Yep. And this is just the difference between Herb, who has hundreds, actually thousands of hours in Tekken in general, and not to mention 100 hours in Tekken 8, plus a majority of that being on Steve, since his old main Claudio has not come forward.
Unfortunate. Yeah, during the switch to Tekken 8 last season, there were definitely some winners and losers in that switch.
I won. We lost Noctis, but I got Victor.
All right, so it's going to be Raging Cajun now coming in on the Reyna.
Now, when Tekken 8 first came out, Cajun picked up Reyna, played her for about 4 or 5 hours, and was like, nope. Because everybody in the Tekken 8 Reyna Discord was like, what the hell is this character? The interactions, a lot of the inputs and things like that are a pain. But now that we're deeper into the life cycle, people started to understand what's optimal, what's fluffing her kit. So we'll see how Cajun handles this matchup. But once again, Herb is a high-ranked Tekken 8 player. So there's a lot of things that he's going to experience. Ooh, good heat engage counter. Goes for the grab and goes for the low. And there's a toe stomp. Ooh. All right, now here comes Dictator Chicken. Before La Bamba gets – no, La Bamba's not in. So it's
going to be Dictator Chicken and Big Red are the only 2 remaining.
So if my memory's right, it's pretty much all on Dictator. And that's not a dig on Big Red, but this is not his wheelhouse. So
it's going to be Reyna again.
I have seen Dictator play Reyna, and I think Dictator Cajun's Reyna would look like Dictator's if he had stuck with the character the entire time of Tekken 8. But it's one of those situations where Cajun had to refocus some of his focus. So he picked up a decent character to back himself up with and then went from there. But we'll see how Dictator plays this matchup against Herb. Not a lot of lows, not a lot of rolls from that Reyna. And that's a mid. There's a heat engage to take his turn back. And there's the armor from Herb, and Heaton will probably end the game. Yep. Call that step up.
Yeah, only one player remaining now for the bot, so.
Big Red's got to get through Herb and Stars. And no, it's just Herb and Stars left, I believe. Because Vape went down.
So then we already saw KIC. Wait,
No, let's see. I think we're missing a person on the Ravens, but I don't have the faith in Big Red getting through Herb and everybody else.
yeah,
and that's not a knock on him.
I believe it's Herb and KIC left. I'm not sure if I'm correct on that, but we will have this matchup. It's going to be King versus Steve again.
And I see Mordecai coaching some setups with some of the triggers, so is this going to be a situation where we see him switch to simple controls, and he just prays the God, he just armors through all the Steve nonsense? There he goes in the heat. You're going to have to play the game. You're going to have to play Tekken with Herb. Herb is not going to play with you.
Bit.
He's waiting out that heat gauge. Yeah, he literally waited out the heat gauge.
Oh, that's demoralizing right there. He's just in control now. He's going to keep the pressure up. There is no offense coming out from Big Red right now. He's just trying to play defensively, putting out a few shots. That left an opening for Herb, and Herb is going to finish off with that one opening that he found.
And with that right there, the bot's chances of winning this game is officially over with. 9 minutes left, no timeout left on the Ravens side, but only one left for the bots. The Ravens go up 11-8, and 9 minutes left on the clock with Skullgirls coming up. If the bots had won Tekken and gone into Skullgirls, they had a strong chance of taking this game back under their control. Unfortunately, Mordecai fell against Herb, who was in rare form today, especially with all the hours he's put into Steve recently. Starting to look like old Herb, but some of these other games we definitely have to go back through and fine comb and make sure it actually is old Herb and not a toupee.
Yeah.
And yes, that's a joke because Herb is bald.
Yeah, and we will find out because the Ravens and the bots, what we found out today is that perhaps the bots don't need Billy to take a win, but they will need Billy to take a win against a team like the Ravens. There are some teams in the league where they're going to need their tier 1, and if you're tier 1, that's probably expected of you. I think that the bots are showing here that if they had gone up against a different team, they absolutely could have taken a win. I mean, they came quite close to being able to beat the Ravens. You trade just a couple of these games that ended up being close, and you have a different outcome in the end game. So,
but the issue I have with that here is the old Cobras team beat them without Billy, and then ended up falling short with them having Billy both times. And then last week with Billy, we fell short on our own devices. Granted, the bots played a great game. If this is a situation with how they always perform with Billy here, without Billy being here, that is going to be an issue for concern going out the rest of the season. Because if Billy's not here and you get to another chance where you have a play-in and you don't win it, because now the bots have won one and lost one within the division. The Ravens have won one in the division. The Cyclones have lost one in the division. So right now, the Ravens are going to be sitting towards the top or right behind the X-Gods. And then the bots are going to be in that third place position right now with everybody else kind of filtering up and around. And if Billy misses any more of those divisional games,
yeah, it's not going to be a good outcome for the bots by the end of the season. So they are going to need him around. Honestly, they already needed him around. This was one of those games that they needed him for. There's going to be a few that they could have done without him. This was not one of those. This isn't one of those ones where I would have traded. I probably would have wanted Billy to pick his time a little bit differently, maybe stand in for this one and leave us to take care of, who knows, a team that hasn't quite shown out yet. The Blaze, the Shoguns, a couple of them that have fallen short.
And like even as pretentious as I am to be sometimes about the team and how I work and how I coach, if Billy was like, I'm not showing up for the Cyclones game, or I got something to do for the Cyclones game, totally okay. It looks like we're getting straight into Skullgirls.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like we got a Valentine versus Annie. Player 1 is Annie with Koza and KIC, and player 2 is Labamba and Vinix with the Valentine. Let's see what we got going on here. Jumps back. My Skullgirls are really rusty because I've only just watched it here and there, but just some good patient movements from, or very simple combo. Who's that right now? I think it's KIC active.
Wow. Yeah, KIC's throwing up some serious combos right now. You see that health bar refills. He's going into the second life. These rounds start quick after the end.
Yeah, Skullgirls took a traditional approach to like games like Vampire Savior, also known as Darkstalkers, where instead of doing a whole new round, the character just stands back, the health bar refills, or it goes down a certain point and then the game continues.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of really good defense from KIC. Finally, though, his defense is broken through. Seeing a lot of pressure coming out here from, I believe it's Varix, but the pressure from KIC is just too much. He seems to know this game much better inside and out.
Yeah, Skullgirls is a really, really dope game. It calls back to a lot of the old school tag fighters and how it feels and how it performs, where you can just do outrageous, egregious stuff and just have a good time.
Yeah, very nice blocking there
Good
from
mix,
Varix, but
or
eventually he does drop his defense. He's coming down to the end of his health bar. That doesn't quite carry through, so he has another chance here to take a stock, but he cannot.
And there's the chip out from KIC, keeping the string up and just running through, knowing he could not respond to it. And KIC hasn't lost a life, so that means he gets to start with 2 full bars of life going into this next fight. And that's one of the cool things about this. If I beat you, yeah, I lose the life, I only have 1. But if I beat you and we go to the next round, I get all that health back to start all over again. And that can be daunting for a lot of people.
Yeah, definitely. And with KIC not even losing a single life, this is pretty much a 2v1 now. It's just a reset. And KIC is quite a bit warmed up as well, so. Looks like we have a little bit of technical, so we may take just a little pause here for the technical to get figured out. But in the meantime, we do have one more match coming up tomorrow. We'll talk about it a little bit in the postgame, but I think it's going to be another exciting match just like this one.
Oh, yeah, it's the...
It is Clicks, or Click?
Click.
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 Yeah, it is
Good
Click
one,
going to be
Lewis.
playing, which I always talk about. My bias towards watching their games. I don't necessarily have a bias toward who I want to win any game or any season, but watching Click games, I don't know if I've ever sat in on one that didn't end up being close or entertaining. So I've just developed a bias toward when I hear that they're playing, no matter whether they're going to win or lose. I enjoy sitting down to watch their games. So hopefully tomorrow is not one of those days where I accidentally catch them on an off day and we get a real good game out of them. I'm sure that we will, just like this Ravens and Bots matchup.
Well, the important things to look at tomorrow is how Chicken Tech feels after being slighted on not starting her in the championship when he was with the New Moon last season, and how he's going to lead this Click team. He has OG, he has Killer, he has him, who was a standout player on the Ravens last season. Who else is over there? Global's still there. Mers is still leading that team for the most part. Carnage is still there. It's a very solid roster, but with the way the team's been developed and formulated by only 1 or 2 people being guaranteed tiered players and everybody's having to compete for a spot, it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with that situation.
Yeah, definitely is a chance for us to see a little bit of a different strategy in the background and how teams develop with that. So now we do see a little bit of a swap up, but no less control going the way of KIC. In fact, it may be even more control that he has now. And I believe this is actually Phoenix. Phoenix, I believe. I think La Bamba was the player that we saw previously. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of those situations where like you try and put your best player forward and hopefully they do good enough. But KIC is one of the premier. Yeah, KIC is one of the premier fighting game players in the league, and you get him a chance to actually play a fighting game with as close to traditional rules as possible, he is going to shine. Yeah,
I mean, and now it almost looks like he's just playing around. He's trying to do a skill showcase here, trying to get his combos together.
Actually, that's just optimal interactions, my man.
Yeah, I suppose skill showcase is optimal interaction. And he's going to finish off once again with that super. So that is, I mean, an easier win KIC in that second round. And that's going to be a 12-8. We'll see if the bots pull a timeout here and want to play a last game. They're the only ones left with a timeout.
And it's Dead by Daylight. And if they don't have setup, I don't imagine them playing.
Yeah, that may be a wrap then, because you can see that that setup timer is just a little bit longer than the amount of time that we have left in the game. So we'll have to see if that's it, or if the bots want to play this one, or if setup just goes impeccably fast and everybody's ready to go before that timer is over, we will let you know. But man, it was a close game. Then it started to become a runaway, and then it started to close up a little, and then Ravens were able to close it out.
Yeah.
It was real back and forth.
I think the fear of being called excuse me, sorry about that, I had to stretch. I think the fear of being called the same old Ravens. Yeah. I think the fear of being called the same old Ravens was definitely something that kind of popped up there. It's like, man, the Ravens always start off good and blow it at the end, and like that's how they almost lose to the bots almost every time. They start off strong and then blow it in the end. But it looks like they got it together and they were able to stick to landing this time around. So it looks like this new Ravens team is going to be something to watch.
All right. Well, we do have a little bit of news from the floor with only 30 seconds left in this match. So let's see what you got to say, AV.
We're definitely getting a timeout. RPG already stated they're playing this. I believe, from what I understand, they are putting Ragin in for Dead by Daylight, and Ragin is already an extremely strong strategist. So.
All right, so that means the bots had setup, meaning Ragin should be taking killer, and that's what they're going to be doing with this. So they're going to get the timeout the very last part of setup, or the very last.
RPG missed the time to call his timeout.
It looks like he was looking at the timer on our graphic and not the timer on the clock on the floor. They are just a couple of seconds out of sync. So we do have the Ravens winning 12-8 instead of 12-9. They will not get Ragin his practice on Dead by Daylight. But let's be honest, I'm not sure he really needs practice. I think he plays enough of it, knows the game well enough.
But that'll be it. So we'll go ahead and get the post-game interviews here in a second. We'll be hearing from the bots first, and then the Ravens after the fact as your winners for today.
Yeah.
All right, you want to interview the bots? All right, so you over there now.
All right, switching over to you guys. 3, 2, 1.
All right, how is it going, guys? After that game, Ravens and bots, you guys were down just by 4 at the end. I know you guys wanted to play that last game. Unfortunately, the timeout did not come through in time. But it was a close one nonetheless. You guys already have a win under your belt. You know what it feels like. So what was the difference in this game? What do you notice differently from this first loss of yours against that first win? All right. Well, I'm sure everybody is going to be on watch. I'm not sure anybody's going to take you guys too lightly. You did have a lot of wins that were very impressive today. You said that this was a possible opportunity for you guys to be in overtime when it was going into the last game. So what were some of the games that you feel like you dropped rather than actually got beaten in? Yeah, well, I'm sure you guys will be reviewing those mistakes looking back on it. But what's the plan going forward for when Billy's not here? Because it's the conversation everybody is having. Some changes have to be made when he's not here if you want to play against some of these really top-tier teams in the league. What are some of the changes that you guys have to be thinking about?
To be determined, honestly, because like we had Venix in, we still have Raging Cajun and Bubbles like feeling everything out. We're still meshing, and Dictator Chicken included. Like everyone's still trying to get their flow together. So it's just a matter of we keep putting in the reps. Everyone keeps getting their groove going together and like meshing really well, and like that strength will cover a Billy deficit easily in the future.
All right, and then last question for you guys here to end this one on a high note. How's everybody integrating into the team? There are some players on your team that are representing the former Bots roster, but you guys do have a lot of new integrations to the team as well. How's everybody integrating in so far?
You want to speak on that?
I mean, it feels really good. We've had a lot of good chemistry with all the new players coming in, and
Unexpected synergies.
and just wait for a couple more weeks, and we'll be fully meshed.
You want to keep cooking?
Yep.
All right, well, we can't wait to see it. I'm sure you guys have a lot in store for us. So thank you for joining me, and good luck to you guys in your future games.
Thank you.
And have both of your guns maxed out already, so yeah, I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is...
Hey, buddies. It's your boy Third interviewing the winners of the day, GM Wonku and Tier 1 KIC, the Skittle Fiend. So, 12-8. How do y'all feel about starting your season off this strong against the Bots? Granted, Billy wasn't here because that's going to be the excuse coming on later on in the week.
I mean, as expected, we definitely should have won this game. Even with Billy not being here, I still think we should have won the game. We definitely should have probably had a little bit of a bigger margin of the win. But that just comes with, first game jitters, having two rookies, everybody just kind of getting their bearings with the first game of the season, and then kind of just go on from there and clean it all up.
And GM Wonku stepping away from playing and leading the team. I hate to see it, but it looks like it's working. So how do you feel with these rookies and this combination of players you have right now?
Honestly, I'm pretty confident. We didn't have the highest pick in the draft. We were pretty low. So were the Bots, but I had a whole list played out. I've talked to them a lot. Nobody knew about Koza. So I think that they're hungry. They want to get better. They want some of those rookie awards. So they're coming for y'all.
All right, cool. So I had to go easy on Snap yesterday. I don't have to go easy on you. KIC, why are you dropping combos and making excuses? You're an experienced fighting game player. You won today, but the FGC players in the league are looking at you like, man, I thought this dude was good.
Hey, everybody's dropped combos. We've seen it from Keyskate and Tekken. We've seen it from all types of world-class players. You just got to get back in the lab. Got to get the feeling for, being down here in Virginia finally, moving down here and just getting the feel for everything. I still got a little bit of Cali I got to get out of my lungs and back up.
Yeah, the West Coast excuses, got it. But, hey, guys, great game today, and great to see you guys starting off so dominant, going back and forth with the Bots without Billy, and then actually building those wins and stopping them from making that comeback from Tekken into Skullgirls and locking up the game. So I want to say thank you for your time. Can't wait to see you guys play next week.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Baraka.
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is... You can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so...
Yeah.
I think,
We did it!
We survived.
We survived.
Oh, the Ravens
that game.
survived.
Well, the Ravens survived. Billy survived.
And La Bamba did not. So, La Bamba, look forward to your feature Wednesday night on Technical Timeout, featured hosted by Logan. But 12-8, Ravens win. We have the Click versus the Bandits tomorrow. That is going to be a scorcher. Speedy, I believe you and Strix are working on that one tomorrow, right?
We will, yeah. So I'll be back tomorrow for that one. I'm so excited for that game, honestly. Probably the teams I'm most excited to watch for the rest of this season.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how those teams work out. The Bandits with a strong opening season, or a strong opening game, and the Click with a really strong roster and a lot of potential on what they do. But you want to go ahead and wrap us up, brother?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you so much, SurfThing, for sponsoring the show and everything that we do, keeping our end gamers working their hardest. Seriously, guys, go to surfthing.com, grab yourself some gear. But that's it for us today. Ravens taking the Bots 12-8, their first win, the Bots' first loss. It was a great day of games, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Bye.